Chapter 445. Inside a space. It was boundless and there was no end to it. At the peak of a mountain, there was a golden palace that shone brightly under the sunlight. Pooh! In the palace, the golden-robed youth suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The sword intent contained in the blood had left a huge hole in the priceless floorboards. It was a heart-wrenching sight. The young man in embroidered clothes didn't think much of it, and a rare strange expression appeared on his face. On the left and right sides of the young man in embroidered robes, there were sages. Their auras were concealed and they sat quietly, unable to conceal the admiration in their eyes. However, when they saw the young man in embroidered clothes spit out blood, they were all shocked. They were shocked. How did young master get injured? It had been many years since the young master had been injured. Why was he injured today? Young master, what's wrong? A middle-aged man stood beside the youth in embroidered robes. His tone was urgent, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. It's fine. This place was one of the training grounds of the sword god young master. It's just the loss of a doppelganger. But I've encountered a decent opponent. The sword god young master said indifferently, as if he was talking about something interesting. It's a pity that the opponent is too weak. But to the crowd this news was hard to believe. Someone destroyed the young master's clone? How could this be possible? Their young master's strength had long entered the imperial realm. As for what level his true combat strength had reached, they didn't know. The only thing he knew was that 10 years ago, the young master personally killed a 5 bodiless celestial with 3 moves. 10 years later, he might be able to kill 7 or 8 itinerant immortals. With such strength, how could his doppelganger be destroyed? They almost suspected that they had heard wrongly, and that the young master was joking. However, since the young master said it, it must be the truth. There was no way it could be wrong. The Emperor Projection Avatar's combat power was at least at the level of a sage. White Demon, take someone out and bring this person's soul back. On the left was a white-haired man in white clothes. He sat upright and still. When he heard this, he stood up. Young master, don't worry. White Demon will personally bring the soul back. Hearing that the young master had asked Taoist White Fiend to make a move, everyone knew that the young master was angry. The calmer the young master was, the angrier he became. Taoist White Demon had the battle prowess of a mid-sage sage. His great soul-capturing technique could capture anything and was infamous for its ferocity. Amongst the sages, his battle prowess could be ranked in the top few. Half a day later, on a quiet mountain peak in the Divine Sword School. Great senior sister, good news, good news. A red light landed on the mountain peak, and then appeared on the shore of a sparkling lake. Beside the lake, the white-clothed girl was like a snow lotus on the Tian Shan mountain. A light breeze blew at her clothes, causing the edges of her skirt to sway. She was otherworldly. Hundreds of birds formed a flock surrounding her. It was a very leisurely scene. Red Eyebrows, you're still so energetic. Be careful not to scare my flowers and birds. The spirited voice was like flowing water in the mountains, slowly flowing through his heart. Big senior sister, I'm here to tell you some good news. Why are you exposing my shortcomings again? You're in such a rush. I think it's great. Red Eyebrow grinned. The birds and beasts that had stopped by the lakeside were quiet and did not leave because someone had come. It was as if it had become a spirit. The white-clothed youth turned around, revealing his fairy-like appearance. Speak. What news is worth you coming here in person? This young lady did not look very old, but in reality, she was the goddess in everyone's hearts in the Divine Sword sect, Fairy Mingyu, the leader of Pink Rose. Red Eyebrow grinned. I just heard that sword god vomited blood. What do you think? This news is very satisfying, right? Fairy Mingyu's eyes were filled with obvious disgust. You know I don't like to hear about sword god. Red Eyebrow stuck out his pink tongue. Big senior sister, you've misunderstood. I'm saying that he used a projection magical ability today to send a clone to kill someone. In the end, the clone was destroyed, and he vomited blood in front of everyone. Fairy Mingyu was slightly moved. This seems impossible. Sword god's strength has already reached the level of an emperor, and the strength of his projection clone is at least at the level of a sage. It's normal to defeat him, but it's impossible to kill his clone. Could it be that an emperor did it? It's true. Sword God is indeed injured, Red Eyebrow said very seriously. It seems that he was defeated by someone who is not very powerful. It shouldn't be an emperor but a sage. I heard that he has already arranged for White Demon Taoists to take action. Demonic Nation. It should be. Red Eyebrow nodded. Fairy Mingyu smiled. It's rare to see Sword God suffer a loss. I'm interested in the person who defeated him. It seems that it's necessary to go and have a look. Red Eyebrow was obviously startled. Big Senior Sister, are you really going to Demonic Nation to help that person? I'll see. Fairy Mingyu said. It just so happens that I need Heavenly Demon King for cultivation. If my guess is right, it should be related to Heavenly Demon King that made Sword God send his clone down. Eldest Senior Sister, please take me there. I also want to see what kind of person is so ferocious to be able to kill the Sword God's clone and make him suffer such a great loss. Could it be another person who has a crush on you? Nonsense. If you continue, I won't take you there. Big Senior Sister, I know I'm wrong. Demonic Nation, underground world. In a dark lair. Our king is mighty. Our king is mighty. Unify the underground world. A large number of demonic imps, demonic generals, and demonic marshals were prostrating on the ground. It was hard to see how many of them were worshipping Dark Demon King, who was sitting on the highest seat. Ha 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 ha. Dark Demon King laughed as he stood up. Serve the wine and food. Unbeknownst to them, a black figure was moving in the dark, gradually approaching Dark Demon King. This person was none other than Lin Fei. Just a little bit more. It's not time yet. Lin Fei, who was hiding in the dark, retracted all his aura and no killing intent. At this moment, he was less than 500 feet away from Dark Demon King. Good, now is the time. Lin Fei moved quickly and stabbed with his sword. Invincible sword intent was released. Assassination. A real assassination. Dark Demon King was startled. Sword intent flashed before his eyes. His head flew up and his Yuan Shun flew out. He was in a state of shock. Before he could recover, a strange beast rushed out of the void and swallowed his Yuan Shun. Everything happened so fast. King is dead. Avenge King. Kill. The remaining demonic commanders rushed forward with their people. Sword chi turned into threads and swept through the entire lair. Broken limbs and corpses were everywhere. An hour later, there was no one in the lair. All the demonic lords were dead. After comprehending the Tao in the Hall of True Enlightenment, my combat power has greatly improved. My understanding of the Sword Immortal Great Tao is far better than before. Now I can attack from 1,000 feet away without anyone noticing and easily kill Heavenly Demon King. Lin Fei reviewed the attack just now. After killing the projection of young Master Sword God, Lin Fei, under the leadership of Little Black, kept looking for Heavenly Demon King to attack. At first it was the Heavenly Demon General, but with his understanding of assassination, he finally chose to attack Heavenly Demon King. The Heavenly Demon King that he just assassinated had strength around the middle stage of Sage. In a head-on battle, Lin Fei could fight to a draw, but it was far from easy to kill him. When Heavenly Demon King's body was destroyed, Hairball took the opportunity to attack. They cooperated very well. Delicious, so delicious. Hairball, the foodie, landed on Lin Fei's shoulder. Lin Fei's eyes twitched. A sage's primordial spirit was priceless. Lin Fei remembered that Hairball ate at least a dozen sage primordial spirits. She was not afraid of indigestion, really. The energy contained in a sage primordial spirit was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Hairball did not care at all and ate it like candy. It was also thanks to Hairball's help that the Heavenly Demon Saint could be killed. At the Mystique Venerable rank, one could cultivate a primordial spirit. As long as the primordial spirit did not die, the physical body would not be destroyed. Once the physical body was destroyed, the primordial spirit could escape thousands of miles away. After Hairball attacked, no matter how powerful the primordial spirit was, it was not as powerful as Hairball's void travel. You only know how to eat. You're a foodie. Hairball burped in satisfaction and ignored this sentence. Master, I've collected all the treasures of the Dark Demon King. After the last incident, Little Black was well behaved and rushed to do everything, which saved Lin Fei a lot of trouble. Let's go and find the next Heavenly Demon King. Needless to say, with Little Black as a spy, Lin Fei saved a lot of trouble and went straight to the next Heavenly Demon King. After killing 2 more Heavenly Demon Kings, I can complete another mission. There are still Heavenly Demon Generals and Heavenly Demon Marshals. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and smiled. They're all endless EXP. There were strong and weak Heavenly Demon Kings. Lin Fei naturally would not provoke the late-stage sage. Early-stage sage and mid-stage sage were one of Lin Fei's main targets. The rest of the Heavenly Demon Kings were completed as missions. Once the Heavenly Demon King died, the remaining subordinates were almost no match for Lin Fei. Each time they were killed, not a single one was left, and Lin Fei's net worth was also constantly increasing. His EXP was increasing. His vitality was increasing. His points were also increasing. It could be said that his speed was increasing like a rocket. This was also because the Heavenly Demon Nation was a special place with countless heavenly demons. Lin Fei could accept missions to his heart's content and obtain large amounts of EXP, points, and vitality. Lin Fei was not tired of it and was busy killing heavenly demons. It would not take long before he would advance from the Mystic Grandmaster level to the Mystic Venerable level. With such a fast leveling speed, there was no other monster like him. Elder White, that person is still in the underground world, but we don't know his exact location. At the entrance of the passageway, more than 10 people appeared in the underground world. A group of heavenly demons rushed up and were instantly killed by them. It did not affect them at all. White Devil Taoist sneered. That's perfect. I want to see what kind of background this person has. He took out a red bead from it. Great tracking skill. The red bead turned into a red light and disappeared into the darkness. White Devil Taoist laughed. Let's see where you can hide under the great tracking skill. This was White Devil Taoist's specialty. Chapter 446. P.S. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan for the tip of waiting vs Feiyang. Bang! In the gloomy lair, another heavenly demon king fell. Soon I can accept the promotion mission. In the past few days, Lin Fei had gained some understanding of the sword techniques, especially the dark stealth and assassination techniques. Few heavenly demon kings could dodge his assassination. As a result, the experience points that Lin Fei needed were constantly increasing. He was about to advance again. Advancing from Mystic Grandmaster to Mystic Venerable Lord would allow him to cultivate his primordial spirit and become a true powerhouse of the continent. As long as the primordial spirit did not die, the body would not be destroyed. Xiao He, collect the spoils of war. Right now, Lin Fei needed experience points. Xiao He would take care of everything else. As for Hairball, she specialized in eating primordial spirits. She ate them comfortably. Rumble. Suddenly, the lair shook, and large pieces of rubble fell. Lin Fei soared into the sky and landed on a huge rock. A white-robed person appeared in his vision, and with a thought, he knew who this person was. Revenge? He was too narrow-minded. What sword god, young master? Lin Fei was very disdainful. Daoist White Fiend was also very disdainful. He did not expect that the person who made the young master suffer would be a young man, a person who was at the Mystic Grandmaster level. Of course, Daoist White Fiend would not simply think that the other party had the strength of a Mystic Grandmaster. To be able to destroy the projection clone, this person had at least the strength of a sage. Even if he was not a sage, he was not far from it. Kill! Daoist White Fiend waved his hand. He led the White Fiend team and quickly formed a formation. The black whip lashed down. Its strength was no less than that of a Mystic Venerable Lord. It was truly powerful. Punishment Spear. After his strength improved greatly, the power of Lin Fei's divine ability was even stronger than before. The huge spear collided with the long whip. The menacing black whip shook the entire formation. Then the huge divine ability's power sent everyone flying. I soared. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sharp sword intent pierced through their bodies one by one. From beginning to end, it only took a short period of time to completely defeat the other party. If this is all you've got, all of you will have to stay here today. After comprehending the Tao in the Hall of True Enlightenment, Lin Fei's sword technique had to kill. The killing intent contained in it could even kill a primordial spirit with a single strike. No wonder you're so arrogant. Turns out you have some strength. Daoist White Fiend did not care about his dead subordinates. If the other party was really that weak, the young master wouldn't have let him make a move. This person was worthy of him taking action. The previous wave of attacks was just a test to gauge the other party's strength. The only thing he did not expect was that the other party's innate prowess and swordsmanship would be so frightening. A master at the level of Mystique Venerable One could be killed just like that. Mount Tai Suppression. Taoist White Fiend waved his hand and took out a superior grade true treasure. A black mountain appeared above Lin Fei's head. The true treasure's power flourished greatly, smashing down from the sky. With this smash, the great earth collapsed, and the entire region was smashed down. The sage's attack had yet to arrive, but its power was already so terrifying. Taoist White Fiend had used this true treasure to kill countless people. Anyone who was struck by the true treasure would have their bodies shattered and their essence souls severely injured. Lin Fei raised his brows. Break! The intrinsic flying sword transformed into a black beam and pierced through the mountain, leaving a huge crack in the superior grade true treasure. Damn it, my true treasure! Taoist White Fiend's eyes nearly popped out. It was unprecedented for a superior grade true treasure to be damaged by someone. Whoosh! Whoosh! Another 2 black beams shot down, and the mountain immediately became dilapidated. It frightened Taoist White Fiend so much that he immediately retracted his sword. When he looked again, his eyes were filled with greed. Supreme grade true treasure. You actually have a supreme grade true treasure. Taoist White Fiend's true treasure was a superior grade true treasure. It was fused with many materials and had astonishing defensive strength. Now that it had been broken, the other party's true treasure must have reached the level of a supreme grade true treasure. A supreme grade true treasure. A treasure that only sages could possess. Taoist White Fiend was extremely envious. He was a sage, but his true treasure was only a superior grade true treasure. Mount Tai being damaged was no longer important. It was worth it to be able to snatch a supreme grade true treasure. Ha ha ha, quickly hand over the supreme grade true treasure, and I can give you a quick death. Idiot! Lin Fei snorted coldly as his intrinsic flying sword slashed through the air. A black torrent surged over. Taoist White Fiend was indeed an expert at the level of a sage. Immediately, 18 black beads appeared around him. As each bead spun, they forcefully blocked the torrent. Haha, your strength is not bad, but you are unable to break through my 18 protection beads. Taoist White Fiend roared with laughter. You are quite impressive to force me to use my 18 protection beads. Lin Fei was slightly alarmed. This fellow sure had quite a number of treasures. The true treasure attack from before would probably have killed someone at the level of a mystic venerable. As for the 18 protection beads, they were similarly good items that could withstand his sword intent torrent. I'll be reaping a good harvest today. Lin Fei smiled. Explode! The sword intent torrent instantly exploded as the killing aura phantom struck the 18 protection beads. Its might was greatly reduced as it became sluggish. Darkness Stealth Assassination Art. Lin Fei teleported through the void and appeared once again. He stabbed Taoist White Fiend's glabella. This strike was already at his whim. One of the protection beads immediately shattered. In front of a sure kill strike, even a true treasure could forget about withstanding the attack. Even a Sky Fiend King would be killed. Boom! Taoist White Fiend's body was torn apart by the killing aura as his essence soul instantly escaped. You're dead. Taoist White Fiend's expression was hideous. He had actually suffered such a huge loss. His body was destroyed. Hairball, time to eat. When Hairball flew out, Taoist White Fiend vaguely sensed a dangerous aura. Taoist White Fiend revealed a panicked expression as he devoured it. Ah! Hairball did not stand on ceremony. She did not care what it was, she would just devour it. Ding! Discovered great tracking art. Ding! Discovered great soul reaping art. Lin Fei was delighted. He had discovered another 3,000 immortal arts. It's indeed 3,000 immortal arts. With the 3,000 immortal arts in hand, Lin Fei smiled happily. No wonder this fellow could find me. So it's the great tracking art. This is a good thing. As for this great soul reaping art, it's also very powerful. If I use it, it'll be a little troublesome. This person is very strong and has the strength of a mid-stage sage. Fortunately, I've been assassinating Sky Fiend Kings recently. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Lin Fei learned the 3,000 immortal arts. The system sent him points and essence chi, allowing Lin Fei to earn a huge sum of money. With the great tracking art, it'll be easier to kill people in the future. After learning the great tracking art, Lin Fei was in a great mood. You're very strong. Don't you know that you've caused a huge disaster? Just as Lin Fei was feeling happy, an ethereal voice suddenly rang out. Who? Then Lin Fei saw two women appear. He was shocked. This woman was very strong and seemed to have already entered the imperial realm. You don't have to be so nervous. We have no ill intentions towards you. The red-clothed woman was the first to speak. However, your strength is truly impressive. You killed Taoist White Demon the moment you attacked. Did you see that? After asking, Lin Fei wanted to slap himself. How could he say such words? If they didn't see it, how would they know that he had killed that person? However, who exactly were these two women? Bright Moon, look, this person is so silly. Red brows. Bright Moon glared at him. If you continue to spout nonsense, I won't bring you here next time. Red brows became obedient. Sir, do you know who you killed just now? I don't care about that. I've killed him. Lin Fei shook his head. Why should I care about it? Instead, why are you guys hiding in the void sneakily? You have quite a temper. Do you believe that I won't teach you a lesson? Red brows frowned. This kid isn't good at all. The person you killed is called Taoist White Fiend. He's at the mid-stage of the Sage Realm and is a capable subordinate of the Sword God. I believe you're the one who killed young Master Sword God's clone, right? Bright Moon said calmly. Lin Fei didn't have a good impression of the woman in red. She was quite pretty but didn't seem to have a good temper. However, this woman in white was different. She was delicate and very cute. So that person is at the mid-stage of the Sage Realm. No wonder he's so strong. Fortunately, I attacked first. Otherwise, I would have been in trouble. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced. I've learned a lot. Lin Fei nodded. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. Lin Fei didn't dare to relax in front of an Emperor Realm expert. Although I don't know which sect you're from, I advise you to leave the Sky Demon Kingdom. You killed Taoist White Fiend, so young Master Sword God's people will definitely spare no effort to kill you. Lin Fei could tell that she had good intentions. He seemed to have guessed who she was. Thank you. I understand. Big senior sister. This kid really doesn't know what's good for him. Red brows watched her leave unhappily. This is the first time I've seen such a person. This person is very strong. Taoist White Fiend is at the mid-stage of the Sage Realm, but he couldn't even block the assassination technique. When did such an expert appear? No wonder he could kill Sword God's clone. Fairy Mingyu and the red-browed fairy had arrived very early. With the strength of an emperor, it was a piece of cake for him to find someone. Given Fairy Mingyu's personality, she had wanted to secretly attack and scare Taoist White Fiend away. In the end, Taoist White Fiend's strength exceeded her expectations, causing the mid-stage sage Taoist White Fiend to die in the Heavenly Fiend Nation. The most important thing was that spatial beast. Fairy Mingyu could even swallow the primordial spirit of a sage in one bite. She was utterly astonished. The strength of one's primordial spirit was no weaker than one's physical body. However, Taoist White Fiend's essence soul was unable to fight back against the other party's spatial mutated beast, and was directly eaten. So what if his strength is high? His realm is too low. If he wants to become a saint or an emperor, he will need at least a few hundred years. Moreover, he needs to be talented. Young Master Sword God might not give him a chance to grow. If he sends another clone down, that brat definitely won't be able to withstand it. Eldest senior sister can't always take care of him in secret, right? Fairy Mingyu retracted her gaze. If this person can grow up, he will definitely become a super expert. His battle prowess is too great. Chapter 447. P.S. The power went out in the wee hours of yesterday and continued until 10 p.m. Hence I can't update it anymore. Please forgive me. Boom! Along with Lin Fei's deep voice, the surrounding area was instantly filled with sword intent. Sword mountains, sword rain, and sword rivers evolved, turning the entire arena into a sword domain that ordinary people couldn't even imagine. The horrifying sword intent spread out unscrupulously, tearing cracks in the void and emitting a terrifying spatial aura. This wasn't the end. The The sky was filled with sword intent, making people feel endless danger. Everyone felt endless danger from it. Sword domain, Fire Beacon Mountain. Flames rose within the sword domain. If one looked closely, they would realize that these flames weren't real flames, but were evolved from sword intent. Without exception, they all carried a sharp aura. Outside the flames, towering mountains came crashing down. Boom, boom, boom. The four sages were instantly caught off guard. Don't fight it head-on, his sword intent can break through our defense. Damn, how can the invincible sword intent be so sharp? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. After exchanging blows, they instantly realized how powerful this sword domain was. The sharp sword intent seemed to be able to tear through everything, causing them to feel immense pressure. There were very few sword intents that could bring fear to sages. As soon as the sword domain appeared, no matter if it was the inner court disciples or personal disciples, all of them were shocked. A sword domain that could trap sages, how did junior brother Lin Fei create such a mystique? Direct disciples possessed astonishing eyesight. With a single glance, they could tell that the sword domain was filled with danger. The sword domain was formed from the invincible sword intent, and it could suppress everything. Even if they were trapped within, it would be difficult for them to escape, let alone when they were under attack. Fire Beacon Mountain attacked relentlessly. In the blink of an eye, the four sages were at a disadvantage. It was impossible to defend against the endless sword intent. Even the protection of true treasures could not block the sword intent. Tear. Dang 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 dang. They are going to lose. Sword Maniac Patriarch laughed. Lin Fei is a peerless genius. He created the sword domain at such a young age. Within the sword domain, he is a sword god and invincible god. Patriarch Crazy Sword also revealed a satisfied expression. In today's challenge, Lin Fei will be able to suppress everyone by relying on the sword domain. Patriarch Ruoshui also said. Old Ancestor Nine Fingers also laughed. In just a year, Lin Fei's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. It was completely unexpected. Especially this sword domain, which used the sword intent as the pillar and Lin Fei himself as the core. It was truly amazing. If one wanted to win against Lin Fei, they would have to suppress his invincible sword intent. But how could one talk about suppressing an invincible sword intent? We admit defeat. Just at Fire Beacon Mountain, the four sages' disciples had no choice but to admit defeat after enduring bitterly. They were filled with grievance. In the face of this sword domain, even if they wanted to win, they had no choice but to lower their heads in the face of this terrifying sword intent. Whoosh, the sword domain dissipated, and the four sages appeared in a sorry state. Thank you for letting me win. Lin Fei cupped his hands. The four sages' disciples did not say anything and directly left the arena. They did not have the face to continue staying. Defeating the four sages was completely within Lin Fei's expectations. The sword domain was powerful, and it was the strongest area of effect attack he had used in the past year. Its origin was naturally the work of the Eternal Emperor. This sword domain is practically tailor-made for me. When I use it with my invincible sword intent, I am an invincible god in the sword domain. It feels so good to defeat a sage in front of everyone. Lin Fei laughed in his heart. I believe that no one will make a move next. Lin Fei had displayed his true strength, and unless they were muddle-headed, they would not make a move. The four mid-stage sages were no weaker than a late-stage sage. Unless a late-stage sage made a move, everything would be futile. In the end, it would all be for naught. Lin Fei is destined to become the Patriarch's disciple today. Zhuozhongming of the Sword God Guild shook his head helplessly. You're not going to make a move? Taoist Guanghan asked. Do you think that we can defeat Lin Fei if we make a move? There's still a chance. Zhuozhongming sneered. A sword domain can be used for both attack and defense. Who knows if Lin Fei has other mystical powers or secret skills? What if he does? It'll definitely be a war of attrition. Do you think that's possible? We can't just not make a move, can we? Taoist Guanghan said. It's fine. We'll have a chance sooner or later. That's all we can do, Taoist Guanghan said helplessly. On the other side, Feng Wen was also in a bad mood. Damn Lin Fei. How did he learn such a powerful mystical technique? Feng Wen's face was ashen. As a sage, he could tell that the sword domain was extraordinary. There was no need for him to make a move. It would only be a disgrace. Even with Feng Wen's eyesight, he couldn't see how to break this sword domain mystical technique. Brother Feng, it's impossible. Let's stop and observe the situation, Qin Kai advised. Feng Wen nodded. I just can't take this lying down. If I made a move a year ago, even if Lin Fei had 10 lives, he wouldn't be able to defeat me. He regretted it. Feng Wen saw boundless potential in Lin Fei. His combat power was already so terrifying as a Mystique Venerable rank. If he ascended to Mystique Sage, he would be able to sweep through everything. When that time came, how could disciples like them stand out? Qin Kai was also regretting it. There will be a chance. We can wait. The others also realized for the first time that Lin Fei, a peerless genius, was about to rise. No one could stop him. In half an hour, a few sage disciples made their moves, but they were all defeated without exception. The power of the sword domain. It also made them understand how powerful it was. Since they were embarrassed, they naturally couldn't be bothered to go up. The challenge is over. The nine-fingered elder ancestor announced and made the final decision for today's challenge. This result could be said to be beyond everyone's expectations. Lin Fei, a peerless genius, was more terrifying than they had imagined. He could even defeat a sage. If he could kill him, he might be able to kill a sage. Although it was just a guess, it was not far from the truth. Lin Fei's strength was obvious. The nine-fingered elder was very satisfied with today's challenge. He waved his hand and swept Lin Fei away. The other 5 itinerant immortal patriarchs also left. Junior brother Lin Fei is too amazing. He can even defeat a sage. I wonder which patriarch will he become. Who knows? Regardless of which ancestor he becomes, Lin Fei is not someone we can afford to offend. After the patriarchs and Lin Fei left, the people in the plaza felt like they had just had a dream. As for the other disciples, they turned around and left to report the situation. At this moment, no one could ignore Lin Fei. In less than 100 years, he would become an overlord among emperors. Chapter 448. P.S. I was busy with the network cable and went back and forth several times. It's finally done today. Lin Fei thought as he flew. Who was that woman? She seemed to want to help him, or did she have other motives? With the strength of an emperor, why would she come to the heavenly devil nation? She couldn't be idle. Lin Fei was very sensitive to auras. That woman's strength was that of an emperor. A true emperor. From the looks of it, she had stayed in the void for a long time. There were 2 reasons for this. Either she was preparing to be the oriole behind the mantis stalking the cicada, or she was just passing by. Forget it, forget it. It's good that that woman didn't make a move. Next time, I must pay attention to my surroundings. If I encounter a ruthless person, it won't be easy to deal with today. Lin Fei thought about it, and cold sweat broke out on his head. Especially Hairball, who ate the essence spirit of a saint. Anyone would be jealous of a space beast, but Lin Fei couldn't see any desire from that woman. It was as if she was looking at a very ordinary thing. Fortunately, they don't know that Hairball is an ancient evil dragon. Although the heavenly devil nation is dangerous, it is a good place to level up. I must take advantage of this time to level up. I must at least reach the strength of an emperor. I believe that 1 year is enough for me. Lin Fei could make use of this time to increase his strength once again. Golden Hall. Taoist White Demon's soul orb shattered. This news was reported immediately. The other saints were all surprised, followed by anger. The strength of a saint was already considered a high-level member of the Sword God Guild. Now that one of them died, they were naturally very dissatisfied. If this news spread outside, the reputation of the Sword God Guild would be greatly affected. After all, the Sword God Guild had always been a symbol of power outside. It had always been the Sword God who killed others. Not others who killed people from the Sword God Guild. But someone did, and the one who died was a saint. This wasn't a small matter. Young master, let me take some people and kill him personally. Avenge Brother White Demon. In the hall, a good friend of Taoist White Demon stood up. His face was full of anger. Young master, let us do it. Sword God said. No need. That person will come back sooner or later. There's no hurry now. What? He's a disciple of our divine sword sect? How dare he kill a fellow disciple? The sages were immediately emboldened. The God of Swords ordered people to spread the news, and it landed in the hands of the various saints. When they saw the message, everyone had a look of disbelief on their faces. Mysterious Grandmaster level? Invincible sword intent? A new core disciple? This information made them suspect that they had seen wrongly. For a core disciple to be so freakish, Taoist White Demon was a saint expert. Could it be that he was killed just like that? Impossible, definitely impossible, there must be a mistake. They had cultivated for no less than a few thousand years before reaching the powerful sage realm. Now a young brat could kill a sage so easily. He simply did not take them seriously. If that was the case, they could not help but feel a great deal of pressure. This kind of newcomer must not appear, as it would affect their status. The Sword Deity Society was the #1 organization in the Divine Sword sect. Naturally, they would be able to investigate a person. Even though Lin Fei rarely went out, there were still records of him. It was normal for them to find out about him. The God of Swords stood up. I have my own plans for Lin Fei's matter. Everyone should settle the matter in front of us. When they heard about the matter in front of them, Lin Fei's matter became unimportant in their eyes. Soon there was only one person left in the hall. The God of Swords was alone. Then a black shadow appeared in the dark. Young Master, Fairy Ming, you went to the Heavenly Devil Nation. The God of Swords' cold face revealed a cold smile. Fairy Ming, you are courting death. It is equivalent to cultivating a divine technique to large success and advancing to heaven immortal. You are destined to belong to me, ha ha ha. Time passed quickly. A year passed in the blink of an eye. Heavenly Devil Nation. In this dangerous place, the same thing happened every day. It was either humans killing heavenly devils, or heavenly devils killing humans. It was a continuous cycle, day after day, year after year. Damn! There are no heavenly devils here. A group of young people were standing in a valley with uncertain expressions on their faces. It's really strange. We have already searched 8 or 9 places, why can't we see any heavenly devils? Could it be that all the heavenly devils have been killed? It's been half a year. Usually we can still see heavenly devils and little ghosts. Now these places where heavenly devils can gather are all empty, as if they have been massacred. You don't say, it seems like such a thing is true. I heard from other senior brothers that the underground world is the same. The number of heavenly devils is much fewer. That shouldn't be possible. There are countless heavenly devils in the Heavenly Devil Nation. Even if you want to kill them, you will have to kill until your hands go weak. Moreover, heavenly devils are so powerful. Even we have to be careful, let alone others. I still remember a place where a lot of heavenly devils gather. Why don't we go there to hunt heavenly devils? We might be able to gain something. If there are none in these places, there should be some in that place. This group of people were all disciples of the Divine Sword sect. They came out in groups to hunt heavenly devils. In the end, the place where they usually came to was empty of heavenly devils. Other than a few scattered heavenly devils, the large group of heavenly devils seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Since they couldn't find any heavenly devils in this place, they could only change places. However, when they were not far away from the valley, the group couldn't help but stop. Everyone looked at each other. Heavens, who is that person? What a powerful sword technique. Look at those heavenly devils. With that sword strike, at least a few hundred heavenly devils were killed. Strong, he's really too strong. Which sect's disciple is that guy? I'm afraid we can't find such a person among the core disciples, right? In the valley, there were groups of heavenly devils. At this moment, they were being slaughtered by a black-robed man. With every sword strike, the heavenly devils turned into heavenly devil resentment, and were collected one after another. The powerful heavenly devil generals and heavenly devil marshals in their eyes couldn't even block a single strike and were killed. Killing heavenly devils was like chopping melons and vegetables. These proud and arrogant disciples of the Divine Sword sect were faced with such a cruel method. Each of them suffered a blow. A fierce person, an absolute fierce person. In less than half an hour, countless heavenly devils were slaughtered. The entire valley was spacious and empty. They watched as the heavenly devils were killed. Not good, he's here. Don't move, don't move. Once this kind of person makes a move, we can forget about leaving alive. These people were uneasy. Fortunately, They were disciples of the Divine Sword sect. They forced themselves to calm down. Chapter 449. Are you disciples of the Divine Sword Gate? The person who came asked a very simple question. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that they had encountered someone from a hostile sect? In the heavenly demon nation, many sects had set up teleportation arrays. It could be said that in addition to the fighting between heavenly demons and humans, there were also killings between humans. When the disciples of the Divine Sword Gate heard this, they could not help but worry, afraid that they would encounter someone from a hostile sect. If they were really in danger, they did not think that they could resist the other party. Senior, we are indeed disciples of the Divine Sword Gate. One of them braced himself and said, secretly on guard, May I know who you are? Their reaction was naturally seen by the man in black. You don't have to be afraid. I am also a disciple of the Divine Sword Gate. The man in black flipped his hand, and the Divine Sword token appeared. It was genuine. It was another very simple sentence, but for them it was no less than a golden promise. After seeing the Divine Sword token, they knew that they were safe. It turned out that this person was their senior brother. Then they were puzzled. When did their senior brother have such a powerful person? More importantly, they had no impression of him. This was impossible. If it were not for the Divine Sword token, they might have suspected that the other party was pretending to be a disciple of the Divine Sword Gate. The Divine Sword Gate had a unique standard for the Divine Sword Gate. Even if outsiders snatched it, it would lose its use. Every Divine Sword token was custom-made and contained the Divine Sword Gate's special secret technique. That was why they did not have any doubts. The man in black who appeared here was Lin Fei, who was hunting heavenly demons in the heavenly demon nation. This hunt lasted for an entire year. Even Lin Fei did not know how many heavenly demons had died in his hands. Anyway, it was a huge number, and it would frighten everyone if it was spread. Lin Fei was originally hunting heavenly demons, but he only stopped when he saw the disciples of the Divine Sword Gate. Only then did he know that he had stayed in the heavenly demon nation for almost a year. Before this, Lin Fei was so focused on hunting heavenly demons that he did not count the time at all. He killed heavenly demons on sight. He did not know how many killings he had experienced in a year. He completely forgot about time and everything. If he had not met the disciples of the Divine Sword Gate today, Lin Fei might still be immersed in killing. I have been training in the Divine Sword Gate for a long time and have not returned for some time. Can you tell me about the situation of the Divine Sword Gate? Senior brother, you're too polite. These people had never seen their senior brother being polite before. His face was also radiant. They often encountered this kind of situation. Some senior brothers went out to train and became ascetic cultivators, so they knew nothing about the sect's current situation. Usually, when they met fellow disciples, they would ask about the situation. They immediately gave a simple recount of the events that had transpired in the Divine Sword School in the past year, especially some major events, such as a certain senior brother's advancement or a certain senior brother's death. Lin Fei listened quietly and had an understanding in his heart. During this year, nothing really big happened in the Divine Sword sect. Oh, that's right. A genius disciple has come to our Divine Sword School. It's said that he's a true genius from the War of Dynasties. He once attacked a loose immortal patriarch. He's about to accept a disciple. Lin Fei already knew that this would happen. The news was really exaggerated. Others might not know who it was, but Lin Fei knew better than anyone that it was none other than himself. Lin Fei did not think that this kind of thing could be kept a secret. With the end of the dynasty war, sooner or later, there would be a commotion. Even if the Divine Sword Gate did not spread the news, the other sects would spread the news. After all, there were too many people who saw it that day, too many to count. It was impossible for everyone to keep their mouths shut. These are for you. Lin Fei turned and left, leaving behind a jade bottle. Following that, there was an uproar followed by envy. 10,000 heavenly demon resentment. What a generous sum. 10,000 heavenly demon resentment was equivalent to 10,000 heavenly demons. Ordinary people would not be so generous. Without realizing it, I've been training here for a year. It's time to go back. Lin Fei thought to himself. In a year, my level has entered Mystique Venerable rank. When I go back, I can condense a primordial spirit and become truly immortal. Even if I encounter an emperor, as long as it's not too powerful, I can easily leave. In this year, Lin Fei constantly hunted heavenly demons, and his experience points increased rapidly. Not long ago, he completed the Mystique Sex mission and advanced to Mystique Venerable rank. After advancing to Mystique Venerable rank, Lin Fei's combat strength was exceptionally terrifying. Now all he needed was to replenish it with vital vitality crystals. When that time came, his strength would truly reach its peak. Master, are we going back? Hairball appeared out of thin air and landed on Lin Fei's shoulder, her eyes darting around. What, you're not full yet? In a year, Hairball's mind had grown. Coupled with Little Black, who would not shrink from any evil deeds, Hairball had also become black-bellied. I haven't achieved my life goal yet. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Forget about that goal of yours. Be careful not to provoke the heavenly demon god. You'll be in for a treat. Thinking of Hairball's goal, Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. This fellow was planning to build a large farm and raise 1,000 heavenly demon kings. At that time, Lin Fei was dumbfounded when he heard about it. 1,000 heavenly demon kings. Heavenly demon kings were like cabbages that could be picked up on the street. Wouldn't that make them extinct? 1,000 heavenly demon kings. Lin Fei was terrified just thinking about it. After we go out, you'd better behave yourself. You mustn't use your void travel divine ability. Lin Fei felt that it was necessary to warn this fellow so that he would not cause trouble for him when the time came. Relax, how could an absolute overlord like me cause trouble for you? Lin Fei directly ignored this sentence. You're not an absolute overlord. You're a troublemaker. In the teleportation room, accompanied by a flash of white light, Lin Fei walked out from inside and returned to the divine sword sect that he had not seen for a year. In the dark world, suddenly returning to the outside world was somewhat uncomfortable. This discomfort only lasted for a moment. When Lin Fei left, the two powerhouses who were originally guarding the formation were both shocked. That brat didn't die? I remember a year ago, that brat's cultivation level was only at Mystique Emperor Great Perfection. How did he suddenly reach Mystique Venerable rank? This is too crazy. Lin Fei did not hear these words. After coming out of the teleportation hall, Lin Fei went directly to the Merit Hall. In addition to completing the mission, he was also prepared to sell the Heavenly Demon Resentment in exchange for enough vital vitality crystals. In addition to issuing missions, the Merit Hall also purchased various treasures that could be exchanged for merit points or vital vitality crystals. In a year of killing monsters and leveling up, Lin Fei did not have much, but the Heavenly Demon Resentment was the most. He did not know how many he had stored. The Heavenly Demon Resentment was not of much use to Lin Fei, but the vital vitality crystals were different. It was something that he urgently needed to level up. It could be said that the more the better. His strength could also continue to increase. In a year, Lin Fei collected a large number of vital vitality crystals and could not keep up with the consumption. Chapter 450. What did you say? Lin Fei came back from the Sky Demon country alive? On one of the sword peaks, a furious voice rang out, and the surrounding boulders shattered with a loud rumble, turning into fragments all over the ground. That person stood up. His eyes were cold and filled with boundless rage. The surrounding people resisted the pressure of the saint with all their might. Their foreheads were filled with fear. The people we arranged in the teleportation hall saw Lin Fei come back with their own eyes. They definitely didn't see wrongly. Good. It's been a year. You're finally willing to come out. Fong Wen laughed sinisterly. You killed my brother. I have to take revenge. I'll personally cripple you. This person was the saint who had asked to deal with Lin Fei in the Golden Hall. White Demon and Fong Wen were friends. They came from the same place and had gone through many life and death situations. Moreover, Fong Wen owed him his life. After that, they were even closer than blood brothers. After hearing the news of White Demon's death, Fong Wen wanted to take revenge immediately. He wanted to kill White Demon to take revenge for his brother. However, he was stopped by the young master. Fong Wen's strength had reached the saint realm, but he didn't dare to go against the young master's words. Otherwise, he would have attacked in private. Even so, he still arranged subordinates to monitor the teleportation hall day and night, waiting for the other party to return to report to him. Big brother Fong, listen to me. You can't attack now. At this moment, a person walked out from the side. He also gave off the aura of a saint. Fong Wen's expression darkened. Why? You want to stop me from taking revenge? That person shook his head. This isn't the right time to attack. Lin Fei is about to be taken in as a disciple by an old ancestor. If you attack now, you will bring trouble to the young master. Have you thought about this? Fong Wen calmed down. Thank you for your reminder. I nearly brought trouble to the young master. After hearing this, Fong Wen realized the seriousness of the matter. If he attacked, he would bring trouble to the young master. Everyone knew about Lin Fei's achievements. He would definitely become an old ancestor's disciple. If he attacked now, even if he was a saint, he wouldn't be able to block the old ancestor's anger. But I can't just stand by and watch. Don't worry. Neither you nor I can do anything about this. But don't forget, just because we can't do anything doesn't mean that some people can't. There are countless core disciples and direct disciples who want to become the patriarch's personal disciple. Lin Fei's combat prowess is outstanding, and if he wants to become the patriarch's personal disciple, he has to pass the test. Fong Wen suddenly understood. This is a good move. When the time comes, we will arrange for experts to challenge Lin Fei. In front of everyone, we will destroy Lin Fei's reputation and make him lose the halo of a peerless genius. Then Lin Fei will only be SOSO. When that time comes, under the anger of the ancestor, he will definitely not accept Lin Fei as a disciple. If we secretly attack him, that will be the best. Then we will temporarily let Lin Fei be free and unfettered for a few more days. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Merit Hall. The second time Lin Fei came here was a year later. Last time he had come to accept a mission. This time he had come to hand in a mission. Walking into the Merit Hall, Lin Fei first went to hand in the mission. Naturally, he was met with a gasp of surprise. When one's ability reached a certain level, one's memory of a person was also very clear. When Lin Fei first accepted the mission, his ability was not high. In the blink of an eye, he had reached Mystique Venerable rank. Naturally, it was shocking. After handing in the mission, Lin Fei moved to another place, ready to exchange for vital crystals. Junior brother, what do you want to exchange for? We have everything here. A middle-aged man greeted him enthusiastically. I want to exchange for vital crystals. A lot of vital crystals. Junior brother, what do you want to exchange for? The middle-aged man asked. Heavenly Demon Resentment. This is good stuff. According to the rules here, 1 drop of Heavenly Demon Resentment can be exchanged for 10 vital crystals. Lin Fei calculated. This price was quite reasonable. These are all for you. I only want vital crystals. With a wave of his hand, a large number of bottles flew out, piling up like a mountain in front of him. It was a shocking sight, especially for the middle-aged man. The bottle was dazzling to look at. These are all Heavenly Demon Resentment? The middle-aged man gulped. How many heavenly demons had he killed? Since when did the Divine Sword sect have such a powerhouse? That's right. When Lin Fei came out of the Hall of Merit again, he had a smile on his face. 3 billion vital crystals. It's enough for me to cultivate. The Heavenly Demon Resentment of various sizes was exchanged for a total of 3 billion vital crystals. This made Lin Fei's pockets bulge. Junior brother, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Just as Lin Fei returned to the Bloodsword Peak, 3 people appeared in front of him blocking his way. This scene naturally fell into the eyes of others. Lin Fei did not hide the large number of vital crystals he had exchanged for in the Hall of Merit. Others said to keep a low profile to avoid trouble. Lin Fei did not care. Moreover, this was the Divine Sword sect, not the outside world. There was no need to keep a low profile. 3 billion vital crystals was really not a large number. It would at most shock people. Hence, Lin Fei did not keep a low profile and openly exchanged for it. That kid is too high profile. He doesn't know how to restrain himself. This is going to be troublesome. 3 billion vital crystals. Even I am tempted. With such a large number of vital crystals, cultivation will be easy. With 2 sand taking action, that junior brother is going to be unlucky. Who doesn't know that Tu-san loves to bully weak junior brothers and rob them of their belongings? Those who have been targeted by him have all been robbed, and their cultivation resources have all gone to waste. Humph, if Tu-san is not a member of the Divine Sword sect, he would not dare to be so bold. Everyone knew that Tu-san robbed his junior brother's belongings. For him to appear outside so quickly, someone must have informed him. It would be strange if Tu-san did not make a move for 1.3 billion vital crystals. Do you need something from me? Lin Fei stopped. Tu-san laughed, knowing that he had met a hothead. Recently, senior brother is short of money. I heard that junior brother earned a large sum of money, so I want to borrow some from you. Lin Fei immediately understood that they were here for his vital crystals. How much do you want to borrow? Tu-san thought that he would have to spend a lot of effort. He did not expect this guy to be so tactful. This was perfect, saving him the trouble. Not much. 1 billion vital crystals will be enough. Tu-san said greedily. If you encounter any trouble in the future, just mention my name and everyone will give you face. Lin Fei squinted. Do you know who I hate the most? It's greedy people like you. Before I get angry, scram as far as you can. Tu-san laughed. Haha, you want me to scram? How arrogant. 1 billion vital crystals would have been enough, but you refused to accept my offer. Now hand it all over. Do it. If they did not give him face, Tu-san would rob them of all their vital crystals. When he handed over a portion, who would dare to make things difficult for him? You have a death wish. Lin Fei scoffed coldly. He opened his eyes and a black sword gleam shot out. This was the eye sword that could be used after cultivating to a certain level. The gaze contained the meaning of sword intent. It was an extraordinary magical technique. The crowd saw 2 sword gleams flash by. Tu-san's 2 helpers were sent flying and fell to the ground, losing the ability to fight. Everyone was shocked by this. This was too powerful. After all, both of them had mystique venerable rank abilities. What a powerful eye sword divine power. When did the eye sword divine power become so powerful? One strike and it heavily injured the opponent. Among those present, there was no lack of people who cultivated the eye sword divine power. After all, this divine power was a common divine power in the divine sword sect. Countless people cultivated it. However, they never thought that the eye sword divine power that they cultivated could be so powerful. It was completely beyond their imagination. Was it not the eye sword? Many people began to doubt it. Tu-san's expression changed slightly. Although the 2 helpers he brought had yet to cultivate their primordial spirits, they were also good fighters. Now they were defeated in 2 strikes. It seemed too fast. Tu-san was very confident in his own abilities. You have some skills. Unfortunately, you have fallen into my hands. It's not up to you anymore. Tu-san smirked and took out a treasure. It was a golden round plate that expanded infinitely and covered Lin Fei. If he was covered, he would be suppressed immediately. How dare you take out a piece of scrap metal? The crowd did not see his opponent make any moves. It was as if he had stabbed with his sword. The huge golden plate in the sky was split into 2 under everyone's watchful eyes and fell to the ground with a clang. The saying was true. This treasure had turned into scrap metal. Tu-san has lost. When the crowd saw the sword stop in between Tu-san's brows, they were shocked. They could not see how Tu-san had attacked and he had been defeated just like that. Don't kill me. I'm from the Sword God Guild. Tu-san's face was pale and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. The treasure was broken by the sword and he had lost control. Naturally, he was injured. At that moment, being injured was a small matter. What was important was the sword gleam in front of him. If his opponent loosened his grip, he would be severely injured even if he did not die. Danger enveloped his entire body. Slap. Lin Fei walked up and slapped Tu-san to the ground. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Why don't you continue to be arrogant? Lin Fei squinted his eyes. Don't go overboard. Lin Fei gave him 2 more slaps, 1 on each side. I won't talk nonsense with you. Hand over all the vital energy crystals on you. Otherwise, I don't mind stripping you and hanging you outside for everyone to see. How dare you? Tu-san swallowed the 2 words. The sword gleam in between his brows shone with a dangerous aura. At that moment, Tu-san regretted. If he had known that his opponent was so powerful, he would not have attacked. However, 1 billion vital energy crystals was an irresistible temptation. Do you know the consequences of offending the Sword God Guild? Lin Fei laughed coldly in his heart. He had even destroyed a projection of the young master and killed a saint. He had already offended the Godly Sword Assembly long ago. Now that he had offended another one, it wasn't a big deal. It was normal. You don't have to worry about that as long as you hand over the vital energy crystals. Tu San knew that if he did not agree, his opponent would definitely do it. If he was hung on a tree, his reputation would be ruined. Chapter 451. P.S. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan for the tip. Ruthless, truly ruthless. Who knows who this kid is? At least 30 million Zhenyuan crystals were robbed just now. He's really bold to rob Tu San despite knowing that he's from the Sword God Guild. He's awesome, but once the Sword God Guild takes revenge, this kid will be out of luck. Let's go and see which peak this disciple is from. Everyone watched him leave and started discussing. Some people hesitated before deciding to follow him to see what was going on. However, no one could remember who this young man was. Many people thought he was a disciple who had returned from training outside. There were many disciples in the Sword God Guild. Apart from training in the sect, many of them had been training outside, only returning after they had made some progress. It was normal that many powerful juniors and seniors didn't know each other. Lin Fei didn't care what they thought. He was in a good mood after getting 30 million Zhenyuan crystals for free. Who wouldn't be happy to get something for free? Revenge? Revenge from the Sword God Guild? Who cares? Even if they didn't come looking for him, Lin Fei would come looking for them. This feud was destined to be irreconcilable. Scouts? The Blood Sword Peak was right in front of him. Lin Fei frowned. There were many scouts hiding in the vicinity, several times more than before he left. These scouts hid well. If Lin Fei's strength hadn't improved greatly, he would have ignored them. No matter who you are, get out of here. If there's a next time, it won't be so simple. A cold voice exploded in the ears of the scouts, and a miserable figure fell out of the void. When they saw everyone falling out, their faces were full of anger. However, when they saw Lin Fei, their expressions changed and their hearts trembled. Lin Fei is back. Their target was back. As scouts, they knew who their target was. It was naturally a surprise to see him return. Their qi and blood were tumbling, and they were already injured. They could feel the other party's anger and left tactfully to report the situation. They were hiding in the void, and ordinary people couldn't see them. They were naturally no match for Lin Fei, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At least you know your place. Lin Fei charged towards Bloodsword Mountain. When Lin Fei entered the Bloodsword Mountain, the people who followed him were dumbfounded. It's him, he's the peerless genius Lin Fei. They wore expressions of disbelief. The young man in the black robe was the genius Lin Fei that they had been talking about. They didn't expect it, they really didn't expect it. In this year, the biggest event in the sect was the Dynasty Battlefield. The sect accepted a peerless genius, and it was a loose immortal patriarch who personally accepted him. If it was just a peerless genius, they wouldn't care. Genius. Rank 1 sects did not lack genius disciples. Absolute geniuses were only slightly better than geniuses, so it was not considered much. The peerless genius this time was different. He had comprehended the invincible sword intent before the age of 100 and defeated the geniuses of the dynasty. The most terrifying thing was that he had survived the attack of the Saber sect's loose immortal patriarch. This was the most unacceptable thing. Everyone knew how strong the loose immortal patriarch was. It was already amazing that he didn't die, but he even injured a drop of the patriarch's blood. They didn't dare to think about such an impressive battle record, and they had never thought about it. If it wasn't for the rumors and the Saber sect's silence, they might not believe that all this was true. The new junior brother was so strong that he could actually injure the loose immortal patriarch. Even if it was just a drop of blood, it was an amazing battle record that few people in the Divine Sword sect could compare to. When they recognized that Lin Fei was the peerless genius who injured the Saber sect's patriarch, they couldn't help but feel lucky that they didn't make a move. If they had made a move, they would have been the unlucky ones. No wonder they sold the demonic resentment in such a high-profile manner. No wonder they weren't worried that the true essence crystals would be taken away. No wonder they weren't worried that the sword god would take revenge. All this was because Lin Fei was a peerless genius. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to suppress a peerless genius like Lin Fei, so they had to have a certain amount of strength. How terrifying! Our sect is going to have another peerless genius. No wonder Martial Uncle's sect leader called them back. It's to nurture a peerless genius like Lin Fei. How many people in our Divine Sword sect are qualified to have a loose immortal patriarch as a master? It's really infuriating to compare oneself to others. I'm already happy that I've become an inner disciple. After they left, the news spread quickly. The peerless genius who injured the loose immortal patriarch on the dynasty's battlefield had returned. The Bloodsword Peak belonged to the peerless genius. After the news spread, the people who wanted to attack the Bloodsword Peak were all scared out of their wits. Damn it, what should we do now? If they knew that the young man was the peerless genius Lin Fei, they wouldn't dare to rob him even if they were given 100 guts. The only thing they could do now was to thank the heavens that the other party didn't cause trouble for them. After that, it was the core disciples and personal disciples. After hearing that there would be a conflict between the peerless genius and the Divine Sword sect, they decisively chose to wait and see. After all, as a senior disciple, no one was willing to have a peerless genius overshadow their brilliance. It was fine for the core disciples, especially the personal disciples. As a first-grade sect, the Divine Sword sect could do whatever they wanted outside if they could become an inner disciple. Needless to say, the core disciples were admired by everyone. The personal disciples were incredible. Each of them was a proud son of heaven with countless halos above their heads. They had great power in the Divine Sword sect. Now that a peerless genius had suddenly appeared, the personal disciples were the most unhappy. It seemed that their brilliance had been overshadowed, and they had lost a lot of their brilliance. This was not what they wanted, so they disliked this peerless genius Lin Fei from the bottom of their hearts. Many people wanted to find him for a spar so that they could defeat him in front of everyone. Unfortunately, they couldn't find him. As a result, a year passed in the blink of an eye. They were very surprised to hear this news. Their original intention to spar also faded. Those who could become personal disciples were already first-class figures in the Divine Sword sect. Many secrets in the eyes of others were not secrets at all in their hearts. They heard that Lin Fei had a conflict with the Divine Sword sect. They were all gloating. Long ago, they found out from secret channels that there was a big conflict between Lin Fei and the Divine Sword sect. This conflict was hard to resolve. Without guessing, they knew that it would definitely be a big storm. Naturally, they wouldn't make a move. With the Divine Sword sect as the vanguard, they were happy to watch. Chapter 452. How dare you? Who allowed you to barge in? After Lin Fei entered, a loud shout was heard, and a huge black shadow came crashing down from the sky with a shocking momentum. Lin Fei lightly swung his body, and the black shadow was sent flying 100 miles away. King Kong. It was none other than King Kong. In this 1 year, his strength had risen rapidly. He had already reached the intermediate stage of the Profound King realm. That attack just now was comparable to the advanced stage of the Profound King realm. Master, you're finally back. Just as Vajra was about to smash down a second time, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. He immediately stopped and revealed a joyful expression. Lin Fei waved his sleeve and landed on the Bloodsword Peak with King Kong. All the servants of the Bloodsword Mountain had come towards this peerless genius Lin Fei. These servants prostrated themselves in admiration. Their master was so powerful that they, as servants, would have a lot of face when they walked outside. Very soon, Lin Fei noticed the difference. There were many more demonic beast servants on the Bloodsword Peak, which had never been seen before. Master, those demonic beasts were subdued within the Divine Sword School's territory. King Kong was rather proud of himself. Ever since Lin Fei left, King Kong seemed to have nothing to do, so he went out to look for demonic beasts. There were many demonic beasts in the Bloodsword Mountain, and they all migrated here. As long as you have the strength, you can subdue demonic beasts and make them loyal servants. King Kong did not do anything else, but he often went to spar with demonic beasts. Over time, he subdued many demonic beasts, and there were many more demonic beasts on the Bloodsword Peak. Why aren't you guys coming out to greet the new master? King Kong roared at them, looking very majestic. This King Kong has done a good deed. He has increased the strength of the Blood Sword Mountain for no reason. Lin Fei was very satisfied with the beast he had subdued. The weakest of these demonic beasts was at the Mystic King intermediate stage. Some of the stronger ones were at the Profound Sovereign realm. Their talents were not bad. If they were properly nurtured, they could become powerful demonic beasts. Lin Fei naturally couldn't avoid praising him. Then he released Obsidian. As soon as Obsidian came out, all the servants immediately felt a huge pressure. If they didn't restrain it, all the servants would kneel on the ground. The aura of a sage was not something they could resist. Only people like Lin Fei could ignore the aura of a sage. No one else can. In the main hall, Lin Fei sat at the head of the table. Jin Gang briefly explained what had happened in the past year. It was nothing big, just some outsiders trying to break into the Blood Sword Mountain. Master, it's great that you're back. Those Tom, Dick, and Harry won't dare to barge in anymore. King Kong gritted his teeth when he mentioned this. Obsidian had already become the #1 fighter, so he volunteered. Master, these damn guys dare to ignore Master. Let me deal with them, kill and cripple them. For a year, Lin Fei had already understood Obsidian's temperament. This guy was purely a troublemaker. Hairball was also full of bad ideas under the bewitchment of Little Black. She was clearly a bad child. Lin Fei knew very well that if he allowed Little Black to make a move, he did not know what kind of trouble it would cause. He immediately snorted coldly. From today onwards, you'd better behave yourself. This place isn't the Heavenly Demon Nation. This is the Divine Sword Sect. If you get into trouble, the itinerant immortal patriarch will be the first to deal with you. Obsidian's heart skipped a beat. Only then did he remember to change the place. This was the first grade sect, the Divine Sword Sect. His sage was very powerful, but there were many powerhouses in a first-grade sect. If a sage expert came out, Obsidian would have a headache, not to mention the Emperor behind him. Master, I'm sorry. Jin Gang, who was at the side, was dumbfounded. A sage, a dignified sage, was scolded to immediately admit his mistake. Master was too mighty. Subsequently, Jin Gang felt pressure, tremendous pressure. Jin Gang was very calm before. When he saw that his master brought back a subordinate of a sage, Jin Gang felt tremendous pressure. He was afraid that his position would soon be replaced. No, absolutely not. If he was replaced, he would soon be forgotten. His master needed a powerful helper. If he did not improve his strength, he would be marginalized. Although Jin Gang was a pet, he also knew honor and disgrace. He did not want to lose his master's favor because of the appearance of this person. A group of Tom, Dick, and Harry, they can't do anything. Lin Fei did not take them seriously. From today onwards, I will be in seclusion for 3 days. During this period, no outsiders are allowed to come in. The apprenticeship ceremony was 7 days later. Lin Fei must first cultivate his primordial spirit, and then improve his strength. With his current strength, he could complete it in less than 7 days. Don't worry, Master. With us here, no one can come in. Jin Gang patted his chest. My stick doesn't have eyes. I will hit them. After I come out, I will help you improve your strength. Lin Fei glanced at Jin Gang. Jin Gang was a mutated monster. His potential was superior. If he was properly trained, he could become a master. Thank you, Master. Jin Gang was beaming with joy. His master did not forget him. Half a day after returning to the Bloodsword Peak, Lin Fei arranged everything and directly went into seclusion. As soon as Lin Fei left, Hairball flew out and patted her stomach. Jin Gang, I am hungry. I want to eat. Obsidian rolled his eyes. Boss Hairball, I just saw a good place. I guarantee that I will eat to my heart's content. In the secret room, Lin Fei did not know that Hairball was going to bring him trouble. With my strength, I could have cultivated my primordial spirit half a year ago. However, because I have been killing monsters to level up, I finally have some free time now. I can cultivate my primordial spirit in one go. A light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. Without cultivating the primordial spirit, no matter how strong he was, there was still a guarantee of safety. After cultivating the primordial spirit, it would be completely different. Immortality of the primordial spirit was equivalent to immortality of the body. Come out. The mountain of primordial spirit crystals were the primordial spirit crystals that were exchanged. Lin Fei took a deep breath. The huge whirlpool turned into a black hole. Countless primordial spirit crystals were swallowed in one gulp. He began to refine them with all his strength. Absorb, refine, and the cycle began again. Lin Fei's aura was constantly increasing. 3 days later, Lin Fei's aura reached its peak. It is time to cultivate the primordial spirit. Lin Fei opened his eyes and knew that he was at the most suitable time for refining. Primordial spirit, immortality. Condense the primordial spirit. In an instant, Lin Fei became incomparably holy. In the depths of his consciousness, the swimming soul began to condense. This process required a certain amount of time. In addition to time, it required a large amount of primordial spirit. Generally, an upper mystique venerable powerhouse would only dare to condense the primordial spirit after their primordial spirit had reached a certain level. Otherwise, once they lost the support of the primordial spirit, it would be greatly affected. Primordial spirit surged into the soul. The illusory soul began to condense. Let's go all out and achieve the primordial spirit. Whoosh whoosh. Chapter 453. In the secret chamber 3 days later, an excited voice came. Haha. I've finally become a primordial spirit expert. After expending a large amount of true essence, Lin Fei finally achieved his wish of becoming a primordial spirit expert. As long as the primordial spirit didn't die, the body wouldn't be destroyed. Only after becoming a primordial spirit would one know the wonders of the primordial spirit and understand the meaning of immortality. After becoming a primordial spirit, no wonder my resistance to the soul will increase. My strength instantly increased. Lin Fei sized up his primordial spirit. My strength has increased countless times, and I'm no longer in the form of a ghost. Even though his primordial spirit was still very weak, he could already see that it was extraordinary. After becoming a primordial spirit, the innate advantage was clear at a glance. Even if he encountered a soul secret technique, his primordial spirit could withstand it and not be seriously injured. Primordial spirit experts were generally not afraid of soul secret techniques. Of course, if the soul secret technique was very powerful, then it would be an exception. Now that I have a primordial spirit, the power of the Godslayer secret technique should be higher. Those primordial spirit experts won't be able to block it easily. Lin Fei thought. After the Godslayer secret technique becomes stronger, the Godslayer secret technique can also become one of my trump cards. After cultivating the primordial spirit, he needed to consolidate it. Others needed to consolidate in the demonic nation. Lin Fei was different. He directly cultivated the Akala Sutra and meditated to form the Akala Sutra to consolidate his primordial spirit. It had to be said that the Akala Sutra had an extraordinary effect on consolidating the primordial spirit. Other people often needed a long time to consolidate, but Lin Fei was more than 10 times more than others. He could almost see the primordial spirit change. A day later, the primordial spirit was completely consolidated. If this news were to spread outside, everyone would probably be dumbfounded. Monstrous, too monstrous. To completely consolidate the primordial spirit in a day, how many people in the Sword God School could do it? After the primordial spirit was consolidated, Lin Fei could feel the compatibility between his body and primordial spirit. His fighting will had also been tempered. Compared to before, he could move as he pleased. 2 days before the ceremony, Lin Fei came out of seclusion. The primordial spirit was completely consolidated, and the remaining primordial spirit crystals were also completely refined. The current Lin Fei's entire body was emitting a powerful aura. His entire body seemed to have inexhaustible power. It was a truly powerful feeling. Lin Fei was the only one who could increase his strength so quickly in such a short time. Lin Fei was rather surprised that he could not find Hairball, King Kong, and the others after he came out of isolated cultivation. He did not look for them either, as he was not worried that anything would happen in the Divine Sword School. As long as he did not leave the Divine Sword Sect's territory, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. The Pink Rose Blue Fairy took the initiative to visit. Lin Fei removed the array formation and let Fairy Lan Kai in. He was actually quite surprised that she had taken the initiative to visit. Why is she here? Fairy Lan Kai didn't come alone. She also brought a young man. Junior brother Lin Fei, you really hid it from us. Fairy Lan Kai took the initiative to speak first with a smile. Looking at this young junior brother in front of her, Fairy Lan Kai really couldn't relate this legendary scene together. This junior brother was young, but he had already done great things, especially when he attacked an itinerant immortal elder and survived. Everyone in the Divine Sword School knew about this, and they could not help but sigh when they saw him again. Lin Fei blinked. Well, I didn't mean to lie to you. You didn't ask back then. Fairy Lan Kai did not know whether to laugh or cry. This junior brother was still quibbling. After thinking about it carefully, it was true. Who would have thought that he was a peerless genius and mistaken him for that senior brother of hers? She invited the two into the basilica, and servants immediately served tea. Your presence brings light to my humble dwelling, senior sister. Lin Fei smiled. Before Fairy Lan Kai came, she was still worried. Now that she saw Lin Fei's appearance, she felt very comfortable. This young junior brother was not old, but he had cultivated to this level for no reason. He was far superior to ordinary people. When she saw Mystic Venerable One's strength, the rippling primordial spirit aura was shocked again. It had only been a short while, but Lin Fei had advanced again. This was clearly a primordial spirit aura. Congratulations on advancing to Mystic Venerable One, junior brother. You've become a primordial spirit powerhouse and are immortal. Lin Fei chuckled. After returning, I had an epiphany, so I advanced. Fairy Lan Kai had seen many genius disciples, but none of them could be as indifferent as Lin Fei. It was as if advancing to the next level was not important. What was important was that he had advanced from Mystic Sovereign to Mystic Venerable in just a year. How would the other genius disciples look at him? They would be ashamed. Fairy Lan Kai was scared just thinking about this kind of peerless talent. She remembered that it took her a full 10 years to advance from Mystic Sovereign to Mystic Venerable One. Lin Fei had only taken a year. This gap made Fairy Lan Kai feel pressured, and she decisively chose not to talk about it. Fairy Lan Kai changed the topic and said, Senior sister took the liberty to visit because I want to make a deal with you, junior brother. You too, senior brother? I'm Chu Fei, a member of the Shocking Heavens Association, Chu Fei said politely. He had a clear understanding of Lin Fei's information. He was shocked that he had advanced to this level in such a short time. Chu Fei's impression of him changed greatly because of this speed of advancement, which made him a peerless genius. Lin Fei knew about the Shocking Heavens Association. This Shocking Heavens Association was also a huge organization in the Divine Sword Sect. According to levels, the Divine Sword Sect was the strongest in the Divine Sword Sect, followed by the Pink Rose and the Shocking Heavens Association. The latter two organizations were very strong, and together, they could contend against the Divine Sword Sect. Lin Fei was shocked when he heard about the Shocking Heavens Association. Why was this organization looking for him too? The important thing was the deal. What kind of deal was worth coming here personally? So it's Brother Chu Fei. It's an honor to meet you. The visitor was polite, so Lin Fei was naturally polite as well. Forgive me for being ignorant, but what kind of deal do you want to make, senior sister? Fairy Lan Kai did not hide anything. I heard that junior brother sold a lot of heavenly demon grievances. We want to buy a batch of heavenly demon grievances from you. So it was for the heavenly demon grievances. This thing was good stuff. They guessed that he had heavenly demon grievances on him. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. Heavenly demon grievances were of good quality and poor quality. The ones that were sold a few days ago were of poor quality. As for the grievances of the heavenly demon generals and heavenly demon marshals, they were collected separately. Lin Fei understood this better than anyone else. Senior sister, are you preparing to refine heavenly demon thunder? Lin Fei suddenly turned his head and asked. Junior brother is right. We are indeed preparing to refine heavenly demon thunder. Fairy Lan Kai did not hide anything. Heavenly demon thunder was good stuff. Lin Fei knew that it was a treasure for large-scale attacks. The better the quality, the more powerful the heavenly demon thunder. How much do you want? Chapter 454. In fact, Lin Fei did not care much about the heavenly demon grievances. In his opinion, this thing would not be of much use other than exchanging vital essence crystals. Selling it to the Startling Heavens Association and Pink Rose would undoubtedly earn him a favor. However, Lin Fei's stock was all high-grade heavenly demon grievances, and the quality was far superior to ordinary heavenly demon grievances. As mentioned, the quality was high, the refined items would naturally be superior. I don't really have any requests. I just want Senior Sister to help me refine some heavenly demon thunder. Lin Fei's request was very simple. The demonic thunder was not bad, it was a good thing to injure people. The resentment of a demonic imp or the resentment of a demonic king, it was clear which was stronger. It was definitely a good thing to cheat people. Fairy Long Kai and Chu Fei were quite surprised. This junior brother Lin Fei was easier to negotiate than they had imagined. Don't worry, junior brother Lin Fei. Leave this small matter to us. Chu Fei patted his chest and promised. When Lin Fei took out the heavenly demon grievances, both of them were shocked again. Initially, they wanted some heavenly demon grievances of heavenly demon generals. They did not expect Lin Fei to give them the level of heavenly demon generals, which was beyond their imagination. This trip was worth it. They all knew that Lin Fei was a monster. But when they saw the heavenly demon grievances, they realized how monstrous he was. How many heavenly demons would he need to kill? At least they could not do it at the moment. They were both at the Mystique Venerable rank, but the difference in strength was more than one level. It was impossible for them to hunt it. The heavenly demon generals had already surprised them. However, when Lin Fei handed over the heavenly demon king level heavenly demon grievances, Fairy Long Kai and Chu Fei were speechless. This was too outrageous. Heavenly demon kings were saint level. How could they be defeated so easily? There seemed to be a lot of them. How many heavenly demon kings would they have to kill? Using the heavenly demon king's grievances to refine the heavenly demon thunder, the two of them could not help but feel pressured. If they were not careful, even a sage would be seriously injured. Junior brother, you're really impressive. Chu Fei sighed. Lin Fei chuckled and didn't say anything. As for explaining anything, that would be too pretentious. After chatting for a while, Chu Fei left first, leaving Fairy Long Kai behind. What's the matter, senior sister? Lin Fei asked. Fairy Long Kai said, Junior brother, you have to be especially careful when it comes to itinerant immortal patriarchs taking in disciples. What's wrong? Did senior sister hear the news? Lin Fei said, Junior brother doesn't know much about accepting disciples. Please explain it to me. Even though he had obtained memories from Snake 7, Lin Fei's heart wasn't too clear about the ceremony of accepting a disciple. He had always been confused about it. Originally, he thought that the Sword God would be the first to take revenge after returning from the demonic nation. He didn't expect them to give up. Now that he suddenly heard it, he immediately understood what was going on. Perhaps this was the reason. Fairy Long Kai did not leave because of this. She wanted to remind junior brother in case he was schemed against. Moreover, she had received many favors, so she naturally had to mention this matter. Junior brother seems to have offended the Sword God Society, right? Fairy Long Kai asked. Lin Fei nodded. I have indeed offended them. Junior brother, you have to be careful in the future. The people from the Sword God Society are very overbearing. If it isn't a big problem, I will try to help you talk to them. Fairy Long Kai said. Lin Fei shook his head. There's no need to trouble senior sister. Senior sister, please make it clear when you want to accept a disciple. Lin Fei was clearer than anyone about the conflict between him and the Sword God Society. After killing their saint, this matter wouldn't end peacefully. Peaceful resolution? It was all a big joke. He was willing, but they might not be willing. Not to mention he would not compromise either. Even if Sword God personally took action, naturally he wouldn't say the details. Fairy Long Kai did not continue asking. She just sighed in her heart. However, at the same time she made up her mind. If Sword God Society went overboard, she would go all out and ask senior sister for help. Sword God Society would not dare to not give her face. Once Lin Fei became a disciple of a rogue immortal old ancestor, even Sword God Society would have to be wary. Junior brother's master must be one of the rogue immortal old ancestors. If it was a normal disciple acceptance ceremony, there wouldn't be a problem. However, junior brother is different. The rogue immortal old ancestor has not accepted a disciple for hundreds of years. Therefore, this time the old ancestor's disciple acceptance ceremony can't be missed. That is the challenge of various geniuses. Few core disciples would dare to take action. Personal disciples will definitely take action. Even the higher-ups of Sword God Society will have to be mentally prepared. Don't fall for this and affect your future. Fairy Lon Kai's expression was solemn. Challenge. Lin Fei raised his eyebrows. This is a list of personal disciples. Junior brother, take a look at it when you have time. It would be good to be prepared for them. Fairy Lon Kai took out a list. Lin Fei was very grateful. Thank you, senior sister. After sending Fairy Lon Kai off, a cold glint flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. Challenge and ruin their reputation? Lin Fei could guess with his but that this was the Sword God Society's plan. An honorable plan. If this had happened a year ago, Lin Fei might have had a headache. Personal disciples were at least mystique venerable ones at great perfection, and their combat effectiveness was at beginner sage. However, things were different now. After a year of cultivation, they already had the ability to fight. Personal disciples were nothing but clowns. Sword God Society, if you really want to fight, I don't mind letting you suffer. Lin Fei's murderous intent surged. Then he flipped open the list in his hand. Lin Fei was quite grateful for this list. He was not worried about the core disciples. However, there were some powerful figures among the personal disciples. This was something that Lin Fei had to pay attention to. No matter how powerful a person was, they had to understand their opponent and understand everything about them. Lu Qiqi, Taoist name Qingyun, mystique venerable ones at great perfection, proficient in whip techniques. An itinerant immortal patriarch was recruiting a disciple. This news had long spread like wildfire. It had been 100 years since the Sword God sect recruited a disciple. In particular, there were very few who were worthy of being recruited by an itinerant immortal patriarch. In order to recruit a peerless genius like Lin Fei, the itinerant immortal patriarchs who had gone out to cultivate also returned one after another. It was hard not to be surprised that they wanted to recruit him. However, such a grand event was very difficult for the core disciples and personal disciples to accept, especially the veteran disciples. The Sword God sect was worthy of being recruited by an itinerant immortal patriarch because they had outstanding aptitude. As for becoming a personal disciple or a core disciple, each of them had outstanding aptitude. Now that someone had been accepted as a disciple by an itinerant immortal patriarch, they were naturally very dissatisfied. This dissatisfaction accumulated into jealousy, especially when they learned that Lin Fei had come out of the heavenly demonic nation. His strength had improved greatly, and he had beaten up the people of the Sword God Society. He was so arrogant and did not take them, the veteran disciples, seriously. This made them even more unhappy. Chapter 455. P.S. There was supposed to be an update yesterday, but who would have thought that during the renovation upstairs, they accidentally disconnected the Lightcats cable. As a result, the network was only restored now. I'm sorry, everyone. The updates have been intermittent for the past few days. I'll be breaking out next month. A year's time. Everyone in the Divine Sword Gate knew about it. The exceptional genius, Lin Fei, would be accepted as a disciple by one of the great ancestors. This disciple would not be a nominal disciple, but a real disciple. Once accepted as a disciple by the great ancestor, he could do whatever he wanted in the Divine Sword Gate. Who wouldn't be envious, jealous, and jealous? On this day, as the sun rose, the golden sunlight shone on the square of the Divine Sword Gate, indicating the arrival of a new day. The great ancestor's disciple recruitment was also held today. Countless people were thinking about this day. As the sun rose, people came and went in the square. They gathered in groups of 3 to 5 and started discussing. The target of their discussion was only Lin Fei. I really don't know what kind of talent Lin Fei has. If he becomes the great ancestor's disciple, he will surpass us. Then we will have cultivated for nothing. What's there to be nervous about? Do you think Lin Fei can become the great ancestor's disciple? Who doesn't know that the senior disciples are rubbing their palms together? They will definitely give Lin Fei a show of strength. Yes. Once the senior disciples take action, Lin Fei will embarrass himself. If he embarrasses himself in front of the great ancestor, it will be difficult for him to become the great ancestor's disciple. No wonder I see the senior disciples who have been cultivating outside returning one after another. It seems that they are all here for Lin Fei. There will be a good show to watch. That's right. With Lin Fei's strength, he will be ruthlessly crushed in front of the senior brothers. Not everyone can become the great ancestor's disciple. Without extraordinary strength, he will only embarrass himself. He can forget about raising his head in the sect in the future. Most of the people who were discussing were senior disciples. They could not bear to see a newcomer surpassing them. For a moment, everyone thought that Lin Fei would not become the great ancestor's disciple. Look everyone! Senior brother Qingfeng is here. Suddenly someone shouted. I know the person beside senior Qingfeng. He seems to be senior Shaoshan. His strength is extremely tyrannical. What do they count as? They're just core disciples. Look over there, those are the true experts. Senior brother Minghai is here. Senior apprentice brother Illumination is here as well. They are all personal disciples. One powerful senior brother after another kept appearing, and every one of them would cause an uproar. Towards the end, everyone became numb. Even some of the senior brothers who were usually in seclusion came out. The 5 tigers of the Heaven-Shocking Society are here. I didn't expect them to come back too. 5 black silhouettes flew over from the horizon, exuding a powerful pressure that made people feel suffocated. The newcomer was immediately recognized. The 5 tiger generals of the Heaven-Shocking Society had a resounding reputation in the sect. They didn't descend. They stayed in the sky and looked down from above like gods looking down on mortals. They indeed had the strength to do so. It's been 100 years. I didn't expect to see such a grand event again. The tall Wang Yong said lightly. This junior brother Lin Fei isn't simple to be able to survive the hands of a loose immortal patriarch. I really want to spar with him. A delicate-looking young man subconsciously licked the corner of his mouth. This way, I didn't rush back from outside in vain. I don't think there's a need for a spar. I wonder how many people want to spar with him. A red-clothed woman in the middle chuckled. I think it's better for us to watch the show. Following the appearance of the experts from the Heaven-Shocking Society, many experts from the Pink Rose arrived as well. The scene was lively, and they had a good relationship with the Heaven-Shocking Society. Hence, they quickly started chatting while waiting for the appearance of the patriarch. It wouldn't be easy to see the true appearance of the patriarch at this time of the year. The loose immortal patriarch didn't come and go without a trace. It was rather rare for several loose immortal patriarchs to appear at the same time. The experts from the Sword God Society are here too. When another group of people appeared on the horizon, the sky was suddenly empty. The influence of the Sword God Society was evident. When they saw the lineup of the Sword God Society, all the disciples present were surprised. The Sword God Society is really going all out this time. I didn't expect them to come. 3 sages. Looks like the rumors are true. Lin Fei and the Sword God Society have a lot of conflicts. Otherwise, why would they be sent here? Lin Fei is in trouble now. It looks like they don't want junior brother Lin Fei to have an easy time. After recognizing the 3 experts from the Sword God Society, all kinds of speculations began to spread. He's just a mystique venerable rank kid. No matter how strong he is, he's just a prospective sage. I can kill that kid with 1 finger. Zhou Zhongming sneered. Why do the 3 of us have to come together? In fact, we're not really going to make a move. Don't forget that we're not the only experts cultivating in the Sword God Society. Some of us will definitely make a move. Brother Guanghan is right. He's just a mystique venerable rank. There's no need for us sages to make a move. That kid doesn't have the right. These 3 sages of the Sword God Society would not dare to make a move against Lin Fei in front of everyone for the time being. In the eyes of others, they would be bullying the weak. They would not make a move unless it was a critical moment. Sages had dignity. They would not make a move casually. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to lowering their own status. They were not that stupid. Brother Fong, there are so many experts here today. Do you think that Lin Fei wants to become the elder ancestor's disciple? In another part of the sky, Fong Wen looked down with a cold gaze. Thank you for your reminder that day, Brother Qin. Otherwise, I would have done something stupid. Fong Wen shook his head. I've already arranged for someone to avenge Brother Bai. Qin Kai said. Nothing was leaked, right? You should know that if you do anything serious in front of the elder ancestor, he'll definitely see through it. Not everyone can withstand the elder ancestor's anger. Fong said confidently, "I've already arranged everything. I'm 100% sure that no one will notice anything wrong." Qin Kai did not continue asking. "The rogue immortal elder is here. Elder Ancestor Nine Fingers. Elder Ancestor Mad Sword." Figures walked out of the void in the sky. The rogue immortal elder emitted an oppressive aura that no one dared to look directly at. Even the sages showed a respectful expression. The elder ancestor was a top-notch expert in the continent. Every single one of the elder ancestors had powerful battle prowess. Any one of these elder ancestors was an existence that could stomp their feet in the outside world. Today they were fortunate enough to see all of them. There was a total of 6 rogue immortal elders. This already made the eyes of all the disciples below green with envy. 6 rogue immortal elders wanted to take him in as a disciple. Was that Lin Fei really that monstrous? Chapter 456. The 6 itinerant immortal patriarchs were Patriarch Nine Fingers, Patriarch Crazy Sword, Patriarch Ruoshui, Patriarch Rock, and Patriarch Hegemon Sword. Among them, Patriarch Ruoshui was the only female. Patriarch Rock was a mutated demonic beast. No matter which one of these 6 loose immortal patriarchs, they were all existences that everyone in the sect looked up to. This time, for the sake of accepting a disciple, all 6 patriarchs appeared at the same time. Nine Fingers, where's Lin Fei? Patriarch Crazy Sword's eyes were sharp. Patriarch Nine Fingers smiled. Don't worry. Lin Fei is down there. We'll have time to get to know him. Let's see how much Lin Fei has improved over the past year. Naturally, Nine-Fingered Old Ancestor understood what Mad Sword Patriarch meant. All the patriarchs present wanted to recruit Lin Fei as a disciple. Even though they were patriarchs, they could not resist the temptation of a demonic genius who had comprehended the invincible sword will. There were too many disciples in the Divine Sword School, but the itinerant immortal patriarchs rarely accepted disciples. Unless one was exceptionally talented, one could forget about becoming a disciple of the patriarchs. It was rare for all 6 patriarchs to appear at the same time. Nine Fingers is right. Let's get to know Lin Fei first so that we don't hear rumors, Patriarch Ruoshui said lightly. In fact, there was no need for them to suspect anything. However, they emphasized fairness when accepting disciples. That was why the Divine Sword School had been growing stronger. The challenge of accepting disciples was deliberately set by the Divine Sword School to prevent backdoors from appearing. They strived to make sure that every disciple who became a disciple of the patriarchs was a true demonic genius. If not for this reason, Nine Fingers would have immediately accepted Lin Fei as a disciple instead of wasting a year. After Patriarch Ruoshui said this, the other patriarchs had nothing to say. A battle was the best way to test one's strength. Lin Fei, come up to the stage. Nine Fingers' voice was loud and clear, echoing over the square. Everyone knew that the challenge was about to begin. If they defeated Lin Fei, they would become famous in the Divine Sword School. If they were lucky, they would be chosen by the patriarchs. They would not even dare to think about becoming an in-name disciple. Lin Fei arrived very early. Lin Fei was tongue-tied when he saw the 6 patriarchs. The Sword God School was much more powerful than he had imagined. Each of the bodiless immortal patriarchs exuded a pressure that was like an insurmountable mountain. It was as if a bodiless immortal patriarch could crush them mercilessly with just a thought. It was a powerful feeling. Whoosh! Lin Fei soared into the sky and landed on the arena. Disciple Lin Fei greets the patriarchs. Facing the loose immortal patriarch, Lin Fei was neither servile nor overbearing. His body exuded unprecedented confidence. In fact, in Lin Fei's eyes, loose immortal patriarchs were only slightly stronger. They were no different from him in other aspects, so there was no need for him to fear them. This performance naturally satisfied all the loose immortal patriarchs. The loose immortal patriarch could tell that Lin Fei was neither servile nor overbearing. He could tell if it was a forced act or if it really came from him. Especially the strong confidence that came from his body. It was like a flame in the dark night, it was too dazzling. This kid is not bad. Great strength has forged great confidence. This trip was not in vain. The loose immortal patriarchs' hearts were as clear as a mirror. Although they looked expressionless, they were very optimistic about Lin Fei. Are you ready? Old Ancestor Nine Fingers asked with a smile. Lin Fei stood ramrod straight and nodded. I'm ready. I can face the challenge at any time. Then let's begin. At this moment, everyone's eyes lit up. Their opportunity had come. Outstanding people fell in love with the ground and became the patriarch's disciple. A beautiful blueprint kept appearing in their minds. Lin Fei turned around with a fearless look in his eyes. Whoever wants to challenge me, feel free to make your move. At this moment, Lin Fei's fighting spirit was boiling. Fight! Fight! Let me do it! Let me do it! Whoosh! 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 Four core disciples flew out from all four sides of the arena and attacked Lin Fei with a wave of their hands. These four people were smart. They might not be Lin Fei's match in a one-on-one fight, but if the four of them attacked together, Lin Fei would definitely not be able to block them. Moreover, these four people used the 5-element sword technique. Their attack power kept increasing, and it was one of the sword techniques practiced more in the divine sword sect. Open! Lin Fei was as still as a mountain. He waved his hand in the air and pointed 4 times in succession. With a muffled groan, the 4 people who attacked were sent flying and fell on the square. Those who were weak could not see how the 4 core disciples were defeated. Who's next? Lin Fei shouted. When the 6 rogue immortal patriarchs saw this attack, their eyes revealed a different look. This time there were a total of 10 core disciples. Moreover, they were the best among them. Every one of them was stronger than the previous core disciples. When 10 core disciples attacked, even an expert at the early stage of the Saint Realm would have to flee in panic. All kinds of sword intents emerged, enveloping Lin Fei in a rain of swords. This time Lin Fei won't be able to block them. However, before they could finish speaking, everyone saw a white light flash in front of them. The 10 core disciples fell on the ground in a sorry state. In contrast, Lin Fei, who was in the arena, looked very calm. Strong, too strong. Is this a peerless genius? If this is a killing move, won't they all be killed? All the disciples in the square sucked in a breath of cold air. Defeating 10 core disciples in one move, none of them could do it. Who's next? Lin Fei's unmoving aura instantly turned into a sky full of sword intents. Sword chimes resounded in the square. Invincible sword intent. Oh my god, there really is such an invincible sword intent. It makes people unable to resist it. Oh no, this is invincible sword intent. My sword intent is being suppressed. I'm also being suppressed. When the invincible sword intent was released, everyone felt endless suppression. Their sword intents immediately shrunk like frightened children. No matter how they tried to summon them, they could not respond. Everyone started cursing. What was the point of fighting? Their sword intents were being suppressed, and their battle strength was greatly reduced. If they attacked, they would be asking for a beating. Lin Fei, this kid is really ruthless. The rogue immortal patriarchs laughed. Courageous, smart, flexible, worthy of being a peerless genius. He did not seek to be ruthless but to be flexible. This was what peerless geniuses needed. Indeed, it's the legendary invincible sword intent. The invincible sword intent immediately suppressed them. Perhaps only Sword God's Sovereign's Descent sword intent can resist such a sword intent. I must take this Lin Fei as my disciple. Lin Fei will definitely be my disciple. Patriarch has not accepted a disciple for hundreds of years. No one is allowed to snatch him from me. As Lin Fei's invincible sword intent was released, the rogue immortal patriarchs immediately felt like minced meat in their eyes. They wanted to take him for themselves. As rogue immortal patriarchs, who didn't wish to have a powerful disciple under them, they naturally would not miss this opportunity. Who knew when the next disciple recruitment would be? Who would have thought that the rogue immortal patriarchs would fight so fiercely for a disciple? Seeing how the rogue immortal patriarchs fought, Patriarch Nine Fingers didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The personal disciple has made his move. The invincible sword intent formed an absolute sword domain, suppressing the group. The core disciples no longer dared to make a move. Although they all knew that Lin Fei had cultivated the invincible sword intent, they had not seen this sword intent apart from the records, so they did not think it was very powerful. However, when the invincible sword intent pressed down like a mountain, they finally realized the terror of the invincible sword intent. It was an invincible power. In the face of this invincible power, Their sword intent was not even worth mentioning. The invincible suppression had already made them lose confidence. The core disciples had given up, but the personal disciples were different. They would not give up. The personal disciples had to be at great perfection mystique venerable. Although it was said that the invincible sword intent would affect them, in reality it was not too much. They made their move instantly. This time their attacks were even more ferocious than before, fully demonstrating the power of the personal disciples. Anyone who saw them attack could sincerely feel their powerful aura. Slay. Replacing swords with hands, the Godslayer sword technique. Bam 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 bam, a bloody gash was left on the personal disciples' chests. Fresh blood stained their clothes as they were sent flying. They were defeated with just one strike. They were defeated so thoroughly and directly. Who knew that was a sword technique just now? It was too sharp. The sword technique contained endless killing intent. This is a killing sword technique. I can feel it. What a terrifying sword technique. They had thought that the personal disciples could force Lin Fei to use his full strength. However, a casual strike from the other party had defeated the proud personal disciples. They could not accept such an outcome. The gap between them could not be so huge. After a year of killing monsters and leveling up, Lin Fei had cultivated the Godslayer and Demon Slayer sword technique to the extreme. His first move was a thunderous strike. It was a true killing sword technique. After killing a large number of heavenly demons, the killing intent contained caused the power of Lin Fei's attack to increase instantly. If he had been wielding the killing sword, this strike would not have been as simple as just injuring them. It would have killed them directly. The direct disciples who were preparing to attack felt a dense killing intent from this sword. The soaring killing intent made them feel fearful and shocked at Lin Fei. How many killings did he have to go through to accumulate such killing intent? The personal disciples were panicking. This was the first time that the sage disciples who had been watching felt danger from Lin Fei. This kid was very dangerous. When Lin Fei used this sword technique, the rogue immortal patriarchs were surprised. Killing sword technique. This is actually a killing sword technique. Patriarch Crazy Sword was crazy for sword fanatic. I didn't expect that Lin Fei is walking the path of a massacre sword immortal. Despite gathering such killing intent, it did not affect him. As expected of a monstrous genius. Patriarch Crazy Sword also said. A massacre sword immortal has not appeared for 1,000 years. Patriarch Hegemon Sword revealed a look of joy. This Lin Fei is suitable to be my disciple. He is suitable for my Hegemon Sword Dao. Nonsense. Lin Fei belongs to my Kuan-Peng lineage. Patriarch Kuan-Peng coldly snorted. In the arena, Lin Fei did not know that he had become a hot commodity in the eyes of the rogue immortal patriarchs. Who wants to challenge me? Zhong Zheng's loud voice once again spread throughout the square. Lin Fei's strength surprised everyone. Chapter 457. Who wants to challenge me? At this moment, these 4 words carried great significance. Powerful. Absolutely powerful. Unprecedentedly powerful. It instantly changed everyone's opinion and established the concept of power in their hearts. Lin Fei's strength inadvertently told them a truth. Attainment level was not essential. Combat power was absolute. Using Mystique Venerable One's combat power to suppress opponents of the same generation, and more than 10 people. This was true combat power. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'm not afraid. If that was the case, the Divine Sword Sect would no longer be a rank 1 sect. Lin Fei's words undoubtedly infuriated them. This time Lin Fei is finished. There are more than 50 Mystique Venerable Ones. That's enough for Lin Fei to suffer. Shameless, too shameless. Bullying the few with numbers. What kind of man are you? Isn't this clearly bullying Lin Fei? When more than 50 Mystique Venerable Ones attacked in an orderly manner, many people were undoubtedly dissatisfied, especially Lin Fei's admirers. Of course, there were also people who wanted to know the extent of Lin Fei's limits. The lower-level people might not be able to see anything, but the higher-ups could see that this was clearly a form of suppression and action against Lin Fei. Although the higher-ups of the Divine Sword Sect knew something was fishy, none of them stood up to say anything. The itinerant immortal elders did not say anything either. It seemed. They also wanted to see how a peerless prodigy was a true peerless prodigy. One person fighting more than 10 mystique venerable ones was merely a sign of decent talent. One should not forget that this was the Divine Sword sect, a rank 1 sect, a faction of the continent. It was not difficult to find someone who could fight more than 10 opponents of the same generation. They're really suppressing me. Lin Fei, who was surrounded, did not think much of it. Ever since he returned from the Heavenly Demon Nation, he had encountered this kind of situation. Rules. There were rules everywhere. Nothing could be accomplished without them. As a newcomer, he was in the limelight. Naturally, there would be people who were dissatisfied. Some were unhappy, but the most unhappy were the veteran disciples. More than 50 powerhouses attacked together. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. Since you've decided to attack, then let's fight. I will use them as stepping stones to establish my name of invincibility. I will step on their heads for the rest of my life, and I will never forget it. God Killer. The primordial spirit formed a hand seal. It was the starting hand seal of the deity killer. After forming the primordial spirit, he did not need time to instantly unleash the God-slain technique. More than 50 mystique venerable rank fighters suddenly felt as if a mountain was crashing down on them. They lost consciousness and no one could escape the attack. The moment the sword appeared, the surroundings shook. As Lin Fei slashed out with his sword, the black sword will pass through their bodies, and all of them were sent flying. This was done deliberately. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei had defeated them. Those who attacked all had terrified expressions on their faces. Essence Soul Secret Technique. Lin Fei has cultivated an Essence Soul Secret Technique. These mystique venerable ones immediately understood after recovering from their daze. Their defeat was not unjust. Defeating 50 mystique venerable ones, Lin Fei felt no pressure at all. The God-slain technique was as powerful as imagined, especially when unleashed with the primordial spirit. It was truly a powerful offensive technique, killing people in an instant. As long as the saints don't appear, junior brother Lin Fei is the #1 mystique venerable rank fighter. I can take on 3 at once and that's already pretty awesome. I didn't expect junior brother Lin Fei to be even more insane. He can defeat more than 50 mystique venerable rank fighters in one go. That's right, he's too awesome. I'll be satisfied if I have half of junior brother Lin Fei's strength. An unparalleled prodigy is indeed an unparalleled prodigy. To those disciples who had always been proud and arrogant, this undoubtedly showed them that there was always someone better than them, and they knew their place. As long as the saints don't appear, Lin Fei is the #1 mystique venerable rank fighter, Elder Nine Fingers said with a smile. An unparalleled prodigy isn't enough, Elder Ruoshui said. I'm sure everyone wants to know more. Why don't we let the saints' disciples do it? Sure. If an unparalleled prodigy can't withstand a saint's attack, then the title of an unparalleled prodigy is not justified. To these elders, mystique venerable rank fighters were like ants in their eyes. Only saints were considered to have some strength and could roam the continent. An unparalleled prodigy must have the combat strength of a saint. In the Divine Sword School, genius disciples generally became mystique venerable rank fighters. In theory it was not a big problem, but saints were completely different. There was a threshold between mystique venerable rank and saint. If one could not pass this threshold, they would be stuck at mystique venerable rank for the rest of their lives. On the other hand, if they passed this threshold, becoming an emperor would be a cinch. Saints were the standard to measure everything. Although they could all see that Lin Fei had the combat strength of a saint, it was a completely different situation when he encountered a real saint. Lin Fei, are you willing to accept the challenge of a mystique venerable rank fighter? Elder Nine Fingers asked with a smile. Lin Fei said, I couldn't ask for more. That was just a warm-up exercise. No one had any objections to what he said at this time. After all, he had defeated hundreds of mystique venerable rank fighters. His strength was there for all to see. He had the confidence to say these words, so they naturally could not refute him. They had not seen mystique venerable rank fighters being utterly defeated. Strength was everything. Very well, as you wish. Elder Nine Fingers was very satisfied. An unparalleled prodigy should have the bearing of an unparalleled prodigy. He had brought Lin Fei back. Elder Nine Fingers was becoming more and more satisfied. It was conceivable that after Lin Fei's strength had greatly increased, he would become a true powerhouse in less than 100 years. The eyes of the disciples of the saints who had not yet made a move finally lit up. The disciples of the saints had not dared to act rashly before because they were afraid of breaking the rules. The itinerant immortal elders hated disciples who broke the rules the most. Now that the elder had personally spoken, the disciples of the saints finally had the opportunity to make a move and defeat Lin Fei. They had long disliked this new disciple. Although Lin Fei was very powerful and could easily defeat Mystique venerable rank fighters, in their eyes this little bit of strength was nothing. In their eyes a Mystique venerable rank fighter was a mortal. Could a mortal go against a saint? No. They would use their strength to prove it. It was nothing more than wishful thinking for a Mystique venerable rank fighter to challenge them, the saints. Failure would be Lin Fei's best outcome. King Coiling Finger. A disciple of the saints flew out. His first move was a 1,000-foot-long black finger. A loud rumbling sound shocked and terrified everyone. This was the power of a saint. Gu Shi has made his move. I heard that this King Coiling Finger was obtained from an arcane realm. When cultivated, it can suppress and crush everything. The one who made the move was Taoist Gu Shi. The King Coiling Finger fully displayed the power of an earth-level mystique technique. Junior brother Lin Fei, it's not good to bite off more than you can chew. You still have a long way to go. Chapter 458. It was undeniable that Taoist Gu Shi had the right to say that. A mid-stage mystique sage was enough to take care of a prodigy. No matter how powerful a mystique venerable one was, the difference between a sage and a mystique venerable one was too obvious. Bang! No one thought that Lin Fei would be able to block that domineering finger. Even if he did, he would have to pay a price. A sage's attack was more powerful than dozens of mystique venerable ones. Especially the sage's coercion. It would suppress the opponent's combat ability and cause them to suffer. Unless they were on the same level, they would only be able to block it. Otherwise, it would be a tragedy. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Fei didn't care about coercion at all. He had killed so many heavenly demon kings that he no longer cared about coercion. The deafening sound startled everyone. What a powerful secret skill. The leaves of the fiery red lotus swayed up and down. It looked lifelike as it wrapped around Lin Fei. An earth-grade mystique technique like King Panfinger couldn't break his opponent's secret divine ability? How could this be? Taoist Gu Shi was stunned and had a look of disbelief. No one could block his finger without getting injured. Yet, his opponent managed to block it. This was out of his expectations. Lin Fei used the Waterfire Lotus. In a year, Lin Fei had constantly improved the Waterfire Lotus and his defense had naturally improved as well. Taoist Gu Shi's finger looked extremely powerful, but it couldn't break through Lin Fei's defense at all. Senior brother, your attacks aren't that great either. Lin Fei had a smile on his face. You'll regret it later. Taoist Gu Shi had tried it before but he was ignored. Lin Fei's gaze just now was full of disdain. Pung pung pung. Taoist Gu Shi's divine ability was displayed and the power of a sage filled the air, causing Lin Fei to fall into a storm of attacks. Every attack actually dissolved the Waterfire Lotus. Senior brother, use more strength. Senior brother, I really wonder how you cultivate. Even a divine ability can't break through it. I really feel sorry for you. Inside the Waterfire Lotus, Lin Fei watched calmly as he spoke teasingly to provoke Taoist Gu Shi. Taoist Gu Shi has been defeated. Junior brother Lin Fei is too amazing to be able to block the attack of a sage. I think Taoist Gu Shi has used all his means. He's too strong. With just this defensive technique, even a sage can forget about doing anything to Lin Fei. When they saw that Lin Fei didn't even dodge and took Taoist Gu Shi's attack head-on, they couldn't help but sigh. Junior brother Lin Fei was simply too monstrous. Those mystique venerable ones were all dumbfounded. They had never seen such a powerful divine ability that could block a saint's attack so easily. I lost. After a series of attacks, Taoist Gu Shi had a dejected look on his face. He had no choice but to admit defeat. He was a dignified saint, yet he could not break through a mystique venerable one's defenses. He had never encountered such a thing in his entire life, but today he had encountered it. Taoist Gu Shi could only choose to admit defeat. He lost in a dilemma. As Taoist Gu Shi took the initiative to admit defeat, the sage's disciples, who had been observing the battle, felt quite pressured. A look of caution appeared on their faces. Damn it, How can this kid's defense be so strong? Zhuo Zhongming said coldly. Maybe Lin Fei's defense is just a little stronger, so he used this little trick to force Daoist Gu Shi to admit defeat. Daoist Guanghan added. A mere mystique venerable one was quite capable. That was the common thought of all the sages. Daoist Gu Shi was considered quite powerful among the sages, but his attack could not break through Lin Fei's defense. This defense made many sages' eyes light up. This divine ability was amazing. Lin Fei was still using the waterfire lotus to protect himself. Senior brother sage, there's another one who wants to challenge. Lin Fei's voice was loud and clear. Let's do it. Needless to say, Daoist Gu Shi's defeat had undoubtedly embarrassed the sage's disciples. A high and mighty sage was defeated by a mystique venerable one's disciple. This was the last thing they wanted to see. Most importantly, if they did not teach Lin Fei a lesson today, once he became a disciple of the elder ancestor, who knew how long it would take for these sages to make a move against him, they had to teach Lin Fei a lesson. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. When the four sages came out, there was a rare gasp in the square. They seemed to be from the Loose Immortals Alliance. They're all mid-sage sages. The Loose Immortals Alliance has a good plan. If they defeat a peerless genius like Lin Fei, I'm sure many experts will join the Loose Immortals Alliance. That goes without saying. I'm afraid junior brother Lin Fei won't be able to withstand four sages. The square formation. There were four sages in the Loose Immortals Alliance. As soon as they attacked, they immediately set up a formation and trapped Lin Fei in the middle, as if they were already prepared to deal with Lin Fei. Boom boom, the four sages attacked with shocking momentum. Fortunately, the Loose Immortals Patriarch set up a formation around the ring, so that the sage's power would not leak out. Lin Fei was in the range of the bombardment. Previously, when Lin Fei chose to defend passively, no one was surprised. However, facing four sages, Lin Fei remained calm. This made them puzzled. Was junior brother Lin Fei crazy? Or was he so confident that he could withstand a sage's attack? They had never seen such a situation before. F***ck junior brother Lin Fei is mighty. This is too sick, for sages are attacking. What kind of mystical power is this? It's too awesome, too domineering. Under the sudden attack, Lin Fei was as good as new. The lotus leaves swayed with the wind as if to prove something. The patriarch who had been watching all this time also revealed a satisfied look. For mid-sage sages attacked but couldn't hurt Lin Fei at all. He was worthy of the title of peerless. Again, the four of them were unwilling. The attacks continued to increase. However, such attacks were unable to break the waterfire lotus. Every time they were about to break the mystical power, they would be blocked. They were just a little bit off each time. There was nothing more complicated than this. For example, there was a peerless divine weapon inside, but there was still a layer of difference outside. They could see it but not touch it. This was the saddest thing. The four sages almost vomited blood. Why did they encounter such a monster? No matter how strong the mystical power was, it still needed true essence to support it. Who had ever seen such dense true essence? They had never seen it before. It was as if it was endless, inexhaustible. What else could they do when facing such a person? The tortoise shell was too hard. Junior brother Lin Fei, are you going to hide in this lotus? Daoist Beihai mocked Lin Fei. That's right, since you are a peerless genius, you have to defeat us, another sage said. They had no other choice. Their attacks couldn't break the opponent's defense at all. The only feasible way was for Lin Fei to remove his defense and take the initiative to fight with them. They could guarantee that as long as Lin Fei fell for it, he would definitely regret it. Without the mystical power defense, they had nothing to worry about. No matter how strong Lin Fei was, how strong could he be? Since senior brothers said so, then I will embarrass myself. Lin Fei chuckled and took the initiative to remove the waterfire lotus, revealing himself in front of them. Seeing this, everyone shook their heads. Lin Fei was too arrogant. He fell for it so easily. How could a mystic venerable one's strength be a match for them? He was just asking for it. The four sages smiled. There was pity in their smiles. The next second they were stunned. Chapter 459. P.S. The power went out yesterday morning and continued until 10 at night. I can't update it anymore. Please forgive me. Boom. Accompanied by Lin Fei's deep voice, The sword intent filled the air. The sword mountain, sword rain, and sword river formed, turning the entire arena into a sword domain that ordinary people couldn't imagine. A terrifying sword intent filled the air unscrupulously, tearing cracks in the void, emitting a terrifying spatial aura. This wasn't the end. The sword intent filled the sky, making people feel endless danger. Everyone felt endless danger from it. Sword domain, fire beacon mountain. Flames rose up within the sword domain. If one were to look closely, they would discover that these flames were not real flames. Instead, they were formed by sword intent. Without exception, all of them contained a sharp aura. Outside the flames, a towering mountain came crashing down. Boom, boom, boom. The four sages were caught off guard. Don't take it head-on. His sword intent can break through our defenses. Damn, how can the invincible sword intent be so sharp? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. After exchanging blows, they immediately realized how powerful this sword domain was. The sharp sword intent seemed to be able to tear through everything, making them feel great pressure. There were very few sword intents that could bring fear to sages. As soon as the sword domain appeared, no matter if it was the inner court disciples or personal disciples, all of them were shocked. A sword domain that could trap sages. How did Junior Lin Fei create such a divine ability? Personal disciples had amazing eyesight. They could see the danger in the sword domain at a glance. It was formed by the invincible sword intent, and it could suppress everything. Even if they were trapped inside, they wouldn't be able to easily escape, let alone when they were under attack. Fire Beacon Mountain kept on attacking. In the blink of an eye, the four sages were at a disadvantage. It was impossible to defend against the endless sword intent. Even the protection of true treasures couldn't stop the sword intent. Tearing. Dang, 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 dang. They're going to lose. Mad Sword Ancestor laughed. Lin Fei is a peerless genius. He created the sword domain at such a young age. Within the sword domain, he is a sword god, an invincible god. Patriarch Qi Jian revealed a satisfied expression. In today's challenge, Lin Fei will be able to suppress everyone by relying on his sword domain. Old Ancestor Ruoshui said. Old Ancestor Nine Fingers also smiled. It had only been a year since they last met, but Lin Fei's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. This was completely unexpected. This was especially so for Lin Fei's sword domain, which used his sword intent as the pillar and Lin Fei as the core. It was truly amazing. If he wanted to defeat Lin Fei, he would have to suppress Lin Fei's invincible sword intent. But how could he talk about suppressing invincible sword intent? We admit defeat. In Fire Beacon Mountain alone, the four disciples of the sages had no choice but to take the initiative to admit defeat. Grievance full of grievance. When facing this sword domain, even if they had the intention to win, they had no choice but to lower their heads when facing this terrifying sword intent. Whoosh, the sword domain dissipated, and the four saints appeared in a sorry state. Thank you for letting me win. Lin Fei cupped his hands. The four disciples of the saints did not say anything and directly left the arena. They did not have the face to continue staying. Defeating the four sages was completely within Lin Fei's imagination. The power of the sword domain was the most powerful group killing technique he had used in the past year. Its origin was naturally the work of the Eternal Emperor. This sword domain is practically tailor-made for me. When I display it with my invincible sword intent, I am an invincible god in the sword domain. It feels so good to defeat a sage in front of everyone. Lin Fei laughed in his heart. I believe that no one will make a move next. Offense and defense were one. Lin Fei had displayed his true strength. Unless they were muddle-headed, they would not make a move. The four mid-stage sages were no weaker than a late-stage sage. Unless a late-stage sage made a move, everything would be futile. In the end, it would all be for naught. That Lin Fei is destined to become the old ancestor's disciple today. Zhuozhongming of the Sword God Society shook his head helplessly. Are we not going to make a move? Taoist Guanghan asked. Do you think that we can defeat Lin Fei if we make a move? There's still a chance. Zhuozhongming sneered. A sword domain, offense and defense are one. Who knows if that Lin Fei has any other divine powers or secret techniques? What if he does? It's definitely a war of attrition. Do you think that's possible? Can't we just not make a move? What about the young master? Taoist Guanghan said. It's fine. We'll have a chance sooner or later. That's all we can do. Taoist Guanghan was helpless. On the other side, Fong Wen was also in a bad mood. Damn Lin Fei. How did he learn such a powerful divine power? Fong Wen's face was ashen. As a sage, he could also see that the sword domain was extraordinary. There was no need to make a move. It was just a disgrace. With Fong Wen's eyesight, he actually could not see how to break this sword domain divine power. Brother Fong, it's impossible. Let's stop and observe the situation, Qin Kai advised. Fong Wen nodded. I just can't take this lying down. If I made a move a year ago, even if Lin Fei had 10 lives, he wouldn't be a match for me. He regretted it. Fong Wen saw endless potential in Lin Fei. His combat power as a mystique venerable one was already so terrifying. If he ascended to profound sage, he would be able to sweep through everything. At that time, how could disciples like them stand out? Qin Kai also felt regret. There will definitely be a chance. We can wait. For the first time, the others also realized that this peerless genius Lin Fei was about to rise. No one could stop his footsteps. In half an hour, a few scattered disciples of the sages made a move. All of them were defeated without exception. The power of the sword domain. It also made them understand how powerful it was. Naturally, they could not be bothered to make a fool of themselves. The challenge is over. The nine-fingered Grand Elder announced, ending the day's challenge. This result could be set to be beyond everyone's expectations. The peerless genius Lin Fei was more terrifying than they imagined. He could even defeat a sage. If he could kill him, perhaps he could kill a sage? Although it was just a guess, it was not far from the truth. Lin Fei's strength was there. The nine-fingered Grand Elder was very satisfied with today's challenge. With a wave of his hand, he swept Lin Fei away. The other 5 itinerant immortal patriarchs also left one after another. Junior brother Lin Fei is too amazing. He can even defeat a sage. I wonder which patriarch will he become a disciple of? Who knows? No matter which patriarch he becomes a disciple of, Lin Fei is not someone we can offend. As the patriarchs and Lin Fei left, the people in the square felt like they were in a dream. As for the other disciples, they turned and left to report the situation. At this time, no one could ignore Lin Fei. In less than 100 years, he would become an overlord among emperors. Chapter 460. P.S. The renovation is nearing its end, and I'm extremely busy. Please forgive me. It's been 3 months since the renovation, and there are only about 10 days left. By then I can focus on writing without worry. Azure Dragon Divine Blood. Less than an inch away, Lin Fei clearly saw what he had been dreaming of. The divine blood that could greatly increase his defense. The divine blood that could make an Imperial Realm expert feel inferior. The divine blood that he had finally seen after so much effort. The Azure Dragon Divine Blood that was rumored to be extremely rare in the world. Now the Azure Dragon Divine Blood had finally appeared in front of Lin Fei. How could he not be excited? How could he not be excited? Lin Fei had never thought that there would be a day when he would be so close to the Azure Dragon Divine Blood. It was an existence that could make the Azure Dragon true body complete. In Lin Fei's eyes, the golden divine blood exuded a boundless might. Occasionally, it would transform into a golden dragon, swimming back and forth, displaying its tyrannical might. Occasionally, it would return to the golden divine blood, looking extremely mysterious. How is it? I didn't lie to you, right? This is the genuine Azure Dragon Divine Blood. It's extremely rare in the entire continent. The black-clad demoness turned around. It is indeed the Azure Dragon Divine Blood. Lin Fei nodded. Thank you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to see the Azure Dragon Divine Blood. This was the truth. The Azure Dragon Divine Blood. If the demoness had not revealed the whereabouts of the Azure Dragon Divine Blood, Lin Fei might have had to spend a few more years on it. In fact, he might not have even doubted the demoness' words. The dynasty's treasury was filled with experts. The Azure Dragon Divine Blood was placed in the core area of the Azure Dragon's treasury. Unless one knew about it beforehand, one could forget about knowing its whereabouts. Lin Fei would not know about it at all. As for auctioning off the Azure Dragon Divine Blood, Lin Fei did not have the strength to compete at all. Don't be fooled by the fact that he had killed others and obtained countless veritable essence crystals. However, the existence of the core lake meant that Lin Fei's net worth would shrink significantly. How could he bid for it? Bid? Dream on. One could say that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he missed this opportunity, who knew when the next one would be? Lin Fei could not wait for the next one. You've seen the Azure Dragon Divine Blood. Our partnership ends here. The demoness said. How you are going to obtain the Azure Dragon Divine Blood will depend on your own ability. Damn, how ruthless. Lin Fei had expected that the demoness would not be so kind. Indeed, they did not get along well with each other. That's fine too. We don't owe each other anything. Let me give you a reminder. Once the formation in the treasury is broken, the treasury will immediately be surrounded by experts. You have to be mentally prepared. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. For some reason, a bad feeling rose in his heart. There was something strange about this demoness. The one who attacked first had the advantage, and the one who attacked later suffered. Lin Fei moved quickly, but the demoness was even faster. A black shadow appeared before a treasure in the depths of the treasury. With a wave of her hand, golden beads appeared, followed by a buzzing sound. Gold-devouring bug. Lin Fei revealed a shocked expression. The gold-devouring bug was an extinct species. Due to its powerful destructive ability and its innate ability to devour formations, it had always been in existence that human cultivators feared. Moments after the gold-devouring beetles flew out, Lin Fei saw that tiny holes had been torn open on the formation. The holes were densely packed together, forming a fist-sized hole. Indeed, she came prepared. While Lin Fei was shocked, he did not want to fall behind, so he quickly released Furball. At this moment, he did not care about anything else. He had to obtain the Azure Dragon Divine Blood. If Lin Fei was slightly slower, he had every reason to believe that once the demoness obtained the Azure Dragon Divine Blood, he would definitely be unlucky. Xiao Chun would definitely be unlucky. The experts outside would not just sit and wait to steal the Azure Dragon Divine Blood. Get the Divine Blood out. Lin Fei immediately instructed Furball. When it came to crucial matters, Furball would not delay. Without saying anything else, it executed void travel. Although the formation before them was astonishingly mighty, it could not be broken in a short time if it was forcefully broken. Furball ignored the formation and entered it with a flash. Then it picked up a jade bottle and pointed the bottle down, preparing to extract the Azure Dragon Divine Blood. A spatial mutated beast. The demoness was very confident. The gold-devouring bug was about to break the hole, so she subconsciously looked at the other party. This look was fine, but when she saw it, she frowned. Her cherry lips parted slightly, and surprise filled her face. This is definitely a spatial mutated beast with the ability to travel through space. I can't be wrong. Who exactly is he? How can he have such a precious spatial mutated beast? Even the powerhouses of the demonic Dao sects might not have a spatial mutated beast. Could he be the young master of a large clan? Otherwise, how could he have a spatial mutated beast? The demoness was thoroughly stunned. The demoness knew how to break the formation of the dynasty's treasure trove. She had calculated that the other party would not be able to break the formation within a short time. This was her chance. The situation that she had been confident of was developing in a different direction from the appearance of the spatial mutated beast. Who are you? How can you have a spatial mutated beast? Right now, we do not owe each other anything. Why should I tell you? Lin Fei retorted indifferently. He had expected the other party to ask this. The demoness was speechless. Why should I ask him? How infuriating. How infuriating. When this lady obtains the treasure, I will definitely teach you a lesson. Furball moved quickly and stored the Azure Dragon Divine Blood into the pristine jade bottle. Lin Fei finally relaxed. This trip should be a daunting one without any mishaps. As long as he refined the Azure Dragon Divine Blood, his Azure Dragon True Body would reach great perfection. At that time, he would be able to roam the world freely. Woo, woo, woo. The moment Furball came out of the formation, something strange happened. A huge face suddenly appeared in the sky above the huge core treasure trove. Its cold eyes did not contain any emotions as it stared at the two of them. Not good, I've been discovered. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. His sword intent swept out and tore apart the suppression. He understood that the formation had a backup plan. On the other side, the demonic woman's expression also changed greatly. She could not help but curse. "You old thing, you actually gave me fake information. I'll definitely teach you a lesson when I return. Stinking brat, you've caused my death this time." Lin Fei curled his lips and stored the pristine jade bottle. "What does it have to do with me? You didn't even remind me before." At the same time, in the dynasty's palace, Emperor Fei Long, who was summoning the three commanders, had a flash of anger on his expressionless face. He looked at the three commanders with a deep gaze. "What are you three commanders doing?" Someone even entered the dynasty's treasure trove. The three commanders' expressions were very ugly. They were still racking their brains over the deaths of Tungfei Academy and the law enforcement team. Now, someone had broken into the dynasty's treasure trove out of nowhere. How could they not be upset? "Please calm down, Your Majesty." The three commanders were in fear. "I want to see who did it." "Don't worry, Your Majesty. The dynasty's treasure trove is filled with powerhouses. We definitely won't disappoint Your Majesty. You may leave." Chapter 461. The challenge was over. The influence that Lin Fei brought was far more than what was seen in front of them. He leaped out of nowhere and entered everyone's field of vision, confirming his name as a peerless genius. From hearsay to watching it live, what Lin Fei left behind was strength and freakish talent. Lin Fei showed off his skills and defeated the core disciples and personal disciples. No matter which one it was unforgettable. As the challenger, Lin Fei was brought to a hall. This hall was hidden in the void world. Only a big sect like the Sword God sect could set up a place in the void world. In the eyes of outsiders, the void world was a place that ordinary people could not set foot in. But for real experts, the void world was the safest place. Everyone knew that the void world was boundless. To paraphrase a common saying, the void world was as big as one's heart. "Uncle Masters, are you satisfied with this trip?" The boundless sect leader walked out with a smile. One could read everything from his smile. As the Sword God sect leader, he naturally saw everything that happened in the square. Now that he saw it again, he could not help but feel happy. Who didn't like a powerful sect? Who didn't like a peerless genius emerging from the sect? Satisfied, very satisfied. The crazy sword patriarch said straightforwardly. He was as happy as a child. If outsiders saw this, they might find it hard to believe, but the patriarch would put down his solemn expression and replace it with a smile. "Junior brother Boundless, you did a good thing," Patriarch Ruoshue said with a smile. The other patriarchs had similar expressions. In any case, they were all very satisfied. Good disciples were not easy to find. Peerless geniuses were even more difficult to find. Lin Fei suddenly became a hot commodity, eager to become their disciple. The Boundless sect leader said with a smile, "I'm envious of all of you to have the opportunity to recruit a peerless genius. If I had known, I wouldn't have taken the position of sect leader." Ha ha ha. The group of patriarchs laughed. Lin Fei was surprised. The relationship between the sect leader and the patriarch seemed to be very good. After exchanging greetings, the Boundless sect leader said, "Uncle Masters, I wonder who wants to take Lin Fei as a disciple?" Lin Fei also pricked up his ears. A loose immortal patriarch. Before this, Lin Fei did not dare to imagine that such a day would come. Although Lin Fei was now very powerful, he still had many things to learn in the Xintian continent. The best person to learn from was none other than a loose immortal patriarch. Loose immortal patriarchs were the pinnacle of power in the Xintian continent. Sky immortals were not included. Of course, there was no guarantee that there wouldn't be peerless itinerant immortals who could resist heavenly immortal experts. Voila! All eyes were on him, and Lin Fei suddenly felt like he had become a piece of fat meat on the chopping board. If it was somewhere else, Lin Fei might have to flee in a sorry state. This kind of gaze was exactly the same as a wolf looking at a sheep. Even someone of Lin Fei's strength would feel his scalp tingle in the face of such a gaze. "Uncle Masters, can you control it?" Lin Fei blinked. "I'm afraid I can't take it." Cough cough cough. The 6 ancestral patriarchs laughed dryly. There was no other way. They all wanted to take Lin Fei as their disciple and pass on their mantle. Headmaster Immeasurable laughed bitterly in his heart. a peerless genius and 6 loose immortal patriarchs. There were too many monks and not enough gruel. This matter was not easy to handle. Forget it, forget it. They would solve this matter themselves. Headmaster Immeasurable did not intend to intervene in such a troublesome matter. It was not suitable, not suitable. The 6 loose immortal patriarchs began to argue, one after another. Their goal was the same, to take Lin Fei as their disciple. The great hall was like a market. Lin Fei was stupefied. Were these still the lofty ancestral patriarchs? If they knew that I relied on upgrading the system to get to where I am today, I wonder what they would think. Lin Fei laughed secretly. The 6 ancestral patriarchs quarreled back and forth, but there was no conclusion at all. Uncle Masters, can you listen to me? While they were arguing endlessly, Lin Fei suddenly spoke. Patriarch Hegemon Sword said, "Haha, the few of us old bones are arguing endlessly. Why don't we ask him who he wants to take as his master?" Patriarch Crazy Sword's eyes lit up. That makes sense. Everyone is just wishful thinking. I think we should let the stinky brat choose himself. He can take whoever he wants to take as his master? That's better. I agree as well. The 6 loose immortal patriarchs were rather straightforward. Since they were unwilling to go against the rules, they might as well give the other party a choice. The choice was suddenly in Lin Fei's hands. Lin Fei was slightly startled. Why did the choice fall into his hands? This did not seem to be the result he wanted. Regarding this, he could only smile bitterly. Choice. 6 loose immortal patriarchs. Lin Fei really did not know how to choose. If this matter were to spread outside, no one would believe that Lin Fei could obtain such an honor. 6 ancestral patriarchs. If he had to choose, anyone would be extremely excited. They could not be as calm as Lin Fei at this moment. How can this be? Lin Fei lowered his head. Stinky brat, don't be so wishy-washy. Patriarch Nine Fingers scolded jokingly. This is the good fortune you have accumulated over several lifetimes. If you miss this opportunity, you won't get another one. Sect Master Immeasurable smiled, wanting to know how Lin Fei would choose. In that case, I shall accept deferentially. Lin Fei made up his mind. If he had to choose, so be it. It was not like he was going to the battlefield. Ordinary people could not adjust their emotions in such a manner. Choosing an ancestral patriarch might not displease the other ancestral patriarchs. Lin Fei thought to himself, how to choose is really a troublesome problem. Let me think carefully. The 6 ancestral patriarchs saw Lin Fei frown, but did not say a word, allowing him to think. If he chose one without a second thought, they might not be satisfied with it. When it came to important matters, one had to be cautious and prudent. Lin Fei had done well. The loose immortal patriarchs did not only look at one's strength, but also their moral character. They did not wish for a scourge to appear in the Divine Sword sect in the future. Speechless, they met the sect masters of the Divine Sword sect. Time passed. Lin Fei, have you made up your mind? Sect Master Immeasurable asked with a smile. Lin Fei nodded. The disciple has already chosen. Brat, you must choose me. Patriarch Hegemon Sword laughed, not minding his thick skin at all. Junior brother Hegemon Sword, you are being insincere. Lin Fei hasn't even spoken. Patriarch Kuimping struck him down. Lin Fei, hurry up and say, who do you choose? Patriarch Crazy Sword said. Lin Fei took a deep breath, as though he had made up his mind. Forgive me for being greedy. I wish to become the disciple of the 6 ancestral patriarchs. Sect Master Immeasurable was stunned. Patriarch Nine Fingers was also stunned. Patriarch Crazy Sword's smile stiffened. Patriarch Crazy Sword's mind reverberated with that sentence. Patriarch Ruoshue's brows pricked up, suspecting that she had misheard. Patriarch Kuimping's mouth opened so wide that a duck's egg could be stuffed inside. Patriarch Hegemon Sword was shocked. With a wisp of sword intent, a strand of hair fell off, completely unaware of it. Becoming the disciple of the 6 ancestral patriarchs had a huge impact on them. Chapter 462. Lin Fei's words were like a bomb in the deep sea. It was so shocking, unbelievable, and important that they couldn't accept it. One person, one teacher had long been deeply rooted in their hearts and couldn't be changed. But now that someone had proposed to become the disciple of the 6 patriarchs, it was no longer a small matter. It also caught the 6 patriarchs off guard. If someone dared to say such a thing under normal circumstances, the 6 bodiless immortal patriarchs would definitely leave without any reason. However, no one had ever mentioned such a thing to them. Which disciple didn't tremble in fear when facing them? They didn't dare to say such words, for fear of offending them unknowingly. Just this point alone made their impression of Lin Fei much better. At the very least, Lin Fei dared to speak his mind and act boldly. Lin Fei, do you think it's possible? Patriarch Nine-Fingered asked. The reaction of the patriarchs was actually within Lin Fei's expectations. It had to be said that Lin Fei was very bold. It was good to be the disciple of an patriarch, but for Lin Fei, he didn't need to worry about whether he could digest the upgrade system. He only cared about what he could learn. The situation would be different if he became the disciple of the 6 patriarchs. Regardless of which patriarch became a bodiless immortal, survived the attack of the heavenly tribulation, and cultivated the path of a bodiless immortal. All of them had their own special skills. If he could become the disciple of the 6 patriarchs, Lin Fei couldn't ask for more. After cultivating the invincible sword intent, his mastery of the sword intent was constantly improving. If he learned other sword intent divine abilities from the bodiless immortal patriarchs, Lin Fei would be extremely happy. I don't think it's impossible, it's completely possible, Lin Fei said in a deep voice. He didn't seem to avoid Patriarch Nine-Fingered's gaze and was unusually frank. I wonder if the 6 patriarchs can give me a chance to explain? The 6 patriarchs actually wanted to know why Lin Fei dared to say such a thing. It wasn't impossible for a peerless genius to become the disciple of the 6 patriarchs. But first he had to give them an explanation. An explanation? They didn't mind agreeing to such a ridiculous reason. As soon as Lin Fei opened his mouth, he solved their current problem. For the sake of Lin Fei, they had argued endlessly. No one wanted to give up on Lin Fei, but they couldn't find a reasonable answer. When Lin Fei spoke, their confusion was resolved. Why couldn't he acknowledge 6 masters? Lin Fei said. The 6 patriarchs have matchless divine abilities, and their might shakes the world. I've always wanted to take each and every one of them as my master. If I could only take one as my master, I wouldn't be satisfied. Some people might say that I'm too greedy, and that I might not be able to digest too much. But to me, the 6 patriarchs are the source of my learning, and taking them as my master is my dream. Finally, I'd like to say that I'm a peerless genius, and that I can master everything. Faced with the 6 patriarchs, Lin Fei pondered for a moment, and then said a few words. Although there was some exaggeration in his words, the content was still appropriate. Even if he became the disciple of the 6 patriarchs, he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to learn anything. The upgrade system was the best learning tool. This was the first time the 6 patriarchs had heard someone say that about themselves. If that was all, the 6 patriarchs wouldn't have thought much of it. They would have been the unlucky ones if he had boasted too much. But from Lin Fei, they once again saw a strong self-confidence. It was an unbreakable self-confidence. Patriarch Nine-Fingers, what do you think? Patriarch Mad Sword communicated with his divine sense. Of course I agree. This kid is to my liking. I also want to see what kind of achievements he will have after taking us as his master. Patriarch Nine-Fingers replied with a smile. He's a very confident kid. We can give him half a year to learn. If he doesn't work out, it won't be too late to change. Patriarch Mad Sword admired this kind of personality. If a peerless genius doesn't have a special personality, I really wonder if he's the reincarnation of a powerhouse. Patriarch Hegemon Sword added. Lin Fei was also worried that he might be too greedy and cause them to be disgusted. After saying that, he secretly observed 6 rogue immortal patriarchs. It was amazing for others to take one as their master, but he wanted to take 6 in one go. This was too much of a show. After the 6 patriarchs conversed, Patriarch Nine-Fingers spoke. Lin Fei, you have to think it through. If you take us as your master, if you can't comprehend it, you'll lose the right to take us as your master. Lin Fei relaxed, and his gaze was firm. I understand. I have no regrets. Because this is the first time the Divine Sword School is doing this, we'll give you half a year. If you can't keep up, you'll miss the opportunity, Patriarch Nine-Fingers said solemnly. Lin Fei said, I'm willing to make a military pledge. If I can't meet the patriarch's requirements in half a year, I'll be willing to face the wall for 100 years. The 6 patriarchs clearly didn't expect Lin Fei to be so resolute. Facing the wall for 100 years was a relatively heavy punishment. On second thought, if he couldn't meet the requirements, facing the wall for 100 years was also necessary to temper his temperament. Since that was the case, why not? In the eyes of the patriarchs, 100 years was just a snap of a finger. It was completely worth it to temper Lin Fei's temperament. Sorry for troubling you, junior brother. Headmaster Immeasurable said. It's fine. Junior brother has never encountered something like this in his entire life. I'm really looking forward to Lin Fei's performance. As the sect leader, he was also shocked by Lin Fei's words. It was really impossible for an ordinary person to cultivate with 6 loose immortal old ancestors. After all, a person's energy was limited, and it was extremely difficult to learn the skills of the 6 old ancestors separately. Due to the fact that he had taken on 6 masters in one go, this matter temporarily became a secret of the Divine Sword sect, and it could not be announced to the public. The apprenticeship ceremony was actually quite simple. As a martial artist, there were a lot of rules that were lacking. It was nothing more than respecting one's teacher and respecting one's teachings. After our discussion, we've decided that each of us will take care of you for a month, which is exactly half a year. We'll take the test after half a year, Old Ancestor Nine-Fingered said. From tomorrow onwards, you'll be by my side. I understand. Lin Fei smiled. Then, he was sent out by Old Ancestor Nine Fingers. After coming out of the main hall, Lin Fei let out a long breath. It's quite stressful to face loose immortal old ancestors. There are at least 3 tribulation loose immortals. Lin Fei thought to himself. I wonder if the Divine Sword sect has more advanced loose immortals. After returning to the Blood Sword Peak, a few disciples whom he knew took the initiative to visit him. The originally quiet Blood Sword Peak began to become lively. The scene in the square had already been deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. Everyone wanted to know which old ancestor Lin Fei had become apprenticed to. Regarding this, Lin Fei remained silent. However, he did not stand on ceremony when he accepted some gifts. As for the matter of which old ancestor he had become apprenticed to, he either chose to remain silent or glossed over it in a casual manner. As a result, the matter of who Lin Fei had become apprenticed to became the matter that everyone was most concerned about. Chapter 463. P.S. My palms are full of blisters after working with cement for a whole day yesterday, and they are all broken. It hurts so much just writing. I'm sorry, everyone. The void grand world was boundless. Suddenly, in the void that was filled with Gang Qi, a huge figure flashed past. It was so big that it was at least 1,000 miles wide. It was like a dark cloud. A huge astral wind blew past. The violent astral wind that could normally kill a person landed on the black feather and bounced off, not harming the body in the slightest. The huge figure was like a giant beast in the ocean, wandering in the void grand world. If anyone saw this scene, they would be shocked. This huge figure was obviously the Kuan Peng, one of the ancient divine beasts. There was a fish in the northern underworld called the Kuan. The Kuan was thousands of miles long. When it transformed into a bird, it was called the Peng. The back of the Peng was thousands of miles long. When it flew, its wings were like clouds in the sky. This was the origin of the Kuan Peng. Shrink. A deep voice was heard. Its originally huge body gradually shrank from 1,000 miles to a few miles. It changed its size at will, sometimes big, sometimes small, and back and forth. Ha ha ha! The huge figure flashed, and a black-robed man appeared. The black-robed man had a delicate face, but he was not handsome. However, his sharp eyes were like a sharp sword intent, as if they could shoot through the endless void grand world. It's not easy. I finally mastered the Kuan Peng transformation. The person was none other than Lin Fei, who had been cultivating hard. He had followed the Kuan Peng patriarch and thought he could easily master the divine power. Unexpectedly, he had not been able to master it until today. Whoosh! Lin Fei flashed again, and the Kuan Peng body turned into a black stream of light and flashed past. In a moment he appeared 1,000,000 miles away. Impressive. It's really impressive. Lin Fei felt the magic of the Kuan Peng body. This is indeed the divine power of the ancient divine beasts. God is helping me to master this divine power. In terms of speed, Lin Fei was good at it. However, after the competition with the Kuanpeng Patriarch, he lost miserably. Now that I'm using my full strength, I'm afraid I'm not far from Kuanping ancestors' level. Lin Fei's memory was still fresh in his mind. Back then, the Kuanpeng ancestor could travel millions of miles with just his Kuanpeng body, and he didn't even use his full strength. One could imagine how extraordinary this divine ability was. With this thought in mind, Lin Fei was about to continue exploring the void world when he suddenly frowned. Master is looking for me? The body of the Kuanpeng was legendary in the void. Master, you were looking for me? After returning to the main hall, when Lin Fei saw his 6 masters, he was surprised. Did something happen? You've mastered the body of the Kuanpeng? Patriarch Kuanpeng smiled. I'm stupid. I've just cultivated it to the level of mastery not long ago. It can be big or small. Lin Fei nodded. The other patriarchs weren't as shocked as before. In their eyes, Lin Fei was a freak, and it wasn't surprising that he could cultivate something that others couldn't. Good, then we can rest assured. Patriarch Kuanpeng also sighed. His strongest divine ability had been learned. As a master, he didn't seem to have much to teach. The body of the Kuanpeng was the strongest divine ability of Patriarch Kuanpeng. It could travel thousands of miles in an instant, but no one could completely master it. Lin Fei was the only one. Lin Fei, how long have you been cultivating with us? Patriarch Nine Fingers said with a smile. Master, I've been cultivating for 6 years, and I've been in the Divine Sword sect for a total of 7 years, Lin Fei said. In 7 years, others are still cultivating, but you've already made countless steps. You're indeed a peerless genius. Even we, as your masters, are very satisfied. For the 6 patriarchs, 4 years of cultivation could be said to be the time when Lin Fei grew and improved. The original half-year agreement was nothing more than to put pressure on Lin Fei, so that he wouldn't bite off more than he could chew. Unexpectedly, half a year later, they were really shocked. Lin Fei was able to master all the divine abilities and secret skills without being distracted, while following the 6 of them. It was very valiant, and for the first time they thought that they had made a mistake. Since then, each of the 6 patriarchs taught Lin Fei for a year, and Lin Fei learned all kinds of divine abilities and secret skills from them. It could be said that in the past 6 years, Lin Fei had been learning systematically. He had accumulated a lot. One shouldn't underestimate this accumulation. Once it erupted, it would definitely be shocking. The more accumulation, the more benefits. Lin Fei was confused. He didn't understand what was going on, and he was also too embarrassed to take the initiative to ask. Lin Fei, from today onward, you can graduate from your apprenticeship, Patriarch Crazy Sword said with a smile. Lin Fei blinked. I can graduate from my apprenticeship? But it seems that I haven't learned it well. How can I graduate from my apprenticeship? The 6 patriarchs didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could Lin Fei say that? In a year's time, their divine abilities and trump cards were almost all learned by Lin Fei. If this spread, it would probably scare everyone. Lin Fei's talent was too monstrous. It didn't take long to learn their divine abilities, and he completely mastered them. He had learned the Kuanping Patriarch's Kuanping transformation, and reached the realm of mastery in a year. How many people could do that? Lin Fei was a typical case of lying through his teeth. Brat, say it again if you have the guts. Patriarch Kuanping blew his beard and glared at him. He looked like he wanted to send Lin Fei flying with a slap. Lin Fei chuckled. Well, I'm just joking. In fact, I really don't want to leave the 6 masters. It's not like I'm asking you to leave the Divine Sword School, Patriarch Ruoshui said with a smile. You can come back when you have time. Lin Fei thought for a while and said, I don't think the 6 masters summoned me here just for the matter of graduating from my apprenticeship, right? I told you this brat will definitely guess it. Patriarch Hegemon Sword was very proud. Lin Fei had been suspicious before, but after hearing this, he knew that he had guessed correctly. But what exactly was it that required the 6 masters to come together? This was the strangest thing. Brat, now that you've graduated from your apprenticeship, you can go to a place called the Saint Hall, Patriarch Nine Fingers said to Lin Fei. Lin Fei frowned. Master, what's this Saint Hall? Why haven't I heard of it? In the past 6 years, besides cultivating, Lin Fei also learned about the various forces on the continent. Almost all the forces with some power were recorded. Hearing the name St. Hall, Lin Fei found it very unfamiliar. He racked his brains but couldn't find anything about the St. Hall. The 6 patriarchs laughed. You've been training for the past 6 years. How would you know about a place called the St. Hall? Patriarch Nine Fingers laughed. The St. Hall was established 3 years ago. This time we want you to go to the St. Hall because we want you to become an enforcer disciple of the St. Hall. Go there and temper yourself. It would be best if you could give those blind fellows a good beating. You want me to go beat people up? Lin Fei mumbled to himself. What's the background of this St. Hall? Lin Fei asked. In the past few years, the Xinjiang continent has been in turmoil. The St. Hall is an organization formed by the various sections. Do you understand now? Chapter 464. Must I go to the Sage Sanctuary? Lin Fei asked cautiously. According to his original plan, Lin Fei planned to hunt down a large number of heavenly demons after his cultivation was successful to elevate his level. For 6 years, Lin Fei's level remained at Mystique Venerable rank. Although he was only at Mystique Venerable rank, his actual combat strength had already reached the level of a sage. If not for learning from the 6 elders, he would have long advanced to the level of a sage. Lin Fei's only worry was to rashly advance to the level of a sage to avoid arousing suspicion. For 6 years, Lin Fei had not thought of advancing. His level remained at Mystique Venerable rank. Suddenly wanting to go somewhere else undoubtedly messed up Lin Fei's plans. You must go to the Sage Sanctuary, the 9-fingered patriarch said with a smile. However, you don't have to go, provided that you can defeat all of us. Then you can go wherever you want. A bunch of sly old foxes. You win. Lin Fei was slightly disdainful. Lin Fei was not a match for the 6 itinerant immortal elders at the moment. One elder alone was enough to give him a headache. Moreover, 6 elders were attacking him at the same time. It was clearly bullying and forcing him to go to the Sage Sanctuary. I'll go, all right. Lin Fei was helpless. Brat, the Sage Sanctuary is a good place. It's a place where geniuses gather. It's the best place for a peerless genius like you. Ordinary people don't get a chance to go. The elders chimed in one after another, almost describing the Sage Sanctuary as heaven. Go back and pack your things. You can leave tomorrow. I'll take my leave then. Lin Fei returned in a bad mood. Nine-fingered, will anything happen to Lin Fei if you let him go to the Sage Sanctuary? The Mad Sword Patriarch asked. The 9-fingered patriarch shook his head. How could anything happen? What do you think will happen to Lin Fei if he encounters those arrogant geniuses with his current strength? Patriarch Hegemon Sword laughed heartily. Isn't that obvious? It's definitely their bad luck. With that brat Lin Fei's strength, his battle prowess can easily reach the peak of sage. If he encounters an emperor, he can use the rock transformation to escape. Saint Peak? My guess is that he should be at the early stage of the emperor realm. Don't forget, 6 years ago, Lin Fei's combat power almost reached the peak of the sage realm. It's most suitable for Lin Fei to go out and train. The continent is in chaos, and geniuses are born in troubled times. Who knows, maybe this little brat Lin Fei is a genius in troubled times, and he can bring glory to our divine sword school. Back to Bloodsword Mountain. Lin Fei read through the information about the St. Hall, and played with a black token in his hand. There was a vigorous and powerful holy word on it, filled with a high and mighty aura. On the back there was a Hall word. When put together it formed the word St. Hall. Master, are you really going to the St. Hall? Obsidian, the heavenly demon king, had been living a carefree life for the past 6 years. What, you want to go out? Lin Fei asked casually. Obsidian's eyelids twitched and he laughed dryly. How can that be? I just feel that this St. Hall is not a good place. Moreover, I have to suffer a lot of anger. It's not as comfortable as outside. What are you afraid of? Whoever is unhappy, Hairball will be the first to eat him. Little Black, am I right? Hairball came out of the void, showing off her strength, full of the aura of a bandit. In the past 7 years, Hairball was the same as before. No changes could be seen, but her temperament was becoming more and more like a little overlord. Yes, whoever dares to point fingers at Master, I will eat them all. Little Black lowered his head submissively. Hearing this, Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Hairball was really led astray. As for the bad things that Hairball did in the Divine Sword School, Lin Fei couldn't remember. She either ate someone's pet today, or she harmed something tomorrow. Fortunately, Hairball appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Coupled with the void travel, it was a daunting experience without any mishaps. If someone found out, Lin Fei wouldn't know how to explain it. Master, when we get out you have to take me with you. I'm about to suffocate to death. Furball grinned evilly. You can't just leave me here. I'm covered in fur now. Lin Fei directly ignored the latter part of her sentence. Long fur. You've grown fur for a long time, okay? Lin Fei was speechless about Hairball. This kind of scourge had to stay by his side. As for Little Black, he was still considering whether to take him or not. However, after thinking about it carefully, it was better to take Little Black with him. After all, he had the strength of a sage. Don't worry. Of course I have to take you with me, you pest. Lin Fei touched Hairball's head. Little Black, you go. In case you come up with any bad ideas again. Hairball made a big fuss. That's great. I can finally go out. Little Black's eyes lit up. He had enjoyed enough of a comfortable life. It was time to look for excitement, the kind that he hadn't felt for a long time. Early the next morning, Lin Fei bade farewell to the 6 grandmasters and left the God of Sword School where he had cultivated for 7 years. Haha, I'm finally leaving. I've waited for this day for 6 years. On a tall mountain peak, Fong Wen listened to his subordinates report happily and rewarded him. Then Qin Kai also came to the mountain peak. Junior brother Fong, what made you so happy? Qin Kai asked with a smile. Fong Wen took out some good wine and drank a cup of it. Great news. Lin Fei has left the God of Sword School. Do you think it's worth a toast? Qin Kai suddenly understood. Indeed, it's worth a toast. After drinking for 30 minutes, Qin Kai asked, what are you going to do? Of course I'm going to kill him. Fong Wen didn't even think about it. I've waited for 6 years for this day. Qin Kai shook his head. This is not appropriate. Don't forget it's been 6 years. Until now, the person that Lin Fei has become a disciple of has no clue. If you kill Lin Fei now, have you thought about the consequences? Do you want me to stop? I can't do it. Fong Wen's expression was uncertain. Don't you think that Lin Fei has already blocked our path? Qin Kai nodded. During these 6 years, the old ancestor that Lin Fei has become a disciple of has no clue of his whereabouts. Just based on this method, Lin Fei is definitely favored by the old ancestor. It's impossible for you to kill him personally. However, you can kill him with a borrowed knife. Fong Wen frowned. Borrowed whose knife? The Saber Master. As a member of the upper echelon of the God of Sword School, Fong Wen had already collected all the information on Lin Fei. When the Saber Master was mentioned, memories immediately appeared in his mind. You're still the best. Lin Fei attacked the scattered immortal old ancestor. Everyone in the Saber Master wants to eat his flesh and drink his blood. As long as we leak the news to the Saber Master, that brat Lin Fei can forget about surviving. If the last time was a mistake, then this time the Saber Master would be able to catch a snail with one hand. There would be no mishaps. Chapter 465. Congratulations to Luo Yuxuan for becoming the first guardian. Also a tip from Suzhou Xiaoyang. Saber Sect. A first-grade sect in the continent of first-rate force. The heavenly Saber Sage sat cross-legged on a huge black rock on the mountain peak. He was like an old monk in meditation, not moving at all. At this moment, a figure landed on the mountain peak and knelt in front of the black rock. Master, disciple has something to report. The heavenly Saber Sage opened his eyes, and a glint flashed across his eyes. If someone was here, they would be able to tell that the other party had stepped into the sage great perfection. The gray-robed man heaved a sigh of relief. What's the matter? The gray-robed man did not dare to look at him. Ever since the previous incident, his master's temper had become irritable, and none of the disciples dared to seek an audience with him. However, they could not ignore this incident. I just received a piece of news. The gray-robed man took a peek and said carefully, Lin Fei from the Dynasty War has gone to the Saint Hall. What did you say? A violent aura surged toward the gray-robed man. Lin Fei has gone to the Saint Hall. The heavenly saber sage's face twitched. An endless killing intent flashed across his eyes. Lin Fei, it's this Lin Fei who caused me to lose face. You're finally willing to come out of your turtle shell. I thought you wouldn't come out for the rest of your life. The heavenly saber sage had never been so angry. After 7 years, he finally heard about Lin Fei's appearance again. There was no news more exciting than this. Is it true? The gray-robed man nodded. This news came from the Divine Sword sect. The Saint of Heavenly Blade was not surprised. He thought to himself, the Divine Sword sect is not as united as I thought. The peerless geniuses have probably caused many people to be unable to eat or sleep in peace. They probably want to kill Lin Fei through the Blade sect. Instantly, the heavenly saber sage understood the cause and effect. Whoosh! The heavenly saber sage stood up and tore open the void. In the void, the heavenly saber sage entered a small world. The heaven and earth spiritual chi here was rich, and there were many flowers and birds. Disciple Heavenly Saber requests an audience with Master. This was where Patriarch Bai lived. The Heavenly Sword Saint was a disciple of the white-named ancestor. However, he was too ashamed to meet the ancestor because of the war between the dynasties 7 years ago, so he rarely left the mountain. The matter at hand was very important. Since the Heavenly Saber Sage had forced himself to come, it was also a turning point for Xiao Chan. Why are you so impatient? Could it be that 7 years is not enough for you to cultivate your mind? Old Ancestor Bai Ming remained in a meditative state. His casual words made the Heaven Blade Sage feel pressured. Master, you misunderstand. The Heavenly Blade Sage lowered his head. This disciple noticed that the Divine Sword Sect's Lin Fei has left. He seems to be heading to the Saint Hall, so I came to report this to Master. Lin Fei. Old Ancestor Bai Ming opened his eyes. A cold glint flashed. This name also caused Patriarch Whitename to lose face, becoming the biggest joke among the loose immortal patriarchs. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Fei had been staying in the Sword God sect all this while, the white-named old ancestor would have killed Lin Fei long ago to wash away the humiliation. The pressure of a loose immortal patriarch was not to be blasphemed. At this moment, even if old Ancestor Bai Ming knew, he wouldn't dare to make a move. If others found out that he made a move against a junior, he wouldn't be able to raise his head for the rest of his life. Just because he couldn't make a move didn't mean that he couldn't kill Lin Fei. Whoosh! Old Ancestor Bai Ming entered the void. After a few breaths, he appeared in a world and walked into a huge pavilion. In the pavilion, Old Ancestor Bai Ming restrained his aura with a solemn expression. Old Ancestor, how may I help you? A young man in white came up to him. The young man wasn't strong, only at the sage level. He could tell that Old Ancestor Bai Ming was a loose immortal at a glance, but Old Ancestor Bai Ming didn't dare to underestimate him. This was because this was the #1 assassin pavilion. Old Ancestor Bai Ming couldn't make a move personally to avoid provoking the Divine Sword sect, but it didn't mean that he couldn't. After all, there were assassin organizations in this world. The #1 assassin pavilion was the strongest among the assassin organizations. They had a 100% killing efficiency and had never failed. All the targets they accepted were successfully assassinated without exception. I want to kill someone. Who? Lin Fei. Wait a moment. I'll check. The #1 assassin pavilion collected information from all over the continent. Every person they killed would have a detailed record. Through the recorded information, they would determine the cost of the assassination. Lin Fei. 7 years ago, he appeared out of nowhere and won first place in the Dynasty War. After that, he disappeared for 7 years and entered seclusion in the Divine Sword sect, said the young man. That's right. It's that Lin Fei. How much does it cost to kill him? 7 years ago, Lin Fei's battle prowess was almost at the sage level. 7 years later, his battle prowess will definitely reach the sage level. Adding on the fact that he's a disciple of a loose immortal and has a protective treasure on him, killing Lin Fei will require a peak sage level assassin. Old Ancestor Bai Ming didn't doubt Lin Fei's battle prowess. Assassinate Lin Fei within a month. The cost is 2 profound heaven spiritual treasures, said the young man. Old Ancestor Bai Ming felt his heart ache. 2 profound heaven spiritual treasures was too expensive to kill Lin Fei. Your assassin tower is really expensive. The young man smiled. Our number 1 assassin tower emphasizes efficiency. As long as you can afford it, even if it's a sect master, we'll kill him without hesitation. Lin Fei is worth the price. Invincible sword intent, a peerless genius. Old Ancestor by Ming made up his mind. The fact that the number 1 assassin tower had assassinated several loose immortal patriarchs was the best proof of their strength. Fine, I'll pay. Old Ancestor by Ming gritted his teeth. I want to hear news of Lin Fei's death within a month. Don't worry. Lin Fei will definitely die within a month. Old Ancestor by Ming handed over the 2 profound heaven spiritual treasures and left the number 1 assassin tower. He began to look forward to the news of Lin Fei's death. The number 1 assassin tower never made empty promises. Moreover, they wouldn't leak any information. That was why Old Ancestor by Ming chose an assassin organization. Arrange for a heaven-ranked assassin to kill Lin Fei within a month. Master, that big bird must have tasted very good. Why didn't you let me eat it? Hairball looked aggrieved, lying on Lin Fei's shoulder. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Don't you remember? That flying beast clearly has an owner. Do you want to be hunted down for thousands of miles? Hairball rolled her eyes. Doesn't that mean I can eat it as long as there's no one? Damn, she learned to be smart. In the future you can't eat without my permission. Bringing Hairball out was really a headache. Lin Fei rubbed his brows. Hairball was always thinking about eating, especially when she saw large beasts. It was all taught by Little Black. At present, Lin Fei could only try not to let Hairball eat casually. For the time being, Lin Fei didn't want to be hunted down and killed. Chapter 466. This should be the Great Yu Dynasty. I should be able to reach the Saint Hall in half a day. Half a day later, a black-robed Lin Fei appeared in the sky above the Saint Hall. The Xinjiang continent was too big and boundless. Even though Lin Fei's strength had improved greatly, he still couldn't reach the Saint Hall in a short time. Lin Fei was quite interested in the Saint Hall. The old ancestor said that the Saint Hall was full of elite disciples. Lin Fei really wanted to see how powerful those elite disciples were. Hairball. Lin Fei called for Hairball. On the way, Hairball couldn't stay still. She wandered around and disappeared without a trace. Where did she go again? Lin Fei frowned. He didn't want to stay on the road for too long. After 7 years, his mind had calmed down. He didn't want to travel like before. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, just as Lin Fei was about to look for Hairball, his ears twitched. His divine sense saw a group of people chasing Hairball 10,000 miles away. This guy. Lin Fei shook his head helplessly. He didn't need to think to know that Hairball must have eaten something. Otherwise, he wouldn't be chased by a group of aggressive people. This wasn't the first time this happened. Lin Fei was already used to it. Quick chase. This is a strange beast. If we catch it, we'll be rich. Although I don't know what breed it is, it's definitely a strange beast. That's right. Brother Feng's demon beast was a profound ancestor realm demon. I didn't expect it to be eaten by this strange beast. The group of people behind were happy. Strange beasts were priceless. Losing a profound ancestor realm demon beast was painful. But if they caught a strange beast, the price was much more than a few profound ancestor realm demons. It was much better than robbing everywhere. Whoosh whoosh. Hairball shuttled through the air and landed on Lin Fei's shoulder. Bang! Lin Fei flicked his finger on her forehead. Got into trouble again. Furball said in a wronged voice. I didn't cause any trouble. As soon as it finished speaking, it let out a loud burp, revealing its true form. Lin Fei glared. Didn't I tell you not to eat demon beasts? Especially a demon beast with a master. Look, they're already catching up. I don't know either. That buffalo-like demonic beast has an owner. The hairy ball Jiao argued. I saw that water buffalo running into the water when it had nothing to do, so I got greedy. There was no need for Furball to continue. Lin Fei already knew what was going on. Furball landed on Lin Fei's body, and the people behind him caught up in the blink of an eye. Feng, that strange beast seems to have a master. What are you afraid of? Just snatch it. That's an exotic beast. The newcomer did not take the black-robed man seriously at all. Lu Feng was the brother Feng they were talking about. He was one of the wandering bandits of the Great Yu dynasty. He robbed people everywhere and committed all kinds of crimes. He had just robbed a caravan and stopped to rest. Feng Demon Beast had to say. Feng. Lin Fei frowned when he felt the aura of a bandit. Lin Fei frowned as he sensed the aura of bandits from them. Hairball was in the wrong. Lin Fei had to settle it. Lu Feng's eyes brightened. Ha ha ha, the heavens are helping me today. First I robbed a merchant group. Now I've found a fat sheep. The heavens are on my side. Lu Feng's eyes lit up as he thought to himself. Ha ha, even the heavens are helping me today. First I robbed a merchant group and now I've met a fat sheep. The heavens are really helping me. Lu Feng was evil. He changed the name of a Mystique Venerable Rank Demon Beast to a Mystique Venerable Rank Demon Beast. Lu Feng was evil. He changed the name of a Mystique Venerable Rank Demon Beast to a Mystique Venerable Rank Demon Beast. The difference of one word was like heaven and earth. Master, this guy is lying. I just ate a Mystique Venerable Rank Demon Beast. Lin Fei wanted to use an upper true artifact to get rid of them. He did not expect them to ask for such an exorbitant price. Then what do you want? Lin Fei frowned. On his shoulder, Hairball was laughing coldly in her heart. You're done for. Master is angry. Lu Feng was planning to ask for an exorbitant price. If the other party was determined, he would have to make a move. Now that the other party had relaxed, he was even more pleased. I'll extort you first. Then I'll steal your beast and kill you. When the time comes, I'll hand the beast over to a powerful organization. I'll become one of them. Then I'll be free. My Mystique Venerable Rank Demon Beast cost me half of my fortune. One upper true artifact isn't enough. I need at least 10 upper true artifacts and 1 ultimate true artifact. Lu Feng boasted shamelessly as if he had the other party in his grasp. The subordinates behind him were excited. Brother Feng was Brother Feng. His first move was amazing. Are you sure? Of course. I'm in a good mood today. As long as you hand it over, I'll let bygones be bygones. Lu Feng scoffed. Lin Fei laughed heartily. Since that's the case, then all of you can die. I hate greedy people the most in my life. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the sword rays were like meteors one after another. One of the Mystique Venerable Rank subordinates was stunned. When he saw the meteors coming, his body exploded without a sound. Bang bang bang, the sword rays swept down like meteors. Each sword ray was no less than a Mystique Venerable Rank attack. In an instant, Lu Feng's subordinates were all killed. Lu Feng felt as if he had fallen into an ice house. On such a hot day, his back was drenched in cold sweat. How could this be? Among his subordinates, the weakest was at the Mystique Venerable Rank. There were also a few Mystique Venerable Ranks. With this force they had plundered countless resources. Countless people had died in their hands. Lu Feng never thought that one day, he would be the boss of a gang. Run! Run! Lu Feng never fought a battle he was not confident of winning. That was how he stood firm. The other party was too strong. Too terrifyingly strong. Since you dare to extort me and have designs on Hairball, do you think you can escape? Then I, Lin Fei, will write my name backwards. A cold voice echoed in the sky. Lu Feng's heart trembled. When he looked back, he saw a ray of black light shooting towards him. His pupils shrank as he felt a dangerous aura. A few shields appeared in front of him to block it. Give me some time. No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to do anything to me. Rumble, the black light shot over. Everything in front of him turned into clouds. Arg, I don't want to die. Lu Feng's body suddenly exploded, turning into fragments that filled the sky. Congratulations to player Lin Fei. You've gained 300,000 sin points. Lin Fei killing them was something he could do with a thought. 300,000 sin points. That's a heinous crime. Seems like this guy has killed many people. Getting rid of them was something Lin Fei could do easily. If it wasn't for the other party's greed, they might not have lost their lives. Humans can't be too greedy. Greed will bring about unimaginable consequences. Taking away a superior grade true treasure was such a good thing. Now you've lost your life. What's the point of doing that? Whoosh, Lin Fei relaxed his mind. In the void, a black light flashed. A sword pierced through Lin Fei's body. His tough body was bleeding profusely. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. At the same time, Lin Fei was sent flying. "Who is it? Come out." Protected by the water fire lotus, Lin Fei's expression changed. Chapter 467. An expert, a true expert. Lin Fei's heart jolted as he realized how powerful this person was. Lin Fei did not care about being suppressed head-on. What was more frightening was when the other party attacked from the shadows. The other party did not reveal any killing chi at all, tailing behind Lin Fei until he relaxed his guard. Only then did he unleash a fatal strike. "Peerless genius, I think you're nothing more than this." The person in luxurious robes walked out of the void with the pressure of a sage. "I really don't know why the higher-ups arranged for the two of us to attack. They're making a big fuss over nothing." Another person in white walked out of the void. He was expressionless and exuded killing intent, and his pressure was no weaker than the former. Peak profound sage strength. Although Lin Fei knew that the other party was an expert, he couldn't help but be shocked when two peak profound sages attacked him. More importantly, Lin Fei didn't know that they were tailing him. This was worth paying attention to. In terms of concealment, Lin Fei was confident that he was good at it, but he didn't expect them to be better at it than him. "Why are you talking nonsense with him? Take his head so we can go back and hand in the mission," the person in white said. "Don't you think that watching him die in front of us is a very enjoyable thing? He's a peerless genius who can fight against a rogue immortal old ancestor." Lin Fei's expression changed again. "You guys are despicable." The place where he was pierced turned into a dark green color and spread out like a spider web. His true essence was gradually nibbled away. What a powerful poison. Even true essence can't suppress it. Lin Fei tried to use true essence to dispel the poison. Unexpectedly, the green-robed person was like a ferocious tiger, and the poison spread out again. "I forgot to tell you. Shadow poison likes to devour true essence," the person in luxurious robes said. "Rumor has it that your true essence is dense, but under shadow poison, your true essence will be completely devoured. Just wait and die." Lin Fei gave up on expelling the poison with true essence. "May I know who asked you guys to attack? You don't have the qualifications to know. However, when you get down there, don't forget that the person who killed you is called Tianjuba." Tianjuba laughed. "Then you should be either Tianjujiu or Tianjuqi." Lin Fei's gaze landed on the other man in white. "You are very smart. I am Tianjujiu. It seems like your assassin organization is quite powerful." Lin Fei's face darkened. "However, since you dare to attack me, you'll have to face my wrath. Sword domain activate." So. Lin Fei's waterfire lotus protected his body. He opened his sword domain, and his sword intent transformed into a sword. Everything within a radius of 1,000 miles instantly became a world of sword domain, surrounding Tianjujiu and Tianjuba. "Like I said, the earlier we kill, the easier it is." Tianjujiu scoffed coldly. Tianjuba didn't think much of it. After being poisoned by the underworld shadow poison, he forcefully used his true essence and accelerated the underworld shadow poison's devouring of true essence. "How strong do you think that kid can be?" Wind and Fire Mountain. Lin Fei snorted coldly. Flames spread across the land, and huge mountains crashed over with a loud rumble. Bang, bang, bang. With the power of the sword domain, the area was turned into a killing zone. Tianjujiu and Tianjuba were immediately besieged by the storm, which really caught them off guard. "Lin Fei, your efforts are futile. We have the strength of Saint Perfection. You should just obediently accept your death." Tianjujiu battle armor protected his body and blocked the sword will attack. He smiled disapprovingly. Lin Fei looked calm. "Hee, that was just a warm-up." Slay. Lin Fei took a step forward. With the killing sword in his hand, he performed the slaying deities and slaying demons sword art. 7 years later, Lin Fei performed it for the first time. Black killing intent formed 3 heads and 6 arms behind Lin Fei. 6 flying swords with true treasures performed the slaying deities and slaying demons sword art at the same time. Swish! The black killing intent turned into a giant, which took a step and appeared in front of them. Its sword stabbed at Tianjujiu's chest. Clang, clang, clang. Tianjujiu was stunned. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood. Dense cracks appeared on his armor, which was full of murderous intent. This sword attack is not bad, right? Lin Fei sneered and wounded his opponent with one sword attack. In the past 7 years, Lin Fei had mastered the slaying deities and slaying demons sword art very well. Especially when it was mixed with killing intent, its power was even greater. Again. Lin Fei snorted again and stabbed more than 10 times in one breath. Each sword attack was no less powerful than the previous one. Juba, go and kill Lin Fei. His sword art is too strange. Be careful. Tianjuzhou was wounded. The murderous intent began to affect his mind. He was extremely angry. He was really tricked by his opponent. Tianjuba snorted unhappily and disappeared in the sword domain. However, Lin Fei wouldn't let him attack. The sword domain changed, and the sword intent was like silk. It spread all over the sword domain. Bang bang bang. The sword intent was like silk. It broke through the stealth and forced the opponent out. You want to sneak in my sword domain? Wishful thinking. After experiencing it once, how could Lin Fei allow Tianjuba to enter stealth again? As for Tianjuba, his battle armor was riddled with scars. Kill. Lin Fei took a step forward again. With 3 heads and 6 arms, he directly attacked Tianjuzhou. Kill one first. Tianjuba attacked. A heavenly demon king appeared in front of him and blocked his attack. Hee little brat, you're finished. It had been a long time since Obsidian fought. Although Lin Fei's strength had improved greatly, it was obviously impossible to kill 2 Saint Perfection stage experts in a short time. At this level, he wasn't far from becoming an emperor. He could kill them, but he needed time. Slaying deities. By holding back a Saint Perfection stage expert, Lin Fei would have time to kill one of them. Tianjuzhou was shocked. He had already suffered from this sword technique. How could he not know how powerful it was? He waved his hand and sent out a jingguang. That jingguang was a rope. Tried to tie Lin Fei up. Open. The black light hit the jingguang. It was sent flying. Lin Fei's strongest close-range attack. If he was tied up, he would inevitably have a headache. Voila! The second sword slashed Tianjuzhou. The power of this strike was even stronger than before, and a black hole appeared on the armor. Demon slaying. Lin Fei shouted. The sword momentum changed again. He directly used the 4th sword. It was really hard to block. At this time he used the 4th sword again. Its power was more than 10 times stronger. Especially when he was in close range, it was really an invincible killing sword technique. A murderous shadow slashed out. The murderous intent filled the air and hit Tianjuzhou. Boom! Tianjuzhou's body exploded. Slaying deities, slaying demons sword technique. Each sword was stronger than the previous one, let alone the 4th sword. Tianjuzhou naturally couldn't block it. Moreover, the 4th sword was the dividing line between the previous 2 swords. This condensed shadow was the supreme god of killing. It was called the supreme god of killing. Of course, no one dared to underestimate it. Lin Fei, I won't let you go. Tianjuzhou's primordial spirit fled. 5 lightning strikes. Rumble. Divine lightning fell. It specialized in restraining primordial spirit. Huge bolts of divine lightning struck down, striking Tianjuzhou's primordial spirit. His injured primordial spirit was directly obliterated by the divine lightning. Even the final fragments of his primordial spirit were completely shattered by the sword intent. Tianjuzhou. Tianjuba, who was being held back, also saw the scene of Tianjuzhou being killed. Ever since the 2 of them received the organization's mission, they didn't take Lin Fei seriously. The 2 of them worked together and once killed an early-stage Emperor Realm expert. They even killed a peak early-stage Emperor Realm expert. They didn't think much of Lin Fei, whose combat power had reached the level of a sage. Especially when he was poisoned by the shadow poison. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't unleash any combat power. Although they didn't want to use the shadow poison, this was the organization's rule. When it was their turn to attack, no target had ever escaped from their hands. In less than a moment, Tianjuzhou was killed. The killing intent that erupted from the last sword made even Tianjuba feel an inexplicable fear. That terrifying killing intent went straight to his soul. You killed Tianjuzhou. Lin Fei said indifferently. I just said that you have to pay the price. Although he didn't know who ordered them to attack, Lin Fei already knew that they were from an assassin organization. From the serial number, this assassin organization was extraordinary. Since they dared to attack, Lin Fei didn't mind killing all of them. Ha ha, you still dare to be distracted during a battle. It's hard not to die. Obsidian's attack sent Tianjuba flying. Lin Fei, you will live in a nightmare. I promise. Tianjuba, who was sent flying, had a sinister smile on his face. He activated his secret technique and instantly appeared hundreds of thousands of miles away. Assassins were still assassins. Since the ambush failed, they would naturally choose to let go and seek another chance to assassinate. They wouldn't blindly choose to continue fighting. Kuimping transformation. How could Lin Fei let them leave? An assassin who could restrain his essence, qi, and spirit would definitely give Lin Fei a headache. He didn't want to be on guard all the time. This was something that consumed a lot of essence, qi, and spirit. Tianjuba's face was solemn as he turned into a beam of light and flew out. I used a teleportation talisman. No matter how strong that Lin Fei is, he can forget about catching me. Tianjuba thought. There's a problem with the organization's information. Lin Fei's sword art is too terrifying. Also, why didn't I use the teleportation talisman in time? If I didn't use the teleportation talisman in time, I might have died. With a series of questions, Tianjuba cursed nonstop. Bang! A black spear blasted on Tianjuba's body. His entire body crashed into a forest below. Everything within 100 miles was instantly razed to the ground. Hua Tianjuba rushed out of the ruins. Kuimpeng. Seeing that huge creature, Tianjuba cried out. A distance of 1,000,000 miles. Only the Kuimpeng's mystique could catch up. Today you must die. Lin Fei, who had turned into a Kuimpeng, flapped his huge body and traveled 200,000 to 300,000 miles. He rapidly closed the distance between them. You want to kill me? Dream on. Tianjuba spat out essence blood. Blood escaped 10,000 miles. The blood-red figure once again pulled the distance of 1,000,000 miles. Chapter 468. P.S. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan and Lonely Floating Clouds for their tips. Damn it. How can his Kuimpeng body be so powerful? Impossible. In the sky, a figure approached from afar, his face pale. This person was none other than Tianjuba, who was being pursued. It's already the second day. Why can't I get rid of this brat? Could it be that I'm really going to die in his hands? No, definitely not. I'm a saint. I have the strength of a saint. Great circle. Tianjuba had never been so terrified before. Over the course of 2 days, Tianjuba launched several sneak attacks on his opponent, but all of them were neutralized by his opponent. Instead, he was left with some serious injuries. The precious teleportation talismans had also been used up, and Tianjuba no longer dared to sneak up on the other party. His mission was to get rid of Lin Fei, or else he would really die. Damn it, he caught up again. Behind him, 300,000 li away, the huge black shadow caught up. Tianjuba could already feel the other party's aura, as well as that terrifying killing intent. Calm down, you must calm down. It was naturally not easy to become a sage. After a moment of panic, Tianjuba calmed down. The only way to get rid of the other party is to have someone stop Lin Fei. When his gaze landed on the nearby city, a ruthless glint flashed across Tianjuba's eyes. Lin Fei, who had been tailing them, maintained a certain distance from them. He wants to fight with his life on the line. Tianjuba suddenly started increasing. Lin Fei knew very well what this meant. Tianjuba's quintessential essence was almost completely used up. If he didn't go all out, he would die. There's still a small gap. Lin Fei said regretfully. If the opponent was a late-stage saint, I wouldn't have been able to defeat him. I am confident that I can catch up to him and kill him. Saint full circle. Whether it was in terms of strength or speed, they were all first-rate in the Great Six. Lin Fei couldn't catch up to him and felt helpless. The distance of 200,000 to 300,000 li was like a chasm, blocking him outside. The only thing he could do now was to grind his opponent to death. Lin Fei was in no hurry. He followed behind and prepared to exhaust his opponent's quintessential essence. Sky 988 Force. Lin Fei unhurriedly flapped his huge wings. He chased after them. King of Invincibility, what's going on? How can there be such a large building in the wilderness? After a few breaths, a huge stretch of buildings appeared in front of Lin Fei. This is bad. We can't let Tianjuba enter. Otherwise, all our efforts will be in vain. Seeing Tianjuba run inside, even though he didn't know where it was, Lin Fei couldn't let Tianjuba escape under his nose. Demon extermination. Lin Fei swayed his waist. The killing god's shadow slashed out with his sword, attacking through the air. Boom! This sword slashed at Tianjuba's back, blasting away most of his body, because the distance was too far. He was unable to kill Tianjuba, but at this moment Tianjuba endured the pain and turned his head. Lin Fei, you're dead. Explode! Tianjuba opened his mouth and spat out a blood-red bead. Then it exploded. Boom! Boom! The sound of the huge explosion rushed in all directions. A building not far away was razed to the ground. Then the nearby buildings were destroyed as well. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Many figures rushed out from below the building. At this moment, all of them had furious expressions on their faces as they stared at Lin Fei. That's a blood demon bead. A treasure that only demonic disciples use. His killing intent is so thick. He must be a demonic disciple. He must be an accomplice of that demonic disciple. Everyone, let's kill him together. The people who rushed out were not old, but they were not weak. Everyone be careful. This person is a demonic disciple. His methods are cruel. Our entire clan was wiped out by him. Tianjuba retracted his aura and turned into Xianzong's strength. His pitiful appearance immediately won everyone's sympathy. His eyes flashed with a cold smile. Kill him. Demonic disciple, everyone has the right to kill him. Everyone had guessed that with Tianjuba's words, the spearhead would hit him, especially the killing intent he gave off. Not many people had such a strong killing intent. Lin Fei saw Tianjuba smile and immediately realized that he had been tricked. You're all wrong. I'm not a demonic disciple. Lin Fei tried to explain, but they already had a preconceived impression of him. Adding on Lin Fei's thick killing intent, they naturally thought he was a demonic disciple and attacked him. Academy, this is the academy. Lin Fei wasn't a bloodthirsty person. After seeing those words, he realized that he had caused a misunderstanding. Demonic disciple, what is there to explain? The people who rushed up were the academy's disciples below. They were young and full of vigor. They wouldn't listen to an explanation and attacked even more fiercely. Pung! A Xianzong disciple in the sky suddenly exploded into a bloody mist. Not good, he killed junior brother Mu. Revenge! Seeing his comrade killed, he attacked crazily. Lin Fei, enjoy yourself. Tianjuba laughed. I forgot to tell you that many of the academy's disciples died to demonic disciples. From then on, I killed every demonic disciple I saw. Damn it! Lin Fei realized that Tianjuba was framing him. This was a vicious move. Being targeted by an academy, not to mention killing Tianjuba, the entire academy's pursuit would be a headache. They were rushing over. In his spiritual sense, Lin Fei saw some experts rushing over. Damn it, if Tianjuba doesn't die today, he will definitely be a problem. He must die. After 2 days of fighting, Lin Fei realized how terrifying the other party was. A sage killer was hiding beside them. No one would be willing to see it. Who knows, if you let your guard down one day, the other party might come over. Kill. The Azure Dragon True Body was activated. With a swing of his dragon tail, Profound Sovereign and Xianzong disciples were all sent flying by Lin Fei. Tianjuba die. Tianjuba took the chance to leave. Before he could get over his joy, a boundless killing intent locked onto him. Slay gods and slay demons. Without any care, Lin Fei executed the fourth sword. The sky instantly darkened due to the horrifying killing intent. Under the influence of the killing intent, those weaker academy disciples all vomited blood. Some even had bloodshot eyes as boundless killing intent enveloped them. Kill! 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 I'm going to kill you! The horrifying killing intent flashed by at an unimaginable speed. Tianjuba's throat moved. His eyes were filled with reluctance as his body was shredded by the killing intent. His primordial spirit couldn't escape either as it was shredded by the horrifying sword intent. I'm in trouble this time. When he turned back and saw the miserable state of those academy disciples, Lin Fei didn't expect the killing intent to affect him so much. This time he wouldn't be able to wash himself clean even if he jumped into the Yellow River. If he didn't leave now, when would he? After sweeping away Tianjuba's treasures, Lin Fei wanted to leave. Lin Fei wanted to leave, but someone didn't want to. Chapter 469. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As their auras locked onto Lin Fei, waves of powerful auras appeared. Each of them was a powerhouse. The lowest rank was above Mystique Venerable rank. There were at least 20 to 30 people surrounding Lin Fei. Damn it, Tianjuba's death won't let us rest easy. Lin Fei cursed. Even in death they were still trying to trick people. Damn it, how inhumane. Tis. The leading elder scoffed. The disciples who had fallen into a murderous rage regained their senses. Immediately, they looked guilty and did not dare to look up. How humiliating. What's the meaning of this? Lin Fei shouted. Which demonic sect are you from? How dare you kill people at the gates of Tungfei Academy? The leading elder in gray scoffed. His divine consciousness attack arrived quietly, a huge divine consciousness spear piercing toward him. Shameless. If the other party had spoken nicely, Lin Fei might have calmed down and explained the situation. However, the other party did not give him a chance. His first move was a divine consciousness attack. Akalanatha. With a thought, Lin Fei summoned the Akalanatha. At the same time, his own divine consciousness quietly attacked and used the God-Killer technique. Lin Fei would not be merciful if he attacked stealthily. As the two divine consciousnesses clashed, Lin Fei had the upper hand. The elder in gray swayed and was at a disadvantage. Elder Lu, are you all right? The elder in gray was one of the academy's elders. I'm fine. Elder Lu shook his head. This person's divine consciousness is powerful. Everyone be careful. Capture him first and we'll definitely get the whereabouts of the demoness. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to have fallen into a vortex. He was the scapegoat. Naturally, Lin Fei did not want his reputation to be ruined. Scapegoat? To hell with it. I'm not a demonic sect disciple. I don't know the demoness you speak of. It's all a misunderstanding. If you insist, don't blame me for being rough. In reality, this explanation was unnecessary. What an arrogant brat. Take my fist. The Soaring Dragon Academy had been established by the Flying Dragon Dynasty, and it had always been protected by them. The Flying Dragon Dynasty wasn't weak, so it had encouraged the Soaring Dragon Academy's domineering ways. It would have been fine normally, but not long ago, the Academy had been invaded by demonic path disciples. The elders of Soaring Flight Academy were furious, and Lin Fei's appearance was the perfect place for them to vent their anger. Misunderstanding? How could they believe it? A great perfection Mystique Venerable rank outer sect elder grabbed the air with a terrifying giant hand. The sky suddenly darkened as he attacked with an earth-level martial art, intending to capture Lin Fei in one fell swoop. Lin Fei had no time to waste. In the academy, it was difficult to ensure that there were super-strong masters overseeing things. Lin Fei did not want to be hunted down by them for the time being. Get lost. Lin Fei let out a cold snort as he knocked the terrifying hand away. With a flick of his dragon tail, he sent the outer courtyard elder flying. I don't have time to waste with you. After sending the outer courtyard elder flying, Lin Fei unleashed the rock body and turned into a black dot, disappearing into the sky. The elders were well aware of the outer courtyard elder's strength. Now he was sent flying with a single move. This person's strength was too strong. Quick, chase after him. This person must have a very high position in the demonic sect. We mustn't let him escape. Elder Lu was the first to react. He regretted not being the first to make a move. If he had captured the other party, he might have made a great contribution. Send a message to the Flying Dragon Dynasty's law enforcement team. Have them intercept this person and make sure he stays in the Flying Dragon Dynasty. Elder Lu added. What bad luck. What bad luck. Lin Fei cursed as he flew. Luckily, Tianjuba is dead. Who knows, we might be able to find out the organization behind them from their belongings. If Lin Fei did not care, he would not even know how he died in the future. No matter what, he must find out the background of the assassin organization. Bang! A huge chain pierced through the air and slammed into Lin Fei's huge body. Damn it! Lin Fei was enraged. After being attacked one after another, even a good-tempered person would be enraged, not to mention someone like Lin Fei who had a bad temper. It's this guy. What's wrong with Tingfei Academy? Why does the law enforcement team have to deal with this kind of demonic disciple? Forget it, forget it. It's our fault for bumping into him. At least it's a good contribution. It's better than nothing. A team of black-clothed people appeared around Lin Fei. They were expressionless and full of murderous intent. One look and one could tell that they had gone through life and death situations. Their eyes were filled with endless murderous intent. Who are you? Why are you attacking me? Are you going to surrender? Or do you want us to attack? Once we attack you, a demonic disciple, will be doomed eternally. The man in black armor said expressionlessly. No matter how stupid Lin Fei was, he knew what was going on. Are you from the academy? Humph, we are the law enforcement team of the Flying Dragon Dynasty. I'll give you 3 breaths time to think about whether to surrender or not. The man in black armor said coldly. Lin Fei finally understood why he was stopped. It turned out that the people from the Flying Dragon Dynasty attacked him. This time they really thought that he was a demonic disciple. He was attacked even though he was lying down. Over and over again, he was misunderstood as a demonic disciple. Lin Fei was filled with anger. As for using the name of the Divine Sword Sect, they probably wouldn't believe him at all. Even if he said it, it would be useless. Who asked them to be so prejudiced? At this moment, Lin Fei regretted killing Tianjuba so easily. Now he was in trouble. Sorry, I can't surrender, so I have to attack you. 5 blow thunderstruck. Rumble. Without waiting for the law enforcement team to attack, Lin Fei used his divine ability and trapped them in the thunderbolt. To be able to become a member of the Flying Dragon Dynasty's law enforcement team, everyone was not simple. In particular, they were well equipped. It could be said that the strength of the law enforcement team was built on not only their strength, but also their equipment. Flying Dragon Formation. The entire team formed a formation. Under the thunderbolt, a black dragon that was 10,000 feet long whizzed out, and its might surged forward. Its cold eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. Sir, how dare you attack our law enforcement team? Accept the wrath of the law enforcement team. The strength that the huge black dragon emitted was not lower than the level of a sage. This was only a team. If they encountered a few teams, even an emperor-level powerhouse would not dare to offend them easily. Whirling strangulation. The black dragon's killing move arrived. Another formation. No wonder they are so arrogant and dare to not take me seriously. Lin Fei thought. They clearly want to kill me. If I don't fight back, who knows what will happen to me? Lin Fei had already given in, but they were still unwilling to let him go. Then they could not blame him. Punishment Spear. The black spear that was 10,000 feet long, emitting a punishing aura, stabbed into the huge body of the black dragon. With a rumble, the huge black dragon formation was directly destroyed. This was an attack from Lin Fei's anger. So what if it was a joint attack formation? Damn, so weak? As the system's voice sounded, Lin Fei was stunned. They were all dead? Chapter 470. Lin Fei thought they were very powerful, but they were all killed by the spear. He was speechless. Damn it. If I knew they were so weak, I would have controlled my strength a little. I wouldn't have killed them all. Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or to cry. After 7 years of cultivation, no matter which divine ability he performed, it would be very powerful. Especially when he was so angry earlier, he did not think about controlling it at all. Hence, in the end, it was Lin Fei's own fault. The law enforcement team was annihilated. What he said was true. Lin Fei knew about Dynasty's law enforcement team. They usually protected Dynasty's safety, and what they did was to kill wanted criminals who harmed Dynasty. Therefore, anyone who dared to kill Dynasty's law enforcement team was equivalent to provoking Dynasty. They were Dynasty's enemies. That guy annihilated the law enforcement team. Oh my god, how is that possible? Dynasty's law enforcement team. Even if it's a team of 10, their combat strength is on sage level and they're well equipped. How can they be annihilated so easily? Something bad has happened. Something really bad has happened. Elder Lu, who caught up from behind, could not help but exclaim when he saw He Long being killed forcefully. Surround him. He killed the law enforcement team. The law enforcement team will be here soon. Don't let him escape. Lin Fei was in a daze for a moment, but he had nothing to worry about. Just like how a monk could break other commandments after breaking one's commandment, it was a matter of time. There was nothing to worry about. Lin Fei was like that at the moment. When he was attacked earlier, Lin Fei showed mercy and did not kill them. Otherwise, those college disciples would have died in his hands. Lin Fei's temper was already very good. Now that he had broken the boundary, there was naturally nothing to worry about. I'll kill them first. Lin Fei made up his mind. There was nothing to worry about. If not for them, he would not have killed Dynasty's law enforcement team. It could be said that they also had a lot of responsibility. Lin Fei could tell that they were clearly trying to hold him back, so that they could wait for Dynasty's law enforcement team to appear. If he did not do it, they would attack him. Since that was the case, he could kill them all at once. Kill. Lin Fei stepped forward. The God Killer technique was quietly unleashed, and the spear of punishment swept across. The number of spiritual consciousness attacks made them suffer a great loss on the spot. Except for a limited number of elders, the rest of the people's minds were blank. The punishment spear swept across, and even their primordial spirits were crushed. Bang bang bang, with a single spear of punishment, 70% of the people who were about to surround him disappeared. Elder Wang, Elder Zhang. Elder Lu's eyes widened in disbelief. How was he going to explain himself now? You killed them. You actually killed them. Elder Lu's veins bulged on his hands. Lin Fei leisurely strolled forwards. I wasn't a demonic path disciple to begin with. From the very beginning, it was you who slandered me as a demonic path disciple, and even informed the enforcement squad to deal with me. Since that's the case, then I'll be the demonic path disciple you speak of. Let's see what you can do to me, ha ha ha. Slay gods and slay devils. Lin Fei made his move again, his killing intent cold. To be able to survive the god kill attack, the remaining elders all had the strength of a sage, especially Elder Lu, whose strength had reached the sage full circle. Since he wanted to kill them, Lin Fei directly used his ultimate move. Although it consumed quintessential essence, it was good at killing people quickly and did not need to waste time. Be careful. A sage elder warned. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, killing intent swept over, and the sage elder's body exploded. After the first sage elder exploded, a second sage elder immediately exploded. Under the attack of the slay gods and slay devils sword, even sages could not withstand the attack. With the death of each elder, the black killing intent drilled into Lin Fei's body and became a part of it. It seems that the accumulation of killing intent is what makes the next move powerful. Lin Fei frowned slightly. It seems that this sword technique requires killing intent. Using killing intent to kill, there's nothing it can't kill. In the past, when Lin Fei used this final move, he used quintessential essence to activate it. So it was not as powerful as now. At least killing sages was not as powerful as it was now. In the blink of an eye, Elder Lu was the only one left. The other sage elders were all killed without exception. Even their primordial spirits were not spared. Elder Lu was in a daze. Damn it, this is impossible. They were all sages. How could they die so easily? However, the reality in front of him told him that the black-robed kid had really killed all the people who had chased after them. He had killed them all and they could not fight back at all. Elder Lu felt that he had wasted his life. If he had known that this would happen, Elder Lu would rather die than chase after them. He had caused the academy to lose a lot of power. It was inevitable that they would be severely injured, and they would not be able to recover for a while. How long would it take to nurture a sage elder? How many resources would be consumed? It was definitely an astronomical figure. No matter who you are, the Flying Dragon Dynasty will not let you off. Elder Lu gritted his teeth. Sages can't kill you, but what about the Emperor and the itinerant immortal patriarchs? Lin Fei was disdainful. You can't see that, but I know that you're about to die. Killing came in pairs. Lin Fei would not let go of the remaining one. He had slandered him, and he would not be able to vent his anger if he did not kill him. Especially after killing a sage, there were many benefits, especially when it came to sword techniques. If he continued to accumulate, he would really kill when he attacked, reaching the level of a killing sword immortal. Die! Elder Lu was already injured. Even though he had the power of a sage at great perfection, he was at the end of his rope. Lin Fei's attack was not to be underestimated. His murderous aura wreaked havoc in his body, suppressing Elder Lu's battle prowess. Lin Fei's battle prowess was super abnormal. Let's die together. Seeing that he could not survive, Elder Lu shouted and chose to self-destruct, dying together. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lin Fei was fast, but he was still affected. His azure dragon real body was covered in blood. Damn it, so ruthless. Such a huge explosion attracted the attention of the dynasty. If they did not leave now, when would they? After a while, law enforcement teams appeared at the scene of the battle. They were black and aggressive, and they were stronger than the previous teams. Who killed the law enforcement team? Commander Tai Xian's murderous aura was cold. He looked around, but no one dared to answer. The dynasty's law enforcement team had a total of 3 great commanders, 6 medium captains, and dozens of small captains. One could imagine how powerful the great commander was in the Flying Dragon dynasty. Great commander, we suspect that it was done by a demonic Tao disciple, a subordinate said. Tai Xian was really angry. In just half a day they had lost a law enforcement team. Although it was just 10 people, it was significant. This was a challenge to his prestige as the great commander. Report. We discovered that the elders of the Soaring Academy were killed. None of them survived. Commander Tai Xian's face darkened even more. Go and investigate. After a while, Commander Tai Xian figured out the ins and outs of the matter. That damn demonic Tao disciple. How dare he bully us like this? Commander Tai Xian roared. Inform the other 2 great commanders to completely eliminate the remaining demonic Tao disciples in the dynasty and arrange for the first squadron. Lin Fei did not know that killing the elders of the Soaring Academy would cause a huge commotion. It should be safe now. The Flying Dragon dynasty was huge, and Lin Fei could not leave for a short period of time. Lin Fei landed in a valley. He restrained his aura and turned into an ordinary person. You are really powerful. You injured the vitality of the Soaring Dragon Academy and killed a law enforcement team. Pa! Who is it? Lin Fei frowned. Immediately, a black figure with a delicate fragrance appeared in his field of vision. It was actually a young girl, and a very beautiful one at that. Ha ha ha! The young girl in black giggled. You even dared to kill the people of the law enforcement team. Why are you afraid of a weak girl like me? Lin Fei frowned again and thought to himself, what a powerful charm technique. Enough. Don't use charm technique in front of me. If you anger me, I will destroy you. His mind swayed and he dispelled the charm technique. With just a few words, Lin Fei realized that the young girl in front of him was very dangerous, especially since she could appear silently. Boring. The young girl in black said. Although the young girl in black was very voluptuous and beautiful, Lin Fei did not want to spend any more time with her. His sixth sense had always been very accurate. You are the demoness in their words. Suddenly, Lin Fei raised his head and asked. You are quite smart. You even guessed this. The young girl in black smiled lightly. I am the demoness in their words. Are you very angry now? Do you want to teach me a lesson? Lin Fei was very surprised. This woman was too smart. I know what you men are thinking, the young girl in black said. I see that you have cultivated the azure dragon real body, right? Upon hearing this, Lin Fei became more fearful. That's right. The young girl in black blinked. Then, are you interested in doing something big with me? I guarantee that you will benefit greatly. Lin Fei's lips twitched. That is your motive, right? I'm worried that you will sell me out. I was slandered as your accomplice for no reason. If I worked with you, Lin Fei was really worried that I would be tricked. Hee. You at least have the combat prowess of a sage. Do you think I can eat you up? The young girl in black giggled. You should find someone else for this. Lin Fei shook his head. He did not want to waste time with this young girl in black. He kept feeling that she was up to no good. If you do not want to cultivate the azure dragon real body to great perfection, you can leave. Just as Lin Fei was about to leave, he stopped subconsciously. How do you know that I have not cultivated the azure dragon real body to great perfection? Isn't that simple? To cultivate the Azure Dragon real body to great perfection, you need the Azure Dragon divine blood. At that time you will truly transform into a dragon. At the same time, you will be able to materialize the Azure Dragon battle armor and be unrivaled in close combat. With this, Lin Fei hesitated. As Xiao Qin's strength increased, the Azure Dragon real body gradually revealed its shortcomings. Could no longer match his strength. If he wanted to match it, he had to cultivate the Azure Dragon real body to great perfection. Chapter 471. Lin Fei's heart thumped. In other words, he was tempted. Azure Dragon God blood. Damn, this was equivalent to large success of the Azure Dragon true body. Ever since he cultivated the Azure Dragon true body, Lin Fei realized how strong this body tempering technique was. Damn, large success Azure Dragon true body, its defense was many times stronger. It was truly invincible in close combat. If there really is Azure Dragon God blood, then my Azure Dragon true body will be able to reach large success. Its defense will also be many times stronger. At that time, even Emperor Realm experts will pale in comparison. Please search for floating astronomy. Azure Dragon true body was a special body tempering technique that the system evaluated. Naturally, it was extraordinary. Lin Fei forced himself to calm down. Azure Dragon God blood was too important to him. He definitely couldn't miss this chance. Even if it was just hearsay, Lin Fei wasn't willing to miss this chance. This thing was too important to Lin Fei. He had to pay attention to it. How do I know if you are lying to me? Lin Fei was suspicious. What do you think? The demon girl said. You can go or you can choose not to go. Anyway, the loss isn't mine. The problem returned to Lin Fei. This move was amazing. To go or not to go, this was a question worth considering. Lin Fei glanced at the demoness. He could not see any change in her expression. Her eyes seemed to show that she was certain that he would agree to her request. The importance of the Azure Dragon God blood was incomparable. In the past 7 years, Lin Fei hadn't given up on finding the Azure Dragon God blood. Regretfully, there were only a few words about its whereabouts. He didn't even know where it was. Heading to the Saint Hall, Lin Fei also wanted to find out where the Azure Dragon God blood was. Now that he heard some clues, he had to go no matter what. In case he missed it, Lin Fei would regret it for the rest of his life. Especially when he met a saint killer, it made Lin Fei feel pressure. He could handle it this time. What about next time? He couldn't be sure. The Azure Dragon God blood was incomparably important. I promise you, Lin Fei said in a deep voice. However, I want to obtain the Azure Dragon divine blood. Otherwise, even if you sell me, it won't be enough. The demoness blinked. Don't think badly of me. If it wasn't bad, why would you look for me? It's obvious that I'm the one who's going into the water, yet you're still acting like a good person. Lin Fei cursed in his heart. Rugua, you don't have to tell me if you're worried that I'll act rashly. Humph. Goading won't work on me. The witch giggled. However, I can tell you that the item is in the hands of the royal family of the Flying Dragon dynasty. Without my help, you won't be able to find its whereabouts for the rest of your life. The Flying Dragon dynasty's royal family. The corner of Lin Fei's eye twitched. What, are you scared? The witch said in disdain. I believe that you know the whereabouts of the Azure Dragon divine blood. Lin Fei ignored this gaze. If I don't know, why should I? Rugua told me to pin down the enemy. Forgive me, but I can't do that. What a joke. The Flying Dragon dynasty was a large dynasty with an Emperor Realm expert guarding it. If he went there rashly, he would be chased for thousands of miles. Only an idiot would be a meat shield. The Azure Dragon divine blood was good. Rugua told him to risk his life. It wasn't worth it. It wasn't worth it. With Rugua pinching down the main force, Lin Fei wouldn't go even if he was beaten to death. He wasn't stupid enough to do that. Just do it when you get there. You won't pin down the enemy's main force anyway. The witch giggled. She said in her heart, although I don't know that such an expert popped out of nowhere, I'll be able to pin down the enemy's main force when I get it. I won't be targeted by an Emperor Realm expert. Lin Fei said in his heart. This witch is unstable. Who knows if she'll ask me to pin down the enemy's main force. As long as I get the Azure Dragon divine blood, I'll go my separate ways immediately. The witch was very dangerous. Lin Fei was extremely cautious in his heart. Let's do it. Rugua, if nothing goes wrong, we can do it at night. I'm very strong. Why did you come to me? Lin Fei asked suddenly. You have a strong body. In the Flying Dragon Dynasty, there's a test that requires your help. Is this explanation okay? The witch smiled. Lin Fei sat down. He didn't want to continue asking. He closed his eyes and rested to prepare for the night. After what had happened in the day, killing people and stealing treasures at night was definitely not an easy task. He couldn't avoid a fierce battle. The Flying Dragon Dynasty was one of the large dynasties in the continent. Today, the Flying Dragon Dynasty had been humiliated because of one incident. A group of saint elders from Tungfei Academy had been killed by a demonic disciple. This news couldn't be kept a secret. Then, a law enforcement team of the dynasty had been destroyed. With this incident, the demonic disciples had become the target of everyone's hatred. In the Flying Dragon Dynasty, everyone was on high alert. As the law enforcement team arrested some demonic disciples, all the forces subconsciously retreated, afraid of being targeted by the law enforcement team. What? Can't you find out who did it? Whoosh! In the huge mansion it was dark and gloomy. The atmosphere was depressing. Commander, the demonic disciples we arrested are all small fries. We interrogated all of them. They know nothing about what happened in the day. On the black floor, a law enforcement disciple knelt. Useless. All of you are useless. Commander Tai Xian cursed loudly. Use the soul-searching technique. Yes. The subordinate's body shook. He turned and left. In the hall, besides Commander Tai Xian, there were two other commanders. They all had strong auras. Every move they made was even stronger than a saint's. In other words, these three commanders all had the strength of an emperor. More accurately, they had the strength of a beginner emperor. Brother Tai, are you sure this was done by a demonic disciple, and not by a hostile dynasty? Commander Yufeng, who was in silver armor, asked. Tai Xian frowned. Why? You don't believe me? Yufeng smiled. Such a big thing happened. His Majesty will definitely ask about it. We three commanders are interested. But if you bring up what we said just now, what do you think His Majesty will do? I can guarantee that he will be furious. Brother Tai, you have to be careful. There are a lot of people watching the three Izzy below us. Rugua. Pongbian's red-armored great commander Mubai said. I can guarantee that our Izzy might waver because of this. Tai Xian's heart skipped a beat. He broke out in a cold sweat. Thank you for your reminder, Brother Yu. We really need to think about this carefully. His Majesty summons the three commanders. Another law enforcement disciple ran in hurriedly. They really came. The three commanders looked at each other and smiled. The dynasty's treasury? As night fell, Lin Fei and the black-clothed female demon entered the Flying Dragon Dynasty's capital quietly. The huge capital was in a state of panic. The number of patrolling guards had obviously doubled. There were also fewer people on the streets. When he heard that the target was in the dynasty's treasury, Lin Fei was also shocked. Chapter 472. Are you scared? Lin Fei shook his head. You must be joking. The dynasty's treasury isn't a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. Is there a need to be scared? Although he said that, Lin Fei was excited and cautious, which was rare for him. The dynasty's treasury. Lin Fei had already guessed it, but he didn't dare to confirm it before hearing the result. Ordinary people couldn't get their hands on such a treasure. In the Flying Dragon Dynasty, other than the dynasty's treasury, there was no other similar place. Stealing a treasure from the dynasty's treasury, Lin Fei was excited just thinking about it. If he could get his hands on it, it would be great. At the same time, it was inevitable that he would be hunted by the dynasty's experts. For the Azure Dragon's divine blood, Lin Fei decided to take a gamble. Once he cultivated the Azure Dragon real body to the mastery realm, his combat power would increase greatly. Just his defense alone would be enough to leave them in the dust. The demoness knew about the Azure Dragon real body, so what she said must be reasonable. If he didn't fight, he wouldn't know. This is for you. Wear it later. The demoness passed something to Lin Fei. This is. Lin Fei grabbed it in his hand. It was thin and soft. The demoness had a strange look. You don't know about shape-shifting? Ah! Lin Fei was shocked. This is shapeshifting. Lin Fei had heard of shapeshifting before. It was said that after wearing it, one's spirit, chi, and spirit would change greatly. It was equivalent to a powerful disguise. Unless it was an itinerant immortal patriarch, no one would be able to tell the difference. It was worth at least 10 million true origin crystals. It didn't look expensive, but it was very difficult to buy. It had reached the point where it was priceless. Of course, the demoness said in disdain. You can't be going to the treasury with your true appearance, right? This demoness was too rich. She had two shapeshifting at once. No wonder she dared to make a move on the dynasty's treasury. She was determined to get it and had made preparations. No. After putting on the myriad transformations, Lin Fei's delicate face turned into that of an old man in the blink of an eye, as if he had experienced countless vicissitudes of life. There was nothing special about him, and he was so ordinary that if he was thrown into a sea of people, no one would recognize him at first glance. This thing is really amazing. If I have the chance in the future, I must get a few for myself. Lin Fei thought. When the time comes, I won't have to worry about robbing people. Lin Fei had become an old man, while the demoness had become an average-looking woman. Her lively aura had also been restrained. If it wasn't for the fact that they had been traveling together, Lin Fei wouldn't have been able to discover her flaws. Later, just follow behind me. Don't act on your own. I won't save you if you're trapped in the dynasty's treasure vault. Lin Fei said. You don't have to worry about that. I'm not that stupid. Lin Fei was looking forward to stealing treasures from the dynasty's treasury. Indeed, the skilled were bold. The imperial capital of the Flying Dragon dynasty was heavily patrolled. Guards came and went, constantly patrolling. Lin Fei and the demoness were both experts, so they approached the imperial palace without any obstructions. Under the night sky, the Flying Dragon imperial palace was resplendent and magnificent. It was like a high and mighty giant overlooking the entire imperial capital. Lin Fei didn't need to do anything. He just followed the demoness and secretly memorized the surrounding geography. He didn't dare to completely trust the demoness, so he had to leave a way out for himself. This was called being prepared. Later, follow behind me. There are formations everywhere in the imperial capital's imperial palace. The demoness turned her head, her expression solemn. Lin Fei nodded. I understand. They left from the main entrance and went around to the most remote part of the imperial palace. The demoness seemed to have already planned this. She took out a treasure and covered the two of them, then walked in from the corner of the wall. Lin Fei had many treasures, but compared to the demoness, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. After entering the imperial palace, Lin Fei found that the demoness was very familiar with the layout of the imperial palace. She avoided all the patrolling guards and hidden posts. It wasn't the first time that Lin Fei had entered the imperial palace, but it was the first time for him to enter a large imperial palace. The formless pressure made Lin Fei feel deep fear. The imperial palaces he had seen before paled in comparison. It was no wonder that experts didn't like to enter the imperial palace. It was like a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. Lin Fei, who wasn't afraid of anything, also felt great pressure in the imperial palace. If he wasn't careful, all the experts in the imperial palace would come out. Even if Lin Fei had great abilities, he would still be mercilessly killed. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Lin Fei and the demoness entered the imperial palace. At this moment, the demoness' expression was also grave. She wasn't as calm as before. It seemed that she also felt some pressure. Lin Fei didn't dare to use his divine sense, but he could easily sense the strong hidden auras. Every once in a while, his divine sense would interweave. Even a mosquito wouldn't be able to sneak in. The imperial palace was heavily guarded. If it weren't for the demoness' extraordinary treasures, the two of them wouldn't be able to enter this place. Even so, Lin Fei still felt uneasy. The imperial palace of the Flying Dragon dynasty was really full of experts. There were more than 10 Emperor Realm experts. Not to mention Saint Realm experts, there were almost a group of them. Any Emperor Realm expert that entered the imperial palace would die. Lin Fei really admired the demoness. She had the guts to enter a place that even Emperor Realm experts didn't dare to. She really fit the description of the demoness. That was why the demoness was so unscrupulous. Of course, the demoness treasures also made Lin Fei's eyes brighten. The demoness definitely had a high status. When a heavy black door appeared not far away, the two of them's eyes brightened. The door to the Imperial Palace's treasury. There was no need to hide in the Imperial Palace's treasury. With such power, there was still someone who could enter. How do we get in? Lin Fei asked with his divine sense. There were many strong auras hidden around the door. The guarding power was much stronger than before. The demoness smiled without saying anything. She brought Lin Fei and appeared behind a fake mountain. Then she opened a small teleportation door. This is a fixed teleportation door. Lin Fei was shocked. Could it be the teleportation door to the treasury? What do you think? Lin Fei was speechless. Teleportation talismans were precious. A fixed teleportation talisman was dozens of times more valuable than other teleportation talismans. Lin Fei was more and more suspicious of the demoness' identity. How could she take out such a fixed teleportation talisman? What are you waiting for? Let's go in. The two of them quickly entered the teleportation door. Then the teleportation door disappeared. The slight movement attracted the patrolling guards. After checking, they didn't find anything. Are we inside the Imperial Palace's treasury? After standing in the interior of a tall building. This is the periphery of the treasury. The demoness looked calm, but excitement flashed in her eyes. Our things are inside. Don't touch the things in the periphery. There are formations on them. It's huge. One couldn't see the end of it. They might have easily entered the Imperial Palace's treasury from the outside. However, the value of the resources was inestimable. The things in the periphery looked good. Lin Fei wasn't in the mood at all. He focused on the Azure Dragon Divine Blood. They walked past one door after another, gradually heading to the core area. This guy has a good temperament. He can resist making a move along the way. The demoness thought to herself, unfortunately, that treasure is too important. I can't be careless. I need to find someone to restrain the enemy's main force. So I have to sacrifice you. From now on, we're in the core treasury. Standing in front of a door, the demoness said, there are a total of 3 floors in the core treasury. Your Azure Dragon Divine Blood is in the innermost floor. There are puppets guarding all 3 floors. What you have to do is delay them. Only then can I suppress them. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. I'll do my best. Voila! The two charged in. Just like what was said, after pushing the door open, there was a space behind. A black puppet was guarding it. Pung! With a direct hit, Lin Fei was sent flying. It was a very strong puppet. Azure Dragon True Body. Waterfire Lotus. Lin Fei moved his waist and activated his strongest defense. He started to buy time for the demoness. Azure Dragon True Body is indeed a top-notch body refining technique. It can actually block the attack of Nether Kill. If I personally make a move, I won't be able to reach that brat's level. The chances of getting that treasure will be higher. The demoness was shocked. She didn't slow down and started to take out treasures. Lin Fei was in great pain. The puppet's attack was too overbearing. Even with the Azure Dragon True Body, he still felt pain. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the puppet stopped. An hour later, the second floor opened. 2 hours later, the third layer was broken through as well. Lin Fei was panting. His face was pale. A large amount of quintessence had been consumed. This is 10,000-year spiritual milk. It can recover quintessence quickly. A milky white bottle appeared in front of Lin Fei. Good stuff. After taking a look, Lin Fei was sure that it was good stuff. It was a genuine 10,000-year spiritual milk. It was priceless. Lin Fei drank it in one gulp and refined it. After a while, his pale face returned to normal. His consumed quintessence had also recovered to about 80%. Amazing, Lin Fei thought to himself. He didn't dare to ask for 10,000-year spiritual milk. He might not be able to buy it even if he had the money. After recovering 80% of his quintessence, Lin Fei stood up. Thank you for your 10,000-year spiritual milk. No need to thank me. Without your help, I wouldn't have been able to enter. The demoness said. Let's go in now. The black door was pushed open. The third floor came into view. This place was not small either. Treasures floated everywhere in Xiao Qin's vision. There were at least dozens of treasures. Every treasure emitted might, but it was blocked by the array. Profound heavenly spiritual treasure? When Lin Fei's gaze landed on the nearest hammer-shaped treasure, he couldn't help but exclaim, This is a high-grade profound heavenly spiritual treasure. The demoness disapproved. Don't even think about making a move. The Flying Dragon Dynasty's Majesty's spiritual sense is left on it. Touching the profound heavenly spiritual treasure is the same as alerting that old fart. The profound heavenly spiritual treasure was precious, but Lin Fei wasn't interested. The Azure Dragon Divine Blood was the most important. Your Azure Dragon Divine Blood is about 300 zhang to your left. Lin Fei looked in that direction. Floating in the air, there was a smear of golden blood. It was hard not to notice it. This is the Azure Dragon Divine Blood? Chapter 473. P.S. The renovation is nearing its end, and I'm extremely busy. Please forgive me. The renovation has been going on for 3 months, and there are only 10 days left. By then I'll be able to write without worry. Azure Dragon God's Blood. Less than an inch away, Lin Fei clearly saw what he had been dreaming of. God's blood that could greatly increase his defense. God's blood that could make even Emperor Realm experts feel inferior. God's blood that he had spent so much effort to finally see. The rumored rare Azure Dragon God's Blood. Now that the Azure Dragon God's Blood had finally appeared before Lin Fei, how could he not be excited? Lin Fei had never imagined that he would be so close to the Azure Dragon God's Blood one day. It could allow him to complete the Azure Dragon true body. In his eyes, the Golden God's Blood emitted a boundless pressure. Sometimes it would transform into a golden dragon, swimming back and forth, displaying its tyrannical attitude. Sometimes it would return to the Golden God's Blood. How is it? I didn't lie to you, right? This is the genuine Azure Dragon God's Blood. It's very rare in the entire continent. The black-clad demoness turned around. It is indeed the Azure Dragon God's Blood. Lin Fei nodded. Thank you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to see it. This was the truth. Azure Dragon God's Blood. If not for the demoness revealing the whereabouts of the God's Blood, Lin Fei might have to spend a few more years. He might not even have the slightest doubt in her words. The dynasty's treasury was filled with experts. The Azure Dragon God's Blood was placed at the core of the treasury. Unless one knew beforehand, one could forget about knowing its whereabouts. Lin Fei would never know. As for auctioning the Azure Dragon God's Blood, Lin Fei did not have the ability to compete at all. Even though he could obtain countless Zhanyuan crystals by killing others, the existence of the core lake meant that Lin Fei's net worth would shrink drastically. How could he bid? Dream on. It could be said that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they missed this opportunity, who knew when the next one would come? Lin Fei could not wait for the next one. You've seen the Azure Dragon God's Blood. Our partnership ends here. The demoness said. How you get the Azure Dragon God's Blood will depend on yourself. Damn, so ruthless. Lin Fei had already expected that the demoness would not be so kind. As expected, they did not get along well with each other inside. That's fine too. We don't owe each other anything. Let me give you a reminder. Once the array is broken, the treasure vault will immediately be surrounded by experts. You must be mentally prepared. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. For some reason, a bad feeling arose in his heart. There was something strange about this demoness. The one who strikes first gains the upper hand, and the one who strikes later suffers a calamity. Lin Fei's movements were fast, but the demoness was even faster. A black shadow appeared in front of a treasure in the depths. With a wave of her hand, golden particles appeared, followed by a buzzing sound. Gold-devouring beetles. Lin Fei was shocked. The gold-devouring beetle was a species that had gone extinct long ago. Because of its powerful destructive ability and its innate ability to devour, it was an existence that human martial artists had always feared. Moments after the gold-devouring beetles flew out, Lin Fei saw tiny holes being torn open on the formation. The holes were densely packed together, forming fist-sized holes. Indeed, she is prepared. While Lin Fei was shocked, he did not want to fall behind, so he quickly released Hairball. At this moment, he did not care about anything else. He had to obtain the Azure Dragon Divine Blood. If he had been slightly slower, Lin Fei had every reason to believe that once the demoness obtained the item, he would definitely be unlucky. Those experts outside would not just sit and wait to steal the Azure Dragon Divine Blood. Get the Divine Blood out of there. Lin Fei immediately instructed Hairball. At the crucial moment, Hairball would not delay. Without saying anything, she executed void travel. Although the formation before her was astonishingly mighty, if she used brute force to break it, she would not be able to do so in a short time. Hairball ignored the formation. Her figure flashed as she entered the formation. Then she picked up a jade bottle and pointed the bottle down, preparing to collect the Azure Dragon Divine Blood. A spatial mutated beast. The demoness was very confident. The gold-devouring beetles were about to break out of the formation. She subconsciously looked at the other party. This look was fine, but when she saw it, she frowned. Her cherry lips parted slightly, and surprise filled her face. This is definitely a spatial mutated beast with the ability to travel through space. I can't be wrong. Who exactly is he? How can he have such a precious spatial mutated beast? Even the giants of the demonic Dao sects might not have a spatial mutated beast. Could he be the young master of a large clan? Otherwise, how could he have a spatial mutated beast? The demoness was thoroughly stunned. The demoness knew how to break the formation of the dynasty's treasure trove. She had calculated that the other party would not be able to break the formation within a short time. This was her chance. What was already in the bag started to develop in another direction after the spatial mutated beast appeared. Who are you? How can you have a spatial mutated beast? Right now we do not owe each other anything. Why should I tell you? Lin Fei retorted indifferently. He had expected the other party to ask this. The demoness was speechless. Why should I ask him? This is infuriating. This is really infuriating. When this lady obtains the treasure, I will definitely teach you a lesson. Hairball moved quickly and poured the Azure Dragon Divine Blood into the pristine jade bottle. Lin Fei finally relaxed. This trip should be a daunting one without any mishaps. As long as he refined the Azure Dragon Divine Blood, his Azure Dragon True Body would reach great perfection. At that time, he would be free to roam the world. Woo, woo, woo. The moment Hairball came out of the formation, something strange happened. A huge face suddenly appeared in the sky above the huge core treasury. Its cold eyes did not contain any emotion as it stared at the two of them. Oh no, I've been discovered. Lin Fei's heart trembled. His sword intent swept out and tore apart the suppression. He understood that the formation had a backup plan. On the other side, the demoness' expression changed greatly. She could not help but curse. You undying old thing. You actually gave me fake information. When we return, I will teach you a lesson. Brat, you're going to get me killed this time. Lin Fei pouted and put the pristine jade bottle away. What's that got to do with me? You didn't remind me earlier. At the same time, in Dynasty's palace, His Majesty Fei Long, who was summoning the three commanders, had rage flashing through his expressionless face. He looked at the three commanders with his deep eyes. What are you three commanders doing? Someone has even entered the dynasty's treasure vault. The three commanders had ugly expressions on their faces. They were still racking their brains over Tungfei Academy and the law enforcement team being killed. Now, someone had broken into Dynasty's treasury without any warning. How could they not look terrible? Your Majesty, please calm down. The three commanders were terrified. I want to see who did it. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Experts have gathered in Dynasty's treasury. We won't disappoint Your Majesty. You may leave. Chapter 474. In the imperial capital under the resplendent starry sky, as many figures appeared in the sky above the imperial palace, it caused a huge commotion. As the cultivators of the imperial capital, they had never seen so many experts appear in the imperial palace. Every aura made them feel pressured and shocked. These cultivators all looked at the sky above the imperial palace. The figures in the sky were all experts of the dynasty. Who knows what happened? Why did so many experts appear in the imperial palace? The auras of these experts are too strong. Every aura is at least at the Grandmaster level. They give off an immense pressure. They are too strong. The guards of the imperial palace are indeed the most difficult place to break into. Someone must have barged into the imperial palace. Facing so many experts, even an emperor realm master would have to die in the underworld. Look, the three commanders have appeared. Something big has happened. Otherwise, the three commanders would not have appeared together. They are all imperial realm experts. The cultivators below all had very good eyesight. When the three commanders appeared, they immediately recognized them. Everyone in the Flying Dragon Dynasty knew about the three commanders of the law enforcement team. They were very powerful, and all the clans had to give them face. When the three commanders appeared, black-armored law enforcement squads surged with killing chi as they surrounded the sky. The Imperial Palace's formations activated, and ripples spread out in the Imperial Palace under the night sky. "Let's go in," Taixian said coldly. "Chase them out first. We must capture them alive. Otherwise, we will not be able to answer to His Majesty," the silver-armored Yufeng said. "If the three of us make a move, we will not let them off easily," Mubai said coldly. The three of them were in a mess. Coupled with this matter, they even had the urge to kill. If they did not handle this matter well, their status would plummet. Capturing them alive was a must. How audacious of them to barge into the dynasty treasury and offend the dragon might was unforgivable. Soon, Lin Fei could already feel the strong auras outside. Hairball snatched something. Originally, Lin Fei only wanted to get the Azure Dragon Divine Blood and sneak in before leaving. Now that he had been discovered, Lin Fei had no intention of hiding. Since he was here, he might as well make a fortune. A profound heavenly spiritual treasure. If his killing sword could devour a profound heavenly spiritual treasure, its grade would definitely rise to a whole new level. Perhaps it could even advance from a true treasure to a profound heavenly spiritual treasure. How could he miss such an opportunity? "Master, why didn't you say so earlier? I've always wanted to sweep this place." Waha! Hairball was in high spirits. She loved this kind of bad thing the most. "Invincible sword will tear the formation," Lin Fei pointed out with a finger, "and a sharp sword will fill the air, blasting on the formation." However, it only caused ripples to appear, but it did not move in the slightest. Lin Fei instantly lost his mind, allowing Hairball to move freely. "Let's start with that fan-shaped profound heavenly spiritual treasure." Lin Fei didn't want to miss this opportunity. However many profound heaven spirit treasures he could obtain would be taken. As for whether they were good or bad, he would decide after obtaining them. The rest could wait. In just a few breaths, the fan-shaped profound heavenly spirit treasure was delivered. Invincible sword will suppress the treasure. Without the formation's control, the profound heavenly spiritual treasure flew out. The sword will turned into threads, forming an inescapable net, trapping the profound heavenly spiritual treasure layer by layer. A moment later, Lin Fei kept the profound heavenly spiritual treasure into the system's storage. This scene was also seen by the black-robed witch, and she was once again stimulated. The profound heavenly spiritual treasure was actually suppressed by that brat. The black-robed witch knew the profound heavenly spiritual treasure the best. The profound heavenly spiritual treasure already had a certain level of spirituality. To control the profound heavenly spiritual treasure required a certain amount of time. Otherwise, the profound heavenly spiritual treasure would automatically escape. The black-robed witch only dared to make a move because of the secret treasure. If she was empty-handed, she would definitely not be able to suppress it. Hairball's speed was very fast. After collecting the 5 profound heavenly spiritual treasures, 3 powerful auras came from the outside. In the void, 3 phantoms suddenly appeared. "Not good, an Emperor Realm expert is here." The black-robed witch's expression darkened when she obtained the treasures. Lin Fei's brows twitched. As expected of an Emperor Realm expert, just the aura alone is enough to give people a huge pressure, completely suppressing their strength. Invincible sword will. An Emperor Realm expert's aura was quite terrifying. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. The sword will around his body turned into threads. Invincible sword will resisted the Emperor Realm's aura and kept Hairball inside. "I'll break out first. You continue." "Bastard." The black-robed witch clearly felt 3 pairs of eyes on her. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The black-robed witch quickly rushed out as well. A Tianluo umbrella protected her above her head. As it spun, the Emperor Realm's aura was cut off and she broke through the restrictions of the Emperor Realm's aura. Deadly Flying Needle. One of the 3 Emperor Realm experts swayed and turned into a huge white bone needle. In a blink of an eye, it was a divine consciousness attack. Immovable Wisdom King. The Immovable Wisdom King was powerful. Faced with this divine consciousness attack, Lin Fei's expression changed slightly. He managed to block it, but the terrifying attack of an Emperor Realm divine consciousness was not that easy to block. Fortunately, I learned the Immovable Wisdom King, so I'm not seriously injured. Unbeknownst to them, Commander Mu Bai's expression darkened when he used the divine consciousness attack. He, an Emperor Realm expert, had taken care of a burly man at great perfection mystique venerable rank, but he could not kill his opponent. As the treasury was an important place of dynasty, no one dared to barge in recklessly. The law enforcement team and the dynasty experts did not dare to barge in recklessly. Despicable brat, if it wasn't an important place of dynasty, my divine consciousness attack would have crushed him. Mu Bai was furious. What? You also failed? Commander Ironheart was astonished. That brat cultivated a godly soul mystique technique and blocked my attack, Mu Bai said. They'll definitely come out from inside. The dynasty's treasury is already surrounded by formations. The void is also sealed and the teleportation talismans are useless. Once they come out, it's as good as walking into a trap. Yufeng sneered as his gaze fell on the entrance of the dynasty's treasury. Law enforcement team, listen up. Get into formation. Inside the dynasty's treasury. Brat, you want to charge out just like that? The black-robed witch chased after him with the Tianluo umbrella on her head. Lin Fei said. If I don't charge out, am I supposed to sit here and wait for death? Although he did not know why they did not come in, Lin Fei knew in his heart that there was probably a mountain of knives and a sea of fire outside. A martial arts fanatic, the black-robed witch looked at him with disdain. I can guarantee that as long as you go out, you'll be killed by them in less than 3 breaths. I don't need you to tell me that, Lin Fei said in his heart. Could it be that you have a way? Their speed of charging out slowed down. At that moment they were almost at the periphery. I do have a way. We have a 50% chance of escaping. After that, we'll have to face the Flying Dragon Dynasty's wrath. The black-robed witch's smile was very scary. Lin Fei guessed that this witch must have come up with some bad ideas. This is the Heavenly Thunder Divine Pearl. The black-robed witch took out a black pearl. Lin Fei instantly turned pale with fright. Are you thinking of? Lin Fei almost cursed out loud. The Heavenly Thunder Divine Pearl contained a trace of divine thunder from an emperor's tribulation. This trace of divine thunder was equivalent to 70% of an emperor's peak stage expert's combat power. Chapter 475. Lunatic. She is definitely a lunatic. This is the Heavenly Thunder Divine Pearl. Once it explodes, it will have boundless might. It will definitely destroy most of the dynasty's treasury. The consequences can be easily imagined. Occasionally Lin Fei would go crazy. He discovered that the black-clad demon lady was even crazier than him. She even dared to use a forbidden item like the Heavenly Thunder Divine Pearl. She was extraordinarily courageous. Lin Fei finally understood why he had to endure the rage of the dynasty. If it were anyone else, they would not be in a good mood after the dynasty's treasury was destroyed, especially when the other party was the dynasty. The dynasty could not afford to lose its face. Rage was inevitable. Speaking of which, if it was as the black-clad demon lady said and they forced their way out, they might be killed on the spot. Lin Fei's Azure Dragon True Body was very powerful, but it was far from being able to block their attacks. Unless the Azure Dragon True Body reached great perfection. Right now, this seemed to be the only path that the black-clad demon lady mentioned. Aren't you worried that the Heavenly Thunder Divine Pearl will destroy us? Suddenly Lin Fei thought of something. You want me to be a meat shield, so that you can use the Heavenly Thunder Divine Pearl? The black-clad demon lady rolled her eyes. This lady does not care for a meat shield like you. Lin Fei smiled dryly. This lady has a treasure that requires 2 people to use together. It can block the might of the Heavenly Thunder Divine Pearl. Furthermore, with your Azure Dragon True Body, the impact will be minimal. We can use the time when they are distracted and injured to charge out of their encirclement. The black-clad demon lady was very confident. Lin Fei could not help but think. In reality, he was tempted. Are you sure that your treasure can block the might of the heavenly thunder divine pearl? Lin Fei asked. I do not want to be your meat shield. I will only feel at ease if you make an oath to the heavenly Tao. The heavenly thunder divine pearl contained the heavenly lightning of the heavenly tribulation. It was a heaven-defying existence that could kill a sovereign realm expert if they were not careful. No matter how arrogant Lin Fei was, he would not dare to clash head-on with the heavenly lightning for now, unless he was out of his mind. Clash head-on? Dream on. The black-clad demon lady felt helpless, but she could not do anything. You win. She raised her hand and swore an oath to the heavenly Tao. Before she broke out, she would not harm the other party. Lin Fei was relieved. He was not afraid of the other party playing any tricks. Wait for me, I'll be right back. After several breaths of time, Lin Fei returned. We can break through now. The black-robed demoness had been paying attention all along. She admired this brat's ruthlessness. He had emptied a few mountains of Zhanyuan crystals, which were worth at least 5 billion Zhanyuan crystals. The power displayed by that miraculous spatial beast shocked the black-clad demoness once again. This is the astral shield. It is refined from the stars in the sky. It is also the only special material that can withstand the heavenly thunder. I will teach you how to control it later. Together with your green dragon true body, we will definitely be able to escape safely. Outside Dynasty's treasure vault, the expressions of the three commanders were complicated. After the first wave of probing, the three commanders realized that the two people inside were not so easy to deal with. One of them was only a mystique venerable one with a sturdy astral soul that was on par with a great perfection saint. The other woman had sage-level strength. Her protective treasure was extremely powerful, and it could block divine sense attacks. She was even more difficult to deal with than the previous one. Prince Fei is here. The three commanders were shocked. Why was Prince Fei here? Could it be that His Majesty couldn't wait any longer? Greetings, Crown Prince. The luxuriously dressed young master revealed an arrogant expression. He walked over, and his aura was not any weaker than the three commanders. Forget it. Prince Fei waved his hand. His Majesty has ordered that anyone who enters the treasure vault shall be killed without mercy. The three commanders' expressions changed. Previously they were captured alive. Now they were killed without mercy. They did not dare to ask further. Don't worry, Crown Prince. They are just two petty thieves. Prince Feilong said. Then I will have to trouble the three commanders. His Majesty has ordered us to ignore the treasure vault. The situation was serious. Something big must have happened. Something that even His Majesty was furious about. Kill. Without hesitation, the three commanders charged into the treasure vault. Prince Fei thought, it's a pity that His Majesty didn't let me do it. Otherwise, I would be able to make a great contribution and secure my position as Crown Prince. Boom. All of a sudden, an extremely terrifying aura spread out from the inside and out. Damn it. This is the aura of heavenly thunder. Prince Feilong was shocked. The dazzling red was especially eye-catching under the night sky. As it flashed by, the buildings were instantly razed to the ground. The experts guarding outside the treasure vault were swept by the heavenly thunder divine light. A martial grandmaster died. A mystique venerable one died. A sage also died. The emperors vomited blood. The overbearing heavenly thunder divine light was like an overbearing emperor. It crushed them one by one in an unstoppable manner. The martial artists who were paying attention to the treasure vault were instantly dumbfounded. The clans, big and small, were also dumbfounded. The sect representatives were also dumbfounded. In a breath's time, the sealed treasure vault was swept by the heavenly thunder divine light, and the sealing power was reduced to 20 to 30%. Cough, cough, cough. Under the ruins, a black shadow rushed into the sky. Damn it, I was almost killed because of you. Lin Fei was in a sorry state, and his face was still unnatural. I'm not going to bother with you anymore. I'm leaving. The witch in black tore the teleportation talisman and disappeared in front of Lin Fei with a playful smile. Damn it, I was tricked again. She wants me to be the scapegoat. Seeing the black-robed witch leave, Lin Fei silently cursed himself for being a pig head. How did she get ahead of him? Now he had become the main attraction. His expression turned even more grave. He had been on guard against her all this time. He had not expected her to run away so quickly. Kill him, kill him. Powerful auras rushed forward with murderous intent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 powerful auras locked onto Lin Fei, approaching him from afar. Go. Without guessing, Lin Fei knew that the 3 Emperor Realm Masters behind him were still alive. He sighed in his heart. Even under the attack of the Heavenly Thunder Divine Pearl, he did not die. The vitality of an Emperor Realm Master was indeed strong. 5-blow thunderstruck. The Divine Thunder roared boundless. In the Divine Thunder area, Divine Thunder as thick as a water bucket struck down. Every Divine Thunder attack took a life. Lin Fei activated the Azure Dragon True Body and wielded the true treasure, the Killing Sword. Without any hesitation, he charged forward and killed the person who came. In a short time, Lin Fei rushed to the edge of the palace. Golden Bell cover. The 3 commanders finally caught up. They were even more battered than Lin Fei. Their armor was broken, and they looked like beggars on the street. All of their faces were pale, and their injuries were not light. They had long lost their previous calmness. Golden Bell cover came down from the sky. The black sky turned into a boundless golden sky. Lin Fei's expression changed. Profound heaven spiritual treasure. Lin Fei had long ignored the pressure of a true treasure. A profound heaven spiritual treasure's power was more than 10 times that of a true treasure. Golden Bell cover came down. Lin Fei immediately felt that all his escape routes were blocked. As long as he was covered, he would not be able to escape from the other party's suppression. Facing force with force, Lin Fei was not afraid at all. This kind of suppression profound heaven spiritual treasure, Lin Fei had to pay attention to it. Kunpeng transformation. At the moment of danger, Lin Fei's body changed. His huge body was no less than 1,000 miles, and he crashed into the void. Golden Bell cover landed on Lin Fei's body. Because of his huge body, it could not suppress him immediately. This was an opportunity for Lin Fei. The sword intent shattered the void, and Lin Fei rushed into the endless void. Chapter 476. Cough, cough, cough. An arcane spiritual treasure is not something a real treasure can compare to. It's extraordinary. I cultivated a mysterious body refining technique, and yet I could not withstand a single blow from the arcane spiritual treasure. If I had not transformed into a rock, I would have been severely injured. When he emerged from the void again, Lin Fei had returned to his previous appearance. His face was even paler, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The attack from the arcane spiritual treasure, the Golden Bell Shield, had already injured Lin Fei. The attacker was an Emperor-ranked powerhouse. Even if an Emperor-ranked powerhouse was injured, he was still a true Emperor-ranked powerhouse. His attack was incomparably sharp. Lin Fei was glad that he had dodged in time. If he had not reacted quickly earlier, he might have been suppressed. If that happened, he would have been doomed eternally. It was precisely because of the arcane spiritual treasure's attack that Lin Fei could not travel in the void for a long time. Hence he was forced out of the void. The void winds were fierce and it was difficult for him to withstand even with his injuries. Damn it, it's all because of that despicable demoness. Please don't let me encounter her. Lin Fei clenched his teeth in anger at the black-clad demonic woman. He had nearly died. Oh no, she's catching up again. Lin Fei chose a direction and spread his wind wings, leaving behind an afterimage. After being attacked by the arcane spiritual treasure, Lin Fei had no chance of winning against 3 Emperor-ranked powerhouses. Unless he was alone, especially when he was injured. A moment later, the 3 commanders chased after him. That fellow can't have gone far. I can smell the lingering scent of blood. Tai Xian raised an eyebrow, her gaze fierce. He can block my Golden Bell Shield with his great perfection mystique venerable strength. That fellow is quite powerful. However, he won't be able to escape from us this time. Mubai was the one who used the Golden Bell Shield earlier. When we catch that brat, I'll let him have a taste of all the torture the enforcement team has to offer. Yu Feng said coldly. Yu Feng's words were equivalent to the thoughts of the 3 commanders. If they did not have the arcane spiritual treasure on them that blocked part of the attack at the crucial moment, they would have died long ago. How could they swallow this insult? No, absolutely not. Between the two of them, one of them had escaped and they could do nothing about it, but that didn't mean they couldn't deal with the other. At this moment they couldn't care less about their pride. If he couldn't complete the task given to him by His Majesty, he could forget about becoming a commander in the future. Killing the other party was the key. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The three commanders chased after him without hesitation. Crown Prince, it's not appropriate for us to make a move. Under the night sky, a figure suddenly appeared, followed by the surrounding servants. There's nothing inappropriate about that, Prince Fei said. The three great commanders are incompetent. This Crown Prince will personally make a move and capture them alive. It's better than being killed, and we can find out who the mastermind is. That was what he said on the surface, but in reality, Prince Fei still had lingering fear in his heart. He was almost killed by the heavenly lightning. When the divine lightning pearl erupted, Prince Fei just happened to be at the entrance of the dynasty's treasury. If he hadn't used his supreme grade true treasure and arcane heaven spiritual treasure to block the might of the divine lightning pearl at the crucial moment, his head would have been separated from his body by now. Prince Fei had never experienced such treatment before. However, Prince Fei was not like the three great commanders. They liked to show off, but he could hide it in his heart and make use of the situation to make a move. His father was enraged. Prince Fei seemed to know what was going on. If he could make a contribution, it would definitely be a great contribution. It would affect his future, and Prince Fei would not miss this opportunity. Hence, he personally chased after Xiao Chun with his servants. Crown Prince is mighty. Sovereign Realm experts were indeed worthy of being Sovereign Realm experts. Lin Fei's flying speed was fast, but they weren't slow either. They quickly closed the distance between them, and they could already see each other's figures. Golden Bell Cover. Mubai executed the Golden Bell Cover again. It suddenly appeared above Lin Fei and smashed down ruthlessly. After experiencing the might of the profound heaven spiritual treasure Golden Bell Cover once, Lin Fei naturally didn't dare to take it head-on. With a thought, he executed the Azure Dragon True Body, protected himself with the Waterfire Lotus, and blocked this attack with a mountain-like sword intent. Although Lin Fei blocked it easily, it was not easy at all. The qi and blood in his body surged, and he held it in to prevent himself from vomiting blood. In the past, Lin Fei could rely on the Azure Dragon True Body and the Waterfire Lotus to protect himself, and he could ignore saints. Only an emperor would know how terrifying it was. Boom, boom, boom. The great commander Mubai did not believe that the other party could withstand the attack of his profound heaven spiritual treasure. The mountains and rivers below were almost razed to the ground by the profound heaven spiritual treasure's attack. The ground seemed to have been crushed as cracks appeared everywhere. Boom! Lin Fei was sent flying by the Golden Bell Cover and crashed into a towering mountain. He was immediately crushed into a pile of rubble. A mere great perfection mystique venerable rank isn't worthy of fighting us. Mubai was truly unsettled. Since when did he have to use the profound heaven spiritual treasure against a great perfection mystique venerable rank fellow? Oh no, that fellow is burrowing. Taixin cursed under her breath. She grabbed at the rubble with her giant hand and suddenly grabbed downwards. A figure flew out before them, wobbling. How is this possible? He's still not dead. Mubai knew better than anyone the might of the profound heaven spiritual treasure earlier. Even a saint powerhouse would not be able to bear the consequences. Yet, the other party managed to withstand it. Damn it, they're too strong. We can't continue like this. Lin Fei knew better than anyone that his current situation was dire. F***ck, I'm in deep trouble because of the witch. When Lin Fei thought about it, he could not help but curse. If he was smart, he would not be in such a sorry state now. Being upset was one thing, but the key was how to deal with the three Emperor Realm powerhouses behind him. Vitality Ignition. The stored Vitality Ignition burned rapidly. Lin Fei, who looked like he was about to be caught, suddenly increased his speed. He turned into a black stream of light and quickly increased the distance between them, leaving them behind. D***minute, how did his speed increase? He even has such explosive power. The three great commanders were about to vomit blood. As long as I have 1 or 2 days, I will have enough time to refine the Azure Dragon Divine Blood. and raise the killing sword to the level of a profound heaven spiritual treasure. At that time, who would be afraid of whom? This was the only way for Lin Fei. They don't know what I stole from the treasury. That's my only advantage. Right now, the only thing I need to find is an existence that they fear. 7 years of accumulated primordial qi propelled Lin Fei to move quickly. Activating his essence, Lin Fei quickly shook them off, leaving behind the qi on his body that could not be erased. City, I want to find a strong city. It would be best if there is an Emperor realm expert guarding it. Moreover, it must be from another empire. Lin Fei came up with a solution. Borrowing the power of the city, he could make the martial emperors fearful and buy enough time for himself. This was the only good way. Stop him. Chapter 477. Rumble. A thunderous sound reverberated through the sky. In the cloudless sky, a terrifying power filled the air, forming an absolutely terrifying zone. Under such an attack, Lin Fei was like a small boat in the middle of a raging storm. He might be drowned in the next breath. Hang in there, we're almost there. Lin Fei did not know which dynasty he was in. Within his divine consciousness, there was a huge aura fluctuation. It was undoubtedly telling Lin Fei that there was a city not far ahead. It might even be a large city. It was already the second day since the 3 Emperor stage powerhouses tried to stop him. If not for the exhaustion of vitality, Lin Fei might not have been able to increase the distance between them. When a vast and boundless plain appeared, the originally cloudless weather instantly turned into a black zone, as well as the harsh weather. Water spout. Holy thunder zone? Lin Fei's heart sank when he saw the scene before him. Where was he? This was definitely not a good place. Before stepping into the central area, Lin Fei realized that this was not a good place. No matter what this place is, I have to barge in. Lin Fei could not turn back. The situation did not allow him to change. Sword intent protection. The sword intent turned into threads that quickly wrapped around his body and rushed in. This is Sin Paradise. The 3 commanders' expressions changed. They could not help but feel their scalps go numb. They did not expect to barge into Sin Paradise. The Emperor stage powerhouses did not know what kind of place Sin Paradise was. It was a force comparable to a first-rank sect on the mainland. It was filled with blood, violence, and women. Most importantly, the hands of every cultivator in Sin Paradise were stained with blood. Unable to survive in the outside world, they ultimately chose to take refuge here. Whether it was a Grandmaster, Mystique Venerable, or even a Sage or an Emperor stage powerhouse, if they could not survive outside, they could go to Sin Paradise and live the life they yearned for. This was their paradise. Once there were forces that joined forces to eradicate Sin Paradise. In the end, the allied forces were defeated by Sin Paradise. The scattered immortal patriarchs also fell on this battlefield. Since then, Sin Paradise had become a unique force. They never expanded their territory, nor did they cause trouble. They established themselves as kings in their own territory. This was also the reason why the 3 commanders were so afraid after recognizing this place. They didn't dare to make a move in Sin Paradise. What should we do? Tai Shui frowned and asked. Things had already gone beyond their expectations. Once the other party entered Sin Paradise, they could only watch helplessly. Their Flying Dragon Dynasty's strength wasn't weak. It was impossible for Evil Paradise to hand over the person. The Flying Dragon Dynasty wasn't strong enough to do that. Chase him. We can't let him in. Go all out. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. They unleashed their full speed and unleashed their full strength. Yuan Qi burn. Charge. Charge. Lin Fei could feel their anxiety. Even though he didn't know the reason, he still seized the opportunity. They were anxious. Why was he so anxious? It must have something to do with this area. The vitality that the system had accumulated was ignited, and its speed suddenly increased as it charged forward. The outskirts of Sin Paradise were usually filled with roaming bandits. They specialized in robbing newcomers and those who wanted to sell illegal goods in Sin Paradise. Precisely because itinerant immortal patriarchs were in charge, Sin Paradise had suddenly become the first choice for selling illegal goods. This place only valued equipment, not people. Due to a powerful force keeping watch, the outside forces were powerless. Usually, those who robbed and looted would usually go to Sin Paradise to sell their goods. Hence, roaming bandits in the outskirts were born, specializing in robbing and killing. When Lin Fei barged in with his great perfection mystique venerable strength, he caught the attention of some roaming bandits. That kid seems to be a newcomer. He looks like a fat sheep. Everyone, let's go and kill that kid. Lin Fei's intrusion had undoubtedly become a fat sheep in the eyes of others. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, 5 or 6 figures appeared in front of Lin Fei and attacked without any explanation. Die! Lin Fei was racing against time. How could he let them stop him? Kill! Bam bam bam! The sword light swept past, and the group of people in front of him turned into a bloody mist. Immediately, a group of people who wanted to attack stopped. Those who wanted to make a fortune waved their hands and stopped. The fat sheep's resistance piqued their interest. They wanted to see what other tricks this fat sheep had up his sleeves. Lin Fei blasted the people in front of him into pieces with one slash of his sword, leaving behind a silhouette as he rushed deeper into the forest. Those people had never seen such speed before. In the next second, the 3 great emperors appeared. The roaming bandits were all dumbfounded. Those who were prepared to attack had cold sweat dripping from their foreheads. Their legs began to tremble. My God, where did that guy come from? He actually provoked the 3 great emperors to attack together. Don't tell me he had the daughter of an great emperor powerhouse. That's too fierce. Sin Paradise hasn't had such a fierce person in a long time. The group of roaming bandits had never seen 3 great emperor powerhouses join forces to kill a great perfection mystique venerable fellow. It was like the sun had risen from the west. That guy is about to enter Sin Paradise. If we don't act now, it'll be too late, Mubai said through his divine consciousness. We're so murderous that the great emperor powerhouses of Sin Paradise will definitely attack. When that time comes, we can only watch as he leaves. That guy is probably at the end of his rope now. I'll use the one-time heaven-grade scroll 1,000 miles of mountains and rivers to immobilize that kid. Then you guys use the arcane spiritual treasures to kill him. This was their only option. If they did not kill the other party, they would not have another chance. Enter Sin Paradise? What a joke. 1,000 miles of mountains and rivers. Yufeng waved his hand. The one-time scroll, or rather the heaven-grade scroll, was so painful that he wanted to vomit blood. As soon as the 1,000 miles of mountains and rivers was unleashed, the moving Lin Fei instantly felt a tyrannical force supporting his body. In the void, the 1,000 miles of mountains and rivers suppressed him. Oh no, this is the immobilizing divine ability. They're going to use their killer move. Under the powerful suppression, Lin Fei's figure clearly slowed down. 2 arcane spiritual treasures attacked Lin Fei at the same time. One of them was the golden bell shield, which transformed into a blazing sun. The other was a long black spear, which transformed into a black dragon that charged forward. This joint attack was made with the intent to kill. Lin Fei was instantly in danger. If he did not handle it well, he would die. The power of the 3 great emperor stages attack is indeed astonishing. A heaven-grade scroll and 2 arcane spiritual treasures. They can kill whoever they want. Lin Fei's gaze darkened. Looks like I can only use my secret technique. Lin Fei knew that he had to fight with his life on the line. The 3 great emperor stages attacks brought with them endless pressure. He had no other choice but to use his final trump card. 3,000 Immortal Techniques, Great Protective Technique. Chapter 478. P.S. Yesterday I went to the city to buy wash basins and toilets. There were only 20 of them at once. How troublesome. I've been busy all day. Thank you Luo Yuxuan for becoming a guardian. Thank you for your support along the way. 3,000 Immortal Arts Great Protective Art. This was a protective immortal art that Lin Fei learned from the Eternal Emperor's treasury. When he ascended to the Mystique Venerable rank, Lin Fei could choose a mystical secret art. The 3,000 Immortal Arts Great Protective Art was the one he learned. At the critical moment, Lin Fei decisively used the 3,000 Immortal Arts Great Protective Art. Suddenly, a vast power descended from the sky. It was the 3,000 Immortal Arts, the aura of the Immortal Tao. The Great Protective Art was one of the 3,000 Immortal Arts with astonishing power. Once this immortal art was used, one's primordial qi would be constantly consumed to form an immortal Tao defense. In other words, this great protective art was an immortal art that consumed primordial qi. There were very few people in the heavenly realm who cultivated this immortal art. It could not withstand the consumption of the great protective art. Over time it became one of the 3,000 immortal arts, so much so that in the end it was forgotten. It had a name but no power. Whoosh whoosh. Lin Fei instantly felt his primordial qi being extracted. The huge whirlpool in his core lake turned into a fountain and was extracted. Damn, so ruthless. As soon as his primordial qi was extracted, Lin Fei grimaced, his heart aching. The 3,000 immortal arts, the aura of the immortal Tao, descended from the sky. The three commanders' expressions changed drastically. This was the 3,000 immortal arts, the aura of the immortal Tao. It was impossible for them not to recognize it. The immortal art before them was filled with a strange feeling. They did not know what kind of immortal art it was. The three commanders had a bad feeling. Great protective art? Block, block, block. The immortal Tao aura around Lin Fei protected him, forming faintly discernible ripples. Bang, bang, bang. The arcane sky spiritual treasure, golden bell shield, smashed onto Lin Fei. The mountains and rivers were suppressed. The golden bell shield blasted onto Lin Fei, creating circles of ripples. The power that could destroy any physical body quietly disintegrated. Damn, such an awesome immortal art. Previously, Lin Fei was still distressed by the consumption of his true essence. With just an immortal art, he was actually able to block the attack of a profound heavenly spiritual treasure. This was completely unexpected. The defensive power of this immortal art was actually so strong. Impossible. How could he block it? The three commanders cried out involuntarily. The 3,000 immortal arts blocked the attack of the profound sky spiritual treasure. It has to be an illusion, it can't be real. A single 3,000 immortal technique can't stop it at all. Just what kind of immortal technique is that? Why haven't I seen it before? The most uncomfortable thing for an Emperor Realm expert was that they couldn't kill their opponent with their ultimate move, and they also had to deal with unknown moves. Even though they were emperors, they did not necessarily know all of the 3,000 immortal techniques. They only knew about 10 or so of them. Bang, bang, bang. The attacks of the two profound heavenly spiritual treasures landed on Lin Fei at the same time, but they were all blocked by the grand protective art. This can't go on. I have to fight back. I have to fight back. Lin Fei's quintessential essence was constantly being consumed, and his situation was not very good. Great Slicer. Lin Fei gritted his teeth and fought back. He could completely ignore the two profound heavenly spiritual treasures. Before his quintessential essence was completely consumed, Lin Fei used another 3,000 immortal technique. In the Xintian continent, mastering one 3,000 immortal technique was already very impressive. Lin Fei used another 3,000 immortal technique, which was enough to shock the spectators. A sharp metal aura descended from the sky and turned into a sharp knife in Lin Fei's hand. He slashed at the mountains and rivers, and with a ripping sound, a giant hole was torn open on the mountains and rivers. There's hope. The Great Slicer was effective. Unbeknownst to them, each of the 3,000 immortal techniques possessed immense power. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been passed down. Among the 3,000 immortal techniques, the Great Slicer was an offensive immortal technique. I cut again. In Lin Fei's hands, the Great Slicer became an invincible sharp knife. The mountains and rivers were constantly being cut open, and the restraining force gradually disappeared. This is the Great Slicer. How did he learn this immortal technique? Quick, stop him. Quick, stop him. The three commanders' expressions changed. They couldn't accept this at all. This guy used another 3,000 immortal technique. Motherf **Ker, do you think the 3,000 immortal techniques are cheap? Unfortunately, at this time they had already lost their chance. The Great Protection technique blocked their attacks, and the Great Slicing technique swept through everything. 10,000 li of rivers and mountains was merely the power of a scroll. Facing the 3,000 celestial techniques of the heaven realm, it was still inferior. They didn't feel good, and Lin Fei didn't feel good either. The 3,000 immortal techniques are indeed not easy to use. In the blink of an eye, only about 20% of his true essence remained. Lin Fei was shocked. This was used up too quickly. Whoosh! Lin Fei had escaped from the 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains. I will remember you. After being attacked by the 3 emperors, Lin Fei finally remembered them. Great Slicer. After escaping, Lin Fei used another 3000 immortal technique. Facing the 3000 immortal technique that was rumored to be able to cut through everything, the 3 commanders hesitated. They didn't dare to block it head-on. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Fei charged into the core region of Sin Paradise. He escaped. The 3 emperors attacked, but the other party actually escaped. They couldn't accept this. Especially that last voice. It was no less than a slap to their faces. It was a burning pain. They failed. Damn it. The golden bell cover smashed into the mountain below. The huge mountain was instantly leveled to the ground. Tai Xian attacked furiously. We can't stay here for long. We need to leave. Yufeng spoke, showing rare fatigue on his face. Many powerful auras came from the depths of Sin Paradise. The emperors were here. Their battle was just a matter of a few moments. It was enough for the emperors. If they continued to stay here, what awaited them might not be good. If they were surrounded, they would have no one to complain about it. But are we just going to let it go like this? It doesn't count, so what? The 3 commanders were silent. Yes, they couldn't catch the other party. So what? They couldn't just kill their way into Sin Paradise. If they really did that, Sin Paradise would probably make a move. The 3 commanders left dejectedly and hurriedly left. As soon as they left, 2 black-clothed emperors appeared. They seemed to be the emperors of the Flying Dragon dynasty. Damn it, they left quickly. Otherwise, I would have killed them first. The 2 emperors appeared arrogantly, as if they didn't care about the 3 emperors. Strange, why would they enter Sin Paradise? They seem to be trying to kill someone just now. Seems like this person isn't simple. So what? Isn't it just 3 emperors? He didn't die, so he's a part of our Sin Paradise. We can just send someone to investigate later. The 2 black-clothed emperors came quickly and left just as quickly. If it weren't for the surrounding bandits, no one would believe that an intense battle had taken place here. Chapter 479. I'm finally in. I'm finally out of danger. After getting rid of the 3 Emperor Realm experts, Lin Fei's face was abnormally pale. A large amount of quintessential essence had been consumed, causing his expression to change. Looking inside with his divine sense, Lin Fei felt powerless. His surging core lake was about to dry up. More than 10% of his quintessential essence was like the last layer of water at the bottom of the river. 3000 immortal techniques indeed cannot be used carelessly. In just a short time, I only have 10% of my quintessential essence left. Lin Fei thought. My strength can fight against Peak Sage Realm experts, but I'm still far from being an Emperor Realm expert. If they can't kill me, I won't be able to kill them in a short time. After today's battle, Lin Fei had a rough understanding of his own strength. Peak Sage Realm. In a one-on-one fight, he was not afraid of early-stage Emperor Realm experts. If there were more people, it would be a different situation. I need to find a place to refine the Azure Dragon Divine Blood and complete the Azure Dragon True Body. Next time, I can fight to my heart's content against Emperor Realm experts. In the previous battle, Lin Fei was lacking in defense and Profound Heaven Spiritual Treasure. First, his defense was still insufficient against Profound Heaven Spiritual Treasure. After all, his body had not been tempered to the Profound Heaven Spiritual Treasure yet, so he could ignore the attacks of the Profound Heaven Spiritual Treasure. If Lin Fei's body tempering technique reached the Profound Heaven Spiritual Treasure's Profound Heaven Spiritual Treasure, he would definitely be able to severely injure them. Sin Paradise was as difficult as its name suggested. Before Lin Fei came down, all kinds of violence, blood, and eroticism appeared in front of him in his divine sense. Unknowingly, his heart was filled with excitement. Even Lin Fei was surprised. He thought, could it be that I am a person who likes blood and violence from the bottom of my heart? Otherwise, why would I have such a thought? He shook his head and threw this thought to the back of his mind. First, I need to find a place to stay. A large amount of quintessential essence had been consumed, and there were injuries on his body. After the battle outside, there might be people looking for him. A place to stay was a must. 10% of Zhen Yuan's battle prowess was nothing in this Sin Paradise, and if a powerful expert appeared, it would be troublesome. As a matter of fact, Lin Fei descended from the sky and landed in a remote alley. A faintly discernible divine sense swept over. This Sin Paradise is indeed a place where experts gather. Lin Fei frowned. This wasn't going to be easy. Seemed like he was being watched. Brat, hand over all your valuables. So. 3 silhouettes arrived with a loud bang. They were all Mystique Venerable ones. If other masters had appeared, Lin Fei might have been worried. They were merely 3 Mystique Venerable rank masters. Boom! Lin Fei's divine sense suppressed. The 3 Mystique Venerable rank masters immediately realized that they had encountered a powerhouse. Their vision went black and they lost consciousness. After a few breaths they recovered. The sword intent was locked on them, and they did not dare to act rashly. I'll kill whoever moves. He had wanted to kill them in one fell swoop, but it would be troublesome. After some thought, he realized that he was not familiar with this place, so he had to ask around first. Lin Fei's cold words scared them out of their wits. If he could suppress them with one move, he was definitely not someone they could provoke. Don't kill us. Senior, we were blind, please forgive us. Lin Fei said coldly. Tell me the general situation in Sin Paradise. If anyone dares to hide anything, they will end up like him. With a sweep of the sword intent, the flesh and primordial spirit of a Mystique Venerable rank master next to them were instantly crushed. They trembled in fear. They had never seen such a savage person. I'll talk. After using a few tricks, Lin Fei had a general understanding of the situation in Sin Paradise. With a move of the sword intent, the remaining 2 Mystique Venerable rank masters were also killed. In a place like Sin Paradise, Lin Fei did not dare to let them go. What he needed now was absolute safety. I didn't expect Sin Paradise to be so big, and the distribution of forces is so complicated. It seems like choosing a good place is not easy. Lin Fei frowned. I can't stay in an inn or anything like that. It seems that those small forces in Sin Paradise like to target new faces. From the 2 of them, Lin Fei had a general understanding of Sin Paradise, especially some of its tricks like the back of his hand. Otherwise, he might really have suffered in Sin Paradise. In Sin Paradise, other than the Eastern District, which was not prepared to make a move, the other 3 districts were violent and were known as Bloody Paradises. Lin Fei was currently in the Western District. Sin Paradise had 4 districts. The Eastern District did not allow violence, while the other 3 districts did not. Violent means were used at all times. Newcomers like Lin Fei were the most popular in these 3 chaotic districts. No matter who appeared in this district, they would immediately be targeted. No one knew when they would be killed. Lin Fei could not help but rejoice that he did not kill the 2 of them. Otherwise, if he chose to go into seclusion in an inn, the danger would be obvious. These inns were all controlled by forces. As the saying goes, snakes and rats are one big family. Those who did not know would not even know if they were eaten. If I don't go to an inn, then where should I go? Lin Fei frowned again. Worried about the inn, Lin Fei did not dare to go. He could not guarantee when trouble would arise. Right now, he needed to keep a low profile. Suddenly, Lin Fei had a flash of inspiration. Got it. He could not go to an inn, but he could go to a small force. There were as many small forces in Sin Paradise as there were hairs on an ox. If not 1,000, there were at least 800. Hiding in one of them would definitely be low-key. Even if those people wanted to find him, it would not be an easy matter. Perhaps they would never think that he would be hiding in a small force. For this trip, Lin Fei also brought obsidian. With such a helper, his safety was guaranteed. Hibernating in a small force, it was decided. Bloody Hand Hall, an insignificant small force in Sin Paradise. They controlled a small alley in the southern district. Bloody Hand Hall, you are so powerful. Even the leader of the Black Bear Gang was killed by you. A sweet voice was lying in the arms of a middle-aged man with a stocky build. This stocky man was the boss of the Bloody Hand Hall, Bloody Hand. He was at the peak of the initial Saint Realm. So what? It's just a trifling Black Bear Gang. If I want it to be destroyed, it will be destroyed. Boom! Just as Bloody Hand was bragging about his power, his voice suddenly stopped. A figure appeared beside him and a powerful divine sense crushed over. Bloody Hand did not have time to react and was suppressed. He could not move, only leaving behind a cold killing intent. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Let's talk this out. Bloody Hand's expression changed and he begged for mercy. The divine sense enveloped him, and the initial Saint Realm Bloody Hand surrendered. You are quite tactful. Bloody Hand cursed in his heart. Fuck, you are stronger than me. Do you want me to resist? Isn't that giving you a reason to kill me? I am not that stupid. Chapter 480. Suppressing Bloody Hand was not difficult, but subduing him was not difficult either. Bloody Hand was merely a peak early stage sage. He was not a match for a peak sage like Lin Fei, so he decisively chose to surrender. Lin Fei effortlessly subdued Shueisho. For safety's sake, he suppressed Shueisho's primordial spirit and placed a seal on it. With just a thought, Shueisho would be reduced to ashes. Xiao He, you will oversee the Bloody Hand Hall for the next few days. Blacklight naturally understood Xiao Qin's intention. Master, rest assured. With me here, no one will be able to barge in. If that Bloody Hand dares to leak any information, I will kill him first. Facing Blacklight's ferocious gaze, Bloody Hand subconsciously shrunk his neck, and his body started to tremble. He could not endure that killing chi. Heavenly demon kings were all hot-tempered and killed without batting an eyelid. A mere Bloody Hand naturally could not block Blacklight's killing chi, not even a glance. After arranging everything, Lin Fei did not immediately enter closed-door cultivation. Instead, he sent Bloody Hand to gather information outside, such as the situation in the periphery of Sin Paradise. After receiving the information, Lin Fei felt completely at ease. Although the matter of an emperor chasing after him spread in Sin Paradise, not many people paid attention to it. There were only a few people searching for him, but not as many as he imagined. After confirming that there was no danger, Lin Fei chose to enter closed-door cultivation. He could not stay in Sin Paradise for long. He still had to go to the Holy Hall. The next day, Lin Fei entered closed-door cultivation. Bloody Hand did not know about this at all. Instead, he was happy that there was an expert overseeing the place. His brain worked very fast, especially since he did not fancy anything from the Bloody Hand Hall. Lin Fei set up a series of spirit formations in the place where he would go into seclusion. He even set up a very powerful spirit formation that he had bought from Sin Paradise through Bloody Hand. I'll recover my veritable essence energy first. The little veritable essence energy left in his body made Lin Fei not very confident. Only after reaching the peak of spirit, energy did Lin Fei dare to cultivate the Azure Dragon True Body and refine the Azure Dragon Divine Blood. Refine for me. Lin Fei unleashed the 3,000 immortal arts, Great Devouring Technique, which enveloped the mountainous pile of true essence crystals. In the treasury of the Flying Dragon Dynasty, Lin Fei had stolen a large amount of Zhenyuan crystals. He was glad that he had made this choice back then. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to recover his Zhenyuan in a short period of time. Absorbing a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy? Dream on. He was afraid that once he used this method, those experts would definitely come after hearing about it, and a great battle would be inevitable. Like a flood, Zhang Xian's quintessence surged into his body. Lin Fei's body trembled for a moment before returning to normal. A powerful force was circulating within his body. The Great Devouring Art is indeed the best auxiliary immortal art in the heavenly realm. It can quickly refine true essence crystals and turn them into the densest true essence. Again, the mountainous pile of true essence crystals was being refined in a steady stream. 30% true essence, 40% true essence, 50% true essence, 60% true essence in just 3 days. By relying on the powerful Great Devouring Art, Lin Fei's quintessential essence had returned to normal, and it was even slightly stronger than before. With his quintessential essence restored, Lin Fei would feel safe. Now I don't have to worry if I encounter an emperor. Lin Fei took out the Azure Dragon Divine Blood. The will of the Azure Dragon spread out and turned into many Azure Dragons swimming in the air. Fortunately, there was a formation to seal it. Otherwise, this Azure Dragon's aura would have been detected by the martial emperors immediately. Then the martial emperors would definitely be attracted. Demoness, you have harmed me greatly this time. Fortunately, I have found the Azure Dragon Divine Blood. No matter how dangerous it is worth it. The Azure Dragon Divine Blood swayed in front of Lin Fei. Sometimes it was a long dragon, and sometimes it was golden blood. Hoo-hoo. After resting for half a day, Lin Fei took a deep breath and strengthened the formation. He opened his mouth and swallowed the Azure Dragon Divine Blood. Boom! An incomparably violent aura instantly burst out from Lin Fei's body. The Azure Dragon Divine Blood turned into an Azure Dragon, wreaking havoc on Lin Fei's body. Ah! Lin Fei let out a painful cry. His body was covered in blood, and his flesh was badly mutilated. Azure Dragon Divine Blood, you are just a drop of blood. I will refine you today. Lin Fei's eyes were bloodshot. The Akalanatha suppressed his primordial spirit, ensuring that it was not affected. His expression was especially solemn. The power of the Azure Dragon Divine Blood was beyond his imagination. Wave after wave of powerful dragon might crashed into the Akalanatha's body. The Akalanatha also trembled as if it was about to be destroyed. Lin Fei couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he had the Akalanatha. Otherwise, the Azure Dragon Divine might would have crushed his primordial spirit. Lin Fei hurriedly focused his mind and operated the Azure Dragon True Body. He refined the Azure Dragon Divine Blood's hidden power and used it to break through the Azure Dragon True Body. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The dragon might not only destroyed the body, but also the primordial spirit. Xiao Qin's primordial spirit was still fine. The Akalanatha protected him, but the pain in his physical body came wave after wave. Lin Fei's quintessence was like a flood, pouring endlessly into his physical body. At this moment, his physical body was like a bottomless pit, continuously devouring quintessence. Damn it! This body tempering technique is a scam again. Azure Dragon Body Tempering, the 7th layer is good enough. Lin Fei immediately felt his fleshly body becoming stronger. Previously, the Azure Dragon Body Tempering was only at the 6th layer. When the dragon might swept out, his physical body would be torn apart. He did not even have the ability to resist. However, when the Azure Dragon Body Tempering reached the 7th layer, his physical body gained a certain level of defense. He could last for one breath. Azure Dragon Body Tempering, 8th layer. Azure Dragon Body Tempering, 9th layer. When the Azure Dragon Body Tempering reached the 9th layer, Lin Fei's quintessence was nearly exhausted. However, Lin Fei vaguely felt that the Azure Dragon Body Tempering was not limited to the 9th layer. There seemed to be a final layer. There was still the purest drop of Azure Dragon Divine Blood left in his body. If it were an ordinary person, they might give up after reaching this level. Xiao Chun did not have enough veritable essence energy to refine this final drop of Azure Dragon Divine Blood. Lin Fei was clearer than anyone else that if he did not refine the last drop of Azure Dragon Divine Blood today, he would not have another chance in the future. As the Zhenyuan approached, Lin Fei opened up the system and bought a large amount of white jade pellets. He instantly converted them into Zhenyuan, which was much faster than Zhenyuan crystals. The Xintian continent had a similar type of currency. Right now, Lin Fei had no other choice but to rely on this. After spending 10 million points, Lin Fei's quintessential essence had recovered by more than 30%. However, his heart ached. This amount was just too little. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, his quintessential essence was running out again. How could this be? Just how much Zhenyuan is needed to do this? He used 30% of his quintessence to refine the last drop of Azure Dragon Divine Blood, but there was no effect at all. The Azure Dragon Divine Blood did not move at all. Another 10 million points worth of white jade pills. Another 10 million. I don't believe it. Give me another 10 million points. Xiao Qin's points in the system decreased continuously, turning into quintessential essence. When the last 10 million points were converted into quintessential essence, Lin Fei's expression turned terrifyingly sullen. Could it be that he really could not refine the last drop of Azure Dragon Divine Blood? He had missed out on this final opportunity. Now that he had exhausted all his points, he could only wait and see if he succeeded or not. Lin Fei had never thought that refining the Azure Dragon Divine Blood would be so difficult. Boom! The final wave of energy landed on the Azure Dragon Divine Blood. The Azure Dragon Divine Blood, which was as hard as a boulder, was stirred by the quintessential essence and instantly dispersed, turning into motes of golden light that quickly merged into Xiao Qin's physical body. Lin Fei felt a cooling sensation pour into his body. The bottleneck at the 9th layer of the Azure Dragon body tempering technique instantly cleared. It was an extremely profound feeling. Chapter 481. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for unlocking the Azure Dragon bloodline. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for successfully transforming the bloodline. You have obtained the Azure Dragon bloodline. Reward: 30 million points and 5 million essence. Along with the familiar voice of the system, Lin Fei was overjoyed. He could not help but cry out, "How is this possible? How did such a bloodline appear in me?" After staying in the Sword God sect for 7 years, Lin Fei was no longer a rookie who knew nothing. He knew more about bloodlines than ordinary people. In the Xiantian continent, some geniuses were born with extremely powerful bloodlines. These bloodlines were either innate or acquired. The appearance of bloodlines was the difference between geniuses and ordinary people. Ordinary people needed a few hundred years to advance to profound grandmaster. As for geniuses, they needed 70 to 80 years. Bloodline geniuses usually did not even need 20 years. Bloodline geniuses had a huge advantage in breaking through. Aside from this, bloodlines also brought about the might of the bloodline. For example, the Great Earth bloodline had an innately strong defense. Cultivating an Earth-type innate ability was practically self-taught. There were strong and weak bloodlines. However, this did not hinder the reputation of bloodlines in the continent. This was especially so after everyone knew of the might of bloodlines and the appearance of bloodlines ranking. The Sword God sect had many bloodline geniuses. Every one of them was at the peak. Even geniuses could not compete with them. Lin Fei was surprised to obtain the Azure Dragon bloodline just like that. Looking within himself with his spiritual sense, Lin Fei was shocked to discover that his bloodline had undergone a huge change. Especially the golden blood flowing. That was clearly the color of the Azure Dragon divine blood. The Azure Dragon was roaring. Damn it, now that I have the Azure Dragon bloodline, won't my Azure Dragon body tempering technique be even stronger? Lin Fei took out his killing sword and slashed at his arm. He wanted to see how strong the Azure Dragon body tempering technique would be after reaching great perfection. Dang! When Lin Fei's sword slashed down, the sharp killing sword that had always killed people only left a very shallow white line on his arm. This defense is too awesome. Lin Fei was clearer than anyone else about the might of his sword earlier. No one would dare to block it. Now he subconsciously swallowed his saliva. It was too awesome. Again, the killing sword turned into rays of black sword light that continuously landed on his body. Without exception, white lines were left on his body. Lin Fei was dumbfounded by the scene. Previously, Xiao Chan thought that the Azure Dragon true body was already very incredible. After he reached great perfection in the Azure Dragon body tempering technique, his defense improved by leaps and bounds. He could not injure him at all. Strong, too strong. Damn it! Refining the Azure Dragon divine blood is too worth it. What true essence consumption? Lin Fei didn't care. Everything was worth it. The killing sword is only at the level of a true treasure. Those emperor rankers are using Xiantian spiritual treasures. I have to level up the killing sword first. If others heard this, they might snort. A true treasure could be upgraded to a profound heavenly spiritual treasure at will. Profound heavenly spirit treasures were not commonplace. However, in reality, profound heavenly spiritual treasures were not cabbages that could be found anywhere on the continent. Xiao Chan took out all the profound heavenly spiritual treasures he had collected. These profound heavenly spiritual treasures had spirituality. They moved up and down trying to move away. With a thought, Lin Fei grabbed a hammer-shaped profound heavenly spiritual treasure. Lin Fei thought about it and decided to try using his physical body. The hammer-shaped profound heavenly spiritual treasure was knocked around by Lin Fei's grab. The might of the profound heavenly spiritual treasure turned into saber light and struck Lin Fei's hand, leaving marks on it. Ha ha ha! Too awesome! Even a profound heavenly spiritual treasure cannot break my physical body. With a thought, the white lines on Lin Fei's hand disappeared. Devour! Previously, Lin Fei had to use his strength to suppress the profound heavenly spiritual treasure. Now, he could easily suppress it with his physical body without suffering any damage. Lin Fei still did not know what the grade of the killing sword was now. At the very least, he knew that it was a good item. So, the killing sword swallowed the profound heavenly spiritual treasure. This scene did not surprise Lin Fei. The killing sword was indeed not an ordinary item. This profound heavenly spiritual treasure's grade was not bad. He did not expect that it could be swallowed. You want more? This appetite. Each of the profound heavenly spiritual treasures in Lin Fei's hands was a good item. If placed in Sin Paradise, they would be worth a fortune. However, although the profound heavenly spiritual treasures were good, they were not as good as the killing sword. In the entire Xintian continent, there was probably no one else like Lin Fei. The killing sword did not reject anything. It swallowed the profound heavenly spiritual treasures one by one without any reaction. Damn! Are there no changes? I already fed you several profound heavenly spiritual treasures. Can't you at least give me some reaction? The profound heavenly spiritual treasures were eaten by the killing sword. It would be a lie if Lin Fei said that he did not feel heartache, especially after refining the Azure Dragon Divine Blood. His wealth continued to shrink and he returned to being poor. The profound heavenly spiritual treasures in the Flying Dragon Dynasty's treasury had all been eaten by the killing sword. If the killing sword could not advance to the profound heavenly spiritual treasure level, then Lin Fei would have suffered a great loss. After a moment of unease, the killing sword floating in the air finally changed. Lin Fei could not help but feel happy. It seemed that he was about to succeed. The killing sword was constantly wriggling. Lin Fei simply ignored it and began to recover his true yuan. After recovering 30% of his true yuan and using up all the true yuan crystals, Lin Fei reluctantly opened his eyes. The killing sword in front of him made his eyes light up. Profound heavenly spiritual treasure. The black killing sword was as black as ever. The aura rippling from it was no longer the aura of a real treasure. It was a genuine profound heavenly spiritual treasure, one of the top profound heavenly spiritual treasures in the continent. Lin Fei threw a scout on the killing sword. Killing sword, low-grade profound heavenly spiritual treasure. Kills without a trace. Evaluation. Sealing the throat at the sight of blood. Destroying the yuan spirit and physical body. Extremely dangerous. It was just a few words, but there was a murderous aura rippling between the lines. Especially the last evaluation, there was a dangerous aura. F***CK. It only became a low-grade profound heavenly spiritual treasure after eating several profound heavenly spiritual treasures? This evaluation looks very scary. Why don't I give it a try? It was Lin Fei's first time encountering such a dangerous evaluation. He seemed to regard the killing sword as a terrifying weapon. He subconsciously grabbed the killing sword, wanting to test its power. With this grab, Lin Fei felt a mysterious power surging over. What the hell? What is this? There was no time to get rid of it. That mysterious power poured into Lin Fei's mind. That feeling of being unable to resist made Lin Fei extremely fearful. Then he realized that there seemed to be an additional memory in his mind. There's a memory in the killing sword? I've never heard of a profound heavenly spiritual treasure having such an ability. Lin Fei shuddered. Extremely surprised, he subconsciously checked this memory. Killing sword art? This memory actually contained a set of swordsmanship? This was too bizarre. Lin Fei almost couldn't believe it. This killing sword could be upgraded. And there was a sword art hidden within it. Just the name alone sounded very majestic and awesome. Ding, discovered killing sword art. Are you sure you want to learn it? Yes. The Jingguang flashed, and Lin Fei gained an additional understanding of the killing sword art. After the killing sword art appeared in his mind, Lin Fei suddenly felt how scary it was. It was as if this was a sword art designed for himself. The slaying gods and slaying demons sword art was domineering. But compared to the killing sword art, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. The god-slaying sword art seems to have been simplified from the sword art of killing. It ignores the use of murderous aura. This sword art of killing focuses on turning murderous aura into one's own. When it is displayed, it is truly terrifying. Lin Fei was shocked. Could it be that this killing sword art was already a heaven-class sword art? Although he hadn't made a move yet, Lin Fei could already feel the power of the killing sword art. It was as if as soon as the killing sword made a move, it would be a massacre. Resisting the urge to experiment, Lin Fei suppressed his thoughts. Let's test out the power of the killing sword first. In any case, it is already at the level of a profound heavenly spiritual treasure. After the previous scene, Lin Fei didn't dare to use his full strength. Who knew what would happen? Taking out 20% of his strength, he stabbed at his arm. The skin that ordinary, profound, heavenly spiritual treasures couldn't even break was forcefully pierced, and fresh blood flowed out. Lin Fei stared at the wound in disbelief. That was only 20% of his strength. Upon closer inspection, killing chi surrounded the wound, suppressing his quintessence and preventing the wound from healing. The system's evaluation is indeed correct. Even 20% of his strength was able to break through my defense. Then what about Emperor-level experts? Their defense can't possibly be stronger than my Azure Dragon true body, right? Azure Dragon Battle Armor. With a thought, azure scales appeared on Lin Fei's arms, forming a suit of armor on his body. Whoosh! The killing sword slashed through the tough scales. Although the scales looked like cracks, the Azure Dragon Battle Armor, which was said to be the ultimate defense, couldn't withstand the power of the killing sword. Lin Fei finally experienced the system's true evaluation. This was a profound heavenly spiritual treasure that could take one's life. From this moment onwards, Lin Fei knew that he could finally fight against Emperor-level experts. Even if loose immortals attacked, he wouldn't fear them at all. In the Xiantian continent, he could be considered a true expert. Previously, Lin Fei's combat power was so great that he could suppress his opponents. However, as his opponents grew stronger, so did his combat power. For example, Emperor-level experts had profound heavenly spiritual treasures. In the past, Lin Fei had been suppressed precisely because the profound heavenly spiritual treasure was too powerful. Lin Fei's combat power was suppressed, while Emperor-level experts had powerful defenses. All of his advantages were gone. If he hadn't learned the 3,000 immortal arts, he would have been in a very bad situation. Now, things were completely different. Lin Fei's Azure Dragon body refinement had reached the stage of grand completion, and his Azure Dragon bloodline had been activated. His defensive power was so great that Emperor-level experts couldn't even hope to catch up to him. The killing sword's sharpness was enough to cause them to feel fear. With these two moves, Lin Fei was already undefeatable. If I were to fight them again, I should be able to kill them, right? They wouldn't even be able to break through my defense, let alone the terrifying power of the killing sword. Killing Emperor-level experts. Lin Fei was unexpectedly excited just thinking about it. This was something that ordinary people wouldn't even dare to imagine. Chapter 482. It was a desolate and barren place. Gao Difu and Zhang Yong were cautiously approaching a small team of outsiders. Catching them off guard, they suddenly attacked and easily killed them all. In a month's time, the two of them had undergone a complete transformation. Their combat strength had increased greatly, and their minds had also become stronger. Tempering through life and death situations, strengthening their minds, they had done it. I wonder how Lin Fei is. I'm very worried about him. Gao Difu could not help but say after putting away the spoils of war. Even though Gao Difu's strength had improved greatly after a month of tempering through life and death situations, compared to Lin Fei, there was still a certain gap in his heart. You don't have to worry. Brother Lin is so strong. As long as he doesn't encounter a large number of experts, he should be fine. Although Zhang Yong said so, he was still worried in his heart. Right, it seems that an expert has recently appeared in our human race and killed many experts of the outsiders. Do you think it's Lin Fei? Gao Difu hesitated. That shouldn't be possible. Zhang Yong said. Actually, I don't know either. In any case, my first impression is that it's Lin Fei. But then again, what is Lin Fei's background? Why have I never heard of this name among the younger generation? Gao Difu and Zhang Yong were both experts in this field, but they really had never heard of this name. Who knows? Maybe Lin Fei is born to be low-key. Gao Difu could not find a reason either. Let's rest for a while and continue to hunt the outsiders. I feel that I'm about to advance to the late sage realm. There's no need to go. A voice suddenly appeared behind them. Gao Difu and Zhang Yong quickly made their moves, but they were dispelled by the other party as soon as they made their moves. After seeing Lin Fei, they were shocked. You've returned. You guys have such a big reaction. Are you going to beat me to death before you're satisfied? The person who had appeared behind them was naturally Lin Fei. He had easily dispelled the attacks of the two sages. Gao Difu was shocked. You've advanced to the sage realm. What powerful strength. You suppressed us the moment you made your move. When he said this, he was clearly surprised. I was lucky. Lin Fei played it down. On the other hand, your strength has increased very quickly. We've killed many outsiders. Zhang Yong said. But compared to Brother Lin, the gap is too big. Standing in front of you, the gap is too big. After eating the divine grass, Lin Fei had gained a layer of divine might. Gao Difu and Zhang Yong naturally felt a certain amount of pressure. Your strength is still a little lacking, Lin Fei said. This is for you guys. Lin Fei took out a large pile of Zhenyuan crystals. After killing a large number of outsiders, his wealth had become thick. Taking out 10 million Zhenyuan crystals was nothing to him. It was just a drop in the ocean. For us. After a month of training, Gao Difu and Zhang Yong's Zhenyuan crystals had been consumed rapidly. They were about to run out. At the front line of the outsiders, Zhenyuan crystals had been used up. They could only kill outsiders or exchange for them with battle merits. Keep it. Gao Difu and Zhang Yong did not stand on ceremony and accepted the Zhenyuan crystals. Let's go back. The outsiders' frontline fortress. Did you hear? Lin Fei brought something that the outsiders liked and caused a lot of trouble. I know about that. I heard that a lot of people died. Like I said, the disciples of the Saint Hall are just like that. I heard that the higher-ups are furious and want to punish Lin Fei. Punish? That's a rare thing. Is there some secret behind it? Who knows? Anyways, the higher-ups have made up their minds. It seems like they want to deal with the Saint Hall. Perhaps it's because the Saint Hall's influence is too great, and they are a cut above the rest, so the higher-ups don't allow them to expand their influence. That makes sense. Let's watch the show. Groups of 3 to 5 people were chatting with each other. The hottest topic was precisely this topic about Lin Fei. On the walls of the fortress, black-clothed warriors were patrolling. This was one of their daily tasks. Someone is coming back from the front. One of the black-clothed warriors said. When 3 figures appeared, the black-clothed warrior was shocked. It seems like Lin Fei has returned from a mission. One fortress, one battle line. Lin Fei directly returned to the fortress. Hence, the black-clothed warriors on the walls could return immediately. He still dares to return? Could it be that he is relying on the name of the Saint Hall to run amok? The black-clothed warrior from before said angrily, I'll go and inform the captain. Apart from the ones sent by the sects, the rest of the outsiders' warriors were born in ordinary families, which meant that they came from poor families. There was a huge gap between the poor and the sections. It was a gap that couldn't be crossed. When the Saint Hall's disciples were in trouble, they were the happiest. For example, the black-clothed warrior who went down was Mahan, who Lin Fei had hypnotized. This Mahan had some relationship with the captain. After being hypnotized and embarrassing himself, he had always held a grudge. Now that Lin Fei had returned, he naturally wouldn't be polite and was prepared to teach Lin Fei a lesson. When Lin Fei returned to the fortress, he immediately felt that everyone's gazes were different. Brother Lin, the situation doesn't seem good. Gao Difu transmitted his voice with his divine sense. He was clearly worried. I can see that too, Lin Fei said. After one's divine sense reached the sky immortal realm, a gaze and a movement could be infinitely magnified, and one could see the meaning within. Their gazes were clearly gloating. Could it be that someone wanted to deal with him? Naturally, Lin Fei thought of carrying out a mission. Strange, there must be something strange. Quickly look, the captain is here. The gloomy captain walked over with large strides and appeared in front of Lin Fei. Behind him were 2 black-clothed warriors, and one of them was Mahan. Lin Fei, you still have the face to come back. Mahan sneered. Your skin is really thick. Lin Fei was originally unhappy with this atmosphere. Mahan spoke again. Slap yourself, don't stop. Mahan lost control and fell into hypnosis. He slapped himself, and the sound echoed throughout the entire fortress. Everyone was stunned. Mahan had been hypnotized again. Captain Feng Yan's expression sank once more. Lin Fei, what are you doing? Hurry up and undo the hypnosis. This kind of person with a cheap mouth. I'm already giving him a chance by not letting him commit suicide. Lin Fei said calmly. How could he undo the hypnosis? You. Feng Yun was enraged. Lin Fei, how dare you attack a comrade? Capture him and send him to the confinement room. The mutated race's battlefront was similar to an army's place. There were strict rules here, and once there was any violation, they would usually be locked up in the confinement room. This confinement room was not an ordinary confinement room. After going there once, one wouldn't want to go there a second time. It was abnormally terrifying. Captain Feng, what are you doing? Gao Difu was unhappy. That's right, give us an explanation. Zhang Yong also said. It was clearly Ma Han who provoked him first. Feng Yuan had long received news that there were people from the higher-ups who wanted to take action against the Saint Church. Coincidentally, Lin Fei had committed a crime and would be heavily punished. Now, no matter how he dealt with it, the higher-ups wouldn't have any objections. It's very simple. Lin Fei violated the rules and tried to frame a comrade. Feng Yuan said sternly. Is this kind of person not worthy of being locked up in the confinement room? Impossible. Gao Difu had always been brooding over this matter. It's impossible for Brother Lin to do such a thing. I can also prove that it's impossible for such a thing to happen. Zhang Yong also said. Lin Fei was very clear in his heart. As expected, there were people using this matter to make an issue out of it. It was obvious that they wanted to deal with him. The only thing he didn't understand was whether the higher-ups wanted to deal with him or deal with the Saint Church that had connections with him. This was the main point. Everything else was just fleeting clouds. Feng Yuan didn't want to hear an explanation. Explanations are unnecessary. We will have people to investigate. Take Lin Fei away now. Not giving him a chance, directly taking him away. Wait. Lin Fei said loudly. Feng Yuan said, why? You know that resistance is useless. Lin Fei shook his head and smiled. Are you sure you want to take me away? Could it be that you still want to resist? Feng Yuan couldn't wait for Lin Fei to act like this. Then, he would be able to heavily injure Lin Fei. Lin Fei hypnotized Ma Han in front of him. This was clearly not giving him face. You are right. I really don't want to go to the confinement room. What a joke. How could he go to such a place? Lin Fei was clearer than anyone else. If he went to such a place, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. Take him down. Two black-clothed warriors stepped out and grabbed at Lin Fei from the left and right. Lie down. Lin Fei didn't move at all. The two black-clothed warriors silently lay on the ground. With his divine sense reaching this level, Lin Fei could hypnotize his opponent with a single sentence. This was an ability that could only be obtained when one's spirit reached the limit. Spirit sustenance was a spirit immortal art. It was incomparably powerful. This Lin Fei is too powerful. He hypnotized them just like that. Those who were rejoicing in Lin Fei's misfortune felt horrified. The subordinates of Captain Feng Yuan were all sages, but even so, they were still hypnotized right in front of him. What a powerful spirit hypnosis. Feng Yuan's heart trembled. He had still underestimated this Lin Fei. When he looked closely, he discovered that Lin Fei had also advanced to profound sage. His cultivation level was blurry, and he couldn't see it clearly. Dragon Tiger capture. Feng Yuan attacked in a rage. A ferocious tiger appeared in his left hand, and a dragon appeared in his right. The dragon and tiger exuded might, wanting to subdue Lin Fei on the ground and send him to the confinement room. You lie down as well. Feng Yuan's strength had also reached late-stage sage. He was more than enough to be a captain. However, he was far from being able to deal with Lin Fei. Before he could resist, he was hypnotized. Brother Lin, this isn't good. Zhang Yong said worriedly. What's not good about it? It's obvious that someone wants to frame Brother Lin. F***ck that captain. Gao Difu cursed. If it were me, I would also give them a good beating. There's nothing to worry about. Lin Fei was very calm. It's just a captain. After his strength had improved greatly, and he had refined divine herbs, Lin Fei's temperament had also changed a lot. It should be said that he had been subtly influenced. It seemed like he didn't need to endure anything. If they were beaten, they were beaten. If they were killed, they were killed. Everything was up to his heart. He no longer restricted himself. To hell with all the rules. Lin Fei hypnotized them and didn't care anymore. He just let them make a fool of themselves unless they could break free from the spirit hypnosis. If they didn't consume the divine herbs, they would be able to break free easily. However, the power of the Heaven Immortal level spirit hypnosis was extraordinary. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to hypnotize them so easily. Who is Lin Fei? A group of black-clothed warriors flew through the air. They were filled with a vicious aura and ignored the scene in front of them. I am him. The leader of the black-clothed warriors said. We are the outsider race frontline investigation team. We are investigating the matter of you being an outsider race spy. Please come with us. Lin Fei laughed. Looks like everyone is waiting for me. However, isn't this crime a bit too big? The crime of being an outsider race spy, they really knew how to make such a big crime. Even a stupid person would know that someone wanted to frame him. To dare use this crime to frame him, it meant that they did not want him to have an easy time. Lin Fei did not remember offending anyone. Seemed like there was no reason for it. He could not think of anyone who wanted to deal with him. In his heart, Lin Fei did not feel very angry. It was like he had let everything go. You are framing me. Why don't you suspect that we are outsider race spies? Gao Difu and Zhang Yong were about to die from anger. A seemingly unimportant matter had blown up to this point. If they had not seen it for themselves, they would have doubted whether this scene was real or not. The two of you stop talking. Lin Fei stopped the two of them from continuing. I will go with you. I want to know how the crime of being an outsider race spy came about. The main event was already here. If he did not play with them, it would be too boring. Apart from this, Lin Fei also wanted to know who was scheming behind the scenes. This kind of viper-like fellow had to be pulled out one by one and beaten to death so that they would never be able to scheme again. Lin Fei hated all kinds of scheming. The black-clothed warrior was also unwilling to force Lin Fei. The four sages had been hypnotized. They were also sages and did not want to be hypnotized. They all maintained a certain level of vigilance against hypnosis. When Lin Fei left, many people followed, especially those who had nothing to do. If the crime of being an outsider race spy was confirmed, it would not be a good thing. They might even be killed on the spot. This was the rule of the outsider race since ancient times. No one could change it. F***ck. Let's hurry up and follow them. Gao Difu and Zhang Yong immediately chased after them. At the crucial moment, they were still witnesses who could prove Lin Fei's innocence. If not for Lin Fei, they would not have been able to return alive. There was also the tempering between life and death. Good news, good news. Lin Fei has been taken away. He's dead for sure this time. Mu Shi pushed open the door in sorrow and strode in. He was indescribably excited. That brat Lin Fei's life is really tough. He still hasn't died. Mu Shi said sorrowfully. Fortunately, we arranged a crime. If it wasn't for the orders from the higher-ups, it would have been really difficult for us to use this crime. They had originally wanted to make an issue out of the other party murdering their team members. However, after the two higher-ups moved their lips, they became the outsider race spy that they saw now. If it was the higher-ups, they would at most be sent to the assault camp. However, once the outsider race spy was confirmed, he would be killed on the spot. Ruthless enough, vicious enough. They discovered that compared to that commander, they seemed too merciful. The commander's first move was a sure kill, not giving Lin Fei any chance. Lin Fei didn't resist? Mu Shi's hero asked. Mu Shi smiled sorrowfully. Resist? Would he dare to resist? Didn't he still have to leave obediently unless he wanted to be killed on the spot?